sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Tables stain, lives embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. True crime cafe, where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay, truth decay. They go in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. In the city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Tables stained, lives embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Tables stained, lives embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Blood on the floor, drip, drip, sink. Coffee cold, mind can't think. Neon buzz, time don't blink. Where'd they go? Who's the link? True crime cafe, where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. Dago in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. True crime cafe, where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash. Tables stained, lives embossed. Fingers point but the lines are crossed. Justice sleeps at a heavy cost. Dago in the corner, where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay. True crime cafe, where the whispers play. Secrets hide, bodies sway. True crime cafe, in the night we stay. Truth decay, truth decay, truth decay. They go in the corner, eyes like stone. Words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. In the city of shadows, you're never alone. And the sirens wail, another ghost for the tale. Words like daggers, chill to the bone. Echoes of screams on a borrowed phone. A city of shadows, you're never alone. Ashtrays full, sins don't wash, tables stain, lives embossed, fingers point but the lines are crossed, justice sleeps at a heavy cost.
All right. Welcome back, guys. We are back in the cafe today. Guys, I've been watching some things, trying to catch up, trying to make some things make some sense with this. And, well, we know it don't, obviously. No matter what we've looked at, it don't make sense. So I want to review a couple videos today from the past slightly, as we did yesterday. We watched a pretty decent one last night that I had never seen. I want to go back and look at a couple, not so old, one from a year ago and one from a few months ago, and put those together. Not everything in them has meaning to me, but there's quite a few things in them about secrets, and one of them's got something about a mole in it. Okay. But if you put them together and you think about some of the things we've looked at in the past couple of days, the video we watched yesterday, thank you to Lucy for that again, and all that kind of stuff. I'm real interested in some possibilities with those. So I wanted to share that with you as we review it. And then, as we always do, discuss that as well. So I will definitely be pinning the link for you guys to jump up here, to those of you that want to. That being said, I appreciate you guys all joining me today. I'm sorry, it's only early afternoon or mid-afternoon. I appreciate you guys being here. Hit the like button if you will, please, and share it out and let everybody know what we're doing. And you know what comes next. Let's do that. Welcome back, guys. Again, thank you for joining me today. I appreciate you very much. Please make sure you hit that like button on the way through the door. Share this out, and I'll let the world know what we're getting into this afternoon. Appreciate you all very much. I feel horrible, by the way. I hope Donna shows up, because I was meaning to share something with her yesterday, and we just ended like nothing. I think everybody was just worn out, probably. So hopefully I see her and I can share this with her today. If she comes in, I hope she's not upset. Other than that, I appreciate you guys all being here as always. Thank you for popping in and hanging out with me. Been another long day trying to get everything sealed up for the summer and the fall started. Got so much stuff on this property to do, guys. It takes forever in a day. So yeah, that's why I'm doing these mid-afternoon shows, and just now been able to do it yesterday and today, because I got things to do, but they're getting done. So hopefully we'll be back on the regular schedule that we have been before yesterday or tomorrow and things like that. So again, thank you guys for being here. Come on in, get comfortable if you will. Yeah, I did. There's a new 2020 trailer out. I'll be watching that, of course. And they dropped the Paramount thing out on YouTube now. So we'll see. And everybody's freaking out because today is the last day. And it's actually not. Tomboy calculated days up last night, and we have till the 6th. 3 more days. But All he has to do, folks, is file a notice of appeal. It's like a motion. You don't have to actually file the appeal itself, just notice of appeal within that period of time. So I think based on what she figured out last night, that there's actually 3 more days available for this, from my understanding. Um, I think it's based on business days and all that kind of stuff within the court systems. That's how she figured it out. So we'll see. I don't, I'm not real like worried though, to be honest with you. I think whatever's going to happen is going to happen whenever it happens, regardless. And if not, then it's not. So I don't want to see that happen because, I want the truth to be able to be put out there. But freaking out, it's not gonna help anything. I just don't think we're gonna see anything happen. I've been thinking about it. I don't even know that he's gonna file the motion for it. Okay. But don't get all worked up and freaked out. There's many more things we can worry about. Especially the stupidity that I saw today is something we're gonna discuss too. I'm hoping that Eddie might pop in here and anybody else that wants to join me. I'd be grateful to have you, as always. Like I said, I got a couple things I want to review. I've been following a lot more of Casper West has been putting out some interesting stuff, and I didn't know about him until not too long ago. So I went back and started looking at some of his other stuff, and oh, buddy, it kind of relates a little bit to what we looked at yesterday with that old video that Kim had done, the interview. Some of these things, guys, I have questions about these things now from then, if that makes any sense. It's kind of wild. So first off, let's see who we got here with us so far. Of course, the Canadian cat lady. Wonderful to see you as always. The done one, welcome back. Our boy Scott from the UK. Good to see you, Scotty. Good to have you here. Circus Music, welcome back. Brandy B, my OG. Good to see you, girl. Hope you're doing good. Missy Girl, welcome back to you. Good to see you. Dagburn, Johnny Gobbles, Dead Floozy Mama, Miss Diane. Wonderful to have you here. Carolyn Prestage, welcome back. The megastar, Miss Meg. Good to see you, Meg. Thank you for being here today. Okay, so welcome back to you. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Mittens for Kittens. Hello, welcome back. And by the way, Mittens, if I said something to upset you the other day, I didn't mean to, and I'm so sorry. I would never do that. I hope you understand that. If I did, it wasn't at all purposely meant. So my apologies if that happened. I adore you guys, and I would never upset anybody purposely ever, or say anything that could upset anybody. Welcome back, WB. Good to see you. Echo 444. Good to see you. Welcome back as well. Michelle F. Always glad to have you in the house. Kent Corbett. Welcome back, buddy. Good to see you today. Anna's Ormond's in the house today. Thank you for joining us. And thank you, Meg. I always appreciate when anybody drops the heart emojis in memory of Wisdom Speaks. That means a lot to me and the rest of the community and crew here. We do definitely appreciate that so very much. So thank you for that. All of you that do that. Me think so. William Tardy, good to see you, my friend. SRBBB. Great to see you. Tim Ritter, good to see you. William Tardy, I just saw you. No worries. I just thought you. No. I even said hi, so maybe you just didn't hear me, hon. And that happens sometimes. Brandy's had that happen too, so I would never ignore you guys. If I see you, I'm gonna talk to you. Promise you that. So I'm sorry that happened. You know better than that in this community, especially with me. Pappy Man, what's happening, brother? Good to see you. 300 laps. Welcome back. Stuart Jones, great to see you, my friend. Yeah, I would never ignore somebody in here unless I absolutely don't want them here. And nobody in this community that comes in here, that doesn't stand for anybody here. I love everybody here with a great deal of respect. And period. If it wasn't for you guys, I would be here. I wouldn't be here. Completely understood, dear. 100%. Just know that you're just as important to me as everybody else in here is. Truly. You've been here for a long time, and I would never, ever purposely do anything like that to anyone. I'm grateful that you're back. I'm glad to see you here. Let's see. Marty Podrel, hello. Welcome. Good to see you. I hope you don't work too hard today, Miss Marty. Please don't. God, I hope Donna pops in here. I feel so horrible. So bad. I just ended the show last night. I wasn't thinking about it. I was kind of tired, burnout because of all the stuff I had done earlier in the day. I had it all set, ready to go. That's why I like to run those at the beginning of the show because my short-term memory issues are real and I forget things and it just blew right by me and I felt so bad because I don't usually let that slip by. It bothers me. I hope she understands and I hope to see her today so I can make up for that. Come on, Eddie. Come on in here. I think Dylan Mort is in here today as well. I went over and caught Miss Christina or Krista Reality with Krista Marie. I caught her show a little bit, trying to show some support over there. For those of you that have not yet done it, if you watch the Bravo channel and all the shows and stuff that pop up, she does a pretty good job covering that stuff. So if you're interested in that stuff, go check her out if you will, please, and thank you. Just to show the support there. I'm sure she'll appreciate that. It was the other night when we covered Noah. Oh, okay. Michelle Weddle, welcome back to you. After going back over old Idaho stuff, do you have more questions? You know what? That's kind of what it is. Like I said, I was watching through some of Casper West, his videos. I really like the way he puts things together. I've been watching him a lot more lately. And he did one a year ago, and then he did one 5 months ago. And the two of them together, I was like, wow. It brings forth some questions and some of the things that we've been looking at. Now, I really like his creativeness too. He does a good job, in my opinion. There he is, my brother Eddie. Good to see you, bro. I really definitely want your opinions on these things. Now, there's a couple pieces in these videos I don't really follow. I'm going to put forewarning out there. But that's his thing. You know, he does a great job and he added these in. And I'm not saying it's wrong. But I think in both videos, there's a clip of a medium or a psychic that makes a statement in there. I just kind of go past that. You know, that's not my thing, but I respect it. I truly do respect it because everybody has their way. That's my thought. But he threw it in there to make a point, I believe, okay, on each one of these. And he did a great job with them. And we're going to review these. And I want your guys' opinions. And then we're going to discuss this too, because after watching that video yesterday, I had never seen, which blew my mind with the interview with Kim. It took me back and it made me remember when we reviewed the interview with Dave, some other things that went on. And it kind of points to, in my opinion, the one video is titled about the secrets that Dylan and Bethany may have been keeping from law enforcement. Well, with everything we've seen most recently, I'm questioning those things, okay? And then, you know, there's talk about a mole in the secondary video about how this person knew that came into this house, how they came into this house, how things were known, you know, was the door left unlocked, things like that. And it really was like, it's interesting. So if you guys have not yet subscribed to Casper West, please go check him out. Let him know that we sent you over there too to support him because he does a great job, in my opinion. I like, you know, the way he breaks things down and the thought process that he puts in there. It's very interesting. I like it. It shows that he's like the rest of us thinking about these things in a deeper type of way. Because that's the only way we're going to get any kind of answers to this investigation. So when I pull that up, I'll be definitely throwing the link in here for you guys. Or there it is already, because SRB's on top of things, like she always is. Thank you so much. Yeah, I like the name too. True Seeker, welcome back. Carl Ferguson, good to see you, my friend. Lady Speedwell, welcome back to you. So yeah, guys, do me a favor. Just please go check out Casper West. Subscribe, hit the notification bell. You don't want to miss what he does. He does some really good work, in my opinion. So We're going to be reviewing those two together. And like I said, I would like to put those two together, okay, and kind of go with it. And it breaches or goes back a little bit to the Kim thing, and it goes back to the Dave interview too. And again, something I learned, I didn't know that Olivia, Chronicles of Olivia, had interviewed Dave as well. I thought it was just Drunk Turkey and Lana. I guess she jumped into there too. I didn't know that. And there's a couple of things that Dave says that just really threw me to the floor. And I was like, wait. And I didn't remember hearing it in the other interviews. Maybe he didn't say it, or maybe he did. And I was thinking about other things at the time. It's wow. It makes you wonder. And it kind of proves something, in my opinion, that we will discuss. So once we get into that, Gen 7, welcome. Good to see you. Yes, I do remember Subconscious Mind. He was really good too, Jen. Really good. I wondered what happened to him. Yes, that's exactly it, SRB, right. There's Miss Krista. Good to see you, dear. I need you to tell me why LTD Brian and KR people are beefing. And is Janetti and AJ not? Oh, that's something I don't know about. I'm sorry. You're good. You're good. Good to see you, Krista. Thank you for being here. Good job on your show today. Don't be hating. Good to see you. Miss Rowena, good to see you. True Seeker, again, good to see you. We missed you too, Miss Krista. It's good to see you. I'm glad you're okay. Miss Christina, good to see you as well. Come on in. Grab a seat. 77 peeps. 52 likes. We're getting there. And thank you for dropping Casper's link. Like I said, when I was watching these videos, I was like, wow. And another thing I was going to discuss is Bulba. Whoa. Y'all, I was so pissed off today when I was watching Lana. And I mean, pissed off is putting it nice. Hey, Rebecca, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Also, 1 minute here. Give me one quick second. So one thing I will show you before we go anywhere, there's no documents that have been released yet. Oh, wait. Or was there? Hold on. I have a case summary, but I didn't have new documents. Are these new on top of what we had already? We went over all the civil judgments. We covered all those. I didn't see any new documents in there on top of that. Was the last one that dropped, or does it need refreshed? There are. Holy shit. Haha. You know what, you guys? This system is ridiculous because I just checked this right before we went live. Okay, so they're there. Good. Thank you, SRB. We do have 1, 2, 3, 4 brand new ones. Thank you. They literally just dropped. Yeah, they had to because I just checked this before I started. I'll be right back, folks. Give me Sorry about that. So yeah, we're gonna review those new docs too. Um, yeah, there's four of them, and in regards to this, the unsealings and things like that, we'll cover those. And then there's one about an order maintaining a sealed status as well, and all that kind of fun stuff. So we're gonna cover a little bit everything today. And it should be quite interesting. I guess I'll do the documents first and get those out of the way. Eddie, you're welcome to jump up here and join me, bud, if you want to review these with me. Excuse me. Welcome, Mark Schumann. Good to see you, brother. Thank you for joining us. Done one. Good to have you here as well. 83 peeps in the house. And hold on here. That's funny. I swear to God, literally before this went live, I checked it just to double check because I check it all the time. There was nothing there. So they must have dropped right in between. Can you hear me okay? Hey, Stitch, it's good to see you. Beach Babe, welcome back. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm sure there's quite a few that are staying sealed. I figured that was coming anyway. Guys, do me a favor and hit the like button on your way in. We got 62 likes with 82 people here. We're catching up, but not quite there. Let's see about getting this into that algorithm, please, so everybody can see it. Right. There's nothing. That's what I noticed when I was looking. SRB says there's nothing that has been dropped yet as to the ones unsealed. Maybe tomorrow or maybe by Friday. Maybe by Friday. We usually see them Tuesdays and Fridays. So these must have been late drops because today's Wednesday. So just saying. 85 peeps, 64 likes. We're getting there, guys. Yes, she's always on top of things. Her and Meg and Lucy are like bing, bang, boom. You know what I mean? No matter what. No matter what. Try a marshmallow for your throat. Oh, okay. Does it coat it? I take it and help that all. It's getting better little by little. I've been drinking hot tea and all that fun stuff. So hopefully it'll completely clear up here the next day. My apologies that I sound like this, folks. I wish I didn't. Yes, I listened to you, mother. I did. I did what you said. I drank the tea and some honey that we have, and some lemon and all that fun stuff. So I listened, and it's been working. So thank you. Thank you, Meg. I appreciate that very much. Marshmallow. I've never heard that before. That's wild, cat lady. Samira Dalby, good to see you. Oh my God. Every other day. I'm so tired of seeing these things. Thank you for the info, Mr. Girl. So sad. I hope nobody's hurt. Wait just a minute or two more to get everybody in here we're going to have before we hit these documents, and then we'll get things started. Again, if you want to join me, the link is pinned at the top of the chat. And again, thank you all for being here. I appreciate you guys so very much. There he is. Good stuff. Good
afternoon.
You. How are you?
Good. You know, we were wrong on both counts last night when we were discussing, was it 2020 or was it Dateline? Either one.
Yeah.
It was 48 hours.
I did say 48 hours possibly, but I wasn't sure. But I knew there was multiple shows that were done, but so it was 48 hours. Okay. Did you figure that one out?
Yeah, I was looking this morning.
Good stuff. Good. I'm grateful. Like I said, I like to have absolute, like truth, like the real deal information on these things to know exactly what we're looking at. Good stuff. So I will be going back to look at that. And there is a new show, a new 2020 actually, that's coming out Friday. Again, my question is, why? Why are they still rolling these things, Eddie? Why are they still putting these things brand new? I mean, I'm sure it wasn't just put out yesterday. I'm sure they didn't just put it together yesterday. I'm sure as soon as the sentencing happened, they started rolling it together. But still, why? You know, it's done. He's in prison. You got what you wanted. Why are you still running these things? It drives me nuts.
They're hammering that narrative home.
I mean, and they're really hammering it too. Yes. I mean, I've never seen a case. I've watched quite a few, even I think O.J. Simpson's case when I followed that way back when. When it was done, it was done. I don't remember. There was maybe a couple things here or there about it. There's people, you know, I think he did it, whatever, blah, blah. But it wasn't nothing like this. I mean, every single day there's something new and other reporters are doing things. And I'll tell you right now, I mean, I'm going to watch the 2020. I'm curious because I saw a clip of it thanks to Meg. And it does look somewhat interesting to some aspect, but it looks like it might be the same old thing in some other ways. But I'm going to tell you, I was beyond pissed off today. I watched Lana's show. She was pissed too. But Nancy Grace, you guys, and it was so stupid. It showed the unintelligible ignorance that they provide to the world. And I thought Nancy was smarter than that. She can't be. She can't be. And her guest is beyond an idiot. Whoever that woman is, I didn't even catch her name. Yes, I did see that too, by the way, Meg. I was going to bring that up too, but this woman had the audacity to say that anybody that she called them pro burgers, which we're not, we're pro truthers. Okay. And I'm going to stick to that forever. I don't care what anybody says, but in a sense, I guess it is pro burger because we want the truth about him. So welcome, Moonlit and Mark. Good to see you as well. This woman made a blatant statement, and said that anybody that is supporting Brian not being guilty is basically his minion, and we're all jealous because we couldn't do what he did, and we want to be like him, meaning what they believe is being a killer. What? I mean, how can you even say something like that on live television? Or not, it's not TV, but you know what I mean? That one blew me out of the water. And there was another person that works for Nancy, her writer, that made a absolute false statement that goes above and beyond a lie, and blatantly said that the defense admitted that the alternate suspects had nothing to do with the case, and they knew that they just used that for their defense. Can you believe that?
Yeah, that's part of the way to, you know, during the PSYOP. That's part of the way that they shut down the opposing voice, is to shame them.
It should be illegal, Eddie. It should be illegal. I'm sorry, because you're basically accusing other people of being wannabe killers. Okay, that's what she said. You can't say that to people. I mean, is it a form of slander? I would imagine. You don't know me. You don't know. She don't know you. She doesn't know SRB or Meg or anybody else that comes in here to support finding the truth. But that's what we're doing, and that's who she's calling out. Is whoever this woman was, and that's what she said. And that's slanderous to me, because you're calling my character something you don't know because you don't know me. That's how I take it. It was beyond infuriating. Welcome, DKM. Good to see you. Paco, Tommy Boy, thank you for joining us. And then that other statement about the defense admitted, she said the defense admitted that they knew that those people didn't have nothing to do with the case. That was their defense. That's lies too. That's a blatant lie, because the defense never came forth and put anything out that said that, ever. And I don't think that should be legal either, because what you're doing is you're putting out false information on purpose. I mean, we see it in other circumstances, but some of these things are just like true to form, blatant lies. And you know they are when you're saying it. That should be what I think is illegal. Nancy is a piece of garbage, folks. I used to like her. Okay. She has gone to limits and levels in this that is so degradable at this point. She's garbage. She should know better, but she don't. Hey, Corey, welcome. Do you guys think that Ann would let BK plead guilty if he was not? She doesn't have a choice what he does. In that aspect, that's up to him. And when it comes to a plea deal, he makes absolute decision on that, Corey. She doesn't have anything to do with that. She can't stop him or tell him to either way. She can coach him in what that means and like, give her advice on that, but that's all she can do. Honestly. I hope I explained that right. I don't know. I was just floored. Atlanta was pissed as well. I mean, she was flipping out. I'm sitting over here in my own living room, jumping up and down my couch like, what did you just say? Are you kidding me? It was ridiculous. It was beyond ridiculous. So shame on those people. And Lana made a statement, and I agree with her. Like, how the hell has Nancy not been sued? Because a lot of the stuff that she's saying, you can't say. You just can't say things like that. It's crazy. So I wanted to bring that to the table and let you guys know how I thought about that. And I didn't know how many of you guys saw that, but check it out later on. I'm sure you'll see what I was talking about. Hello, Krista. How are you?
Hi, guys.
Good to
Hey,
see you
Krista.
again. Wondered where you've been. Hadn't seen you in a while.
I know. I lost my voice too. Did you say you lost your voice a little bit or you were sick?
You gave it to me.
I lost it. You found it.
No, mine was because of the weather change, because it got kind of cold here, I think. And I'm a smoker and I have asthma and all that crap happens. And it's coming back because Mama SRB got me to drink tea and all that fun stuff. So it's starting to bring everything back.
Did you get a haircut too? Or you cut your hair?
Yeah, I cut it yesterday or the day before.
I can't believe you did it yourself. That looks really good.
I've always cut it. It doesn't look. I mean, it's always the same style. I change it up every now and then.
I guess because it's like a fresh do.
Yeah, I don't like looking like a bum, especially coming out here. I look bad enough. I got to try to at least have a decent hairstyle.
You sound like my husband.
Yeah. No.
I did see a little bit of Lana. Yeah, I saw what Nancy Grace was saying, and I said the same thing. Like, she's a prosecutor, former prosecutor. Like, what? Like,
we should know better. That's the point. Yes.
Yep. That's my point.
And Eddie makes a great point when he says that that's part of what they do to
silence.
Yeah, basically, And I get that. But at some level, there's got to be a drop off point where that's enough. Like, you've gone a little too far. Like, her producer, her writer,
yeah,
made a statement that the defense put out. They admitted that they lied. No, they didn't. I would love. Atlanta said the same thing, and I just might do it. I don't know that I'll get a response, but I would like to contact Ann Taylor's office and ask her what her thoughts are on that statement, because she never made that statement, guys. We have followed everything they put out, word by word, every interview that's ever been given. The defense never said anything like that. Never.
I wonder too, like, how many, now I look back, like, how many cases, I mean, I guess a lot of them that, like, me being somebody just only watch that, like, how many times are we gaslit about, or different cases, or how many people aren't really guilty that are, that those people that I thought watching YouTube was better than watching Channel 6 News or something.
Well, it is, but there's also more freedom on YouTube than what there would be on the news for people to say things. But
for Nancy Grace,
it's bad. It's gotten really bad. Well, Lucy just said it. Y'all know why Nancy's not a prosecutor anymore. So
that makes sense.
Yeah, Nancy disgrace. She actually proved it today. That guest of hers, whoever that woman was. And then she brings on the defense attorney. She always brings this guy on so she can demean him and degrade him. But he shut her down. He basically explained and showed how ridiculous. I love that one. He was like, "Are you serious? Like, you think that because there's apples in a bag and this and that?" Like, he basically said, "You're stupid. Shut up and sit down," which is true.
True. I agree.
I loved it. And I may show you that clip just because it was funny. It was great. But we're gonna go through these docs first.
Oh, we got docs.
Yes, we got 4 or 5 new ones that I want to go through real quick, and it's based on they're in relation to the
Oh, Lucy, don't tell me what
unsealing stuff. What'd you say, Luce?
Lucy. There's
Had
this
her
other.
coworker. Oh yeah, she did. That was when the girl that knew Brian supposedly that
Yeah.
basically actually was trying to get her to say as much negative as she could, and the girl's going,
Mm-hmm.
okay, yeah. She didn't say anything. It's basically ridiculous.
Megyn Kelly has this chick that she had on her show. Then she produces her show for her. It's called The Nerve. Maureen Callahan.
I've seen it. Yeah.
Oh God, she went on about Karen Reed, and she didn't even have the names right. It was like she went on this thing, and it was like awful, horrible.
They do that a lot. That's how many times that's been done in the Idaho case where they couldn't even pronounce the victims' names. You should be ashamed of yourself if you can't even do that right. Sorry.
She's like Jason McKee, John O'Keefe or something, and what's a turtle boy and blah, 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 and
which means they don't follow the case. They're just talking about it to make money on it. Yeah.
It was like a personal thing against Karen. And I'm like, but see, Megyn Kelly was a prosecutor too. So she knows better than to just agree with.
Yeah. But see, here's the thing I've noticed, and Meg pointed it out in the chat too. Let me find it again. Meg, where'd it go? Where'd you go? Megyn Kelly's actually been, she pointed out some things that are opposing what she had said before. And I thought that was quite interesting. And even Chris McDumbass has brought up some interesting points. I'm sorry, you guys, but when I don't like these people, I have to get it out somehow because some of these people make me so angry. So angry.
Me too.
Because of what has happened here and then some.
I just feel bad. I just feel like at least we know now, though, that Brian's not dumb. Like he knows exactly what's going on. If he is, if he's not running in and that whole thing, like that was checkmate. I was like, wow.
He has every bit of the knowledge that he needs about this, and that's why I'm kind of comfortable with him doing what he did with the plea. He had to have known he knows what the outcome was going to be. That's why I think that he had a plan in what he was going to do. Good Lord, hold on.
And we got to see at the right time too. Like, imagine if we didn't see that, or at least me anyway, because I was like, oh God, I'm starting to get nervous. It's getting to the end of the thing or whatever it is, and I'm like, at least I know now that he's completely educated, whether he says he did this or not. He knows what's up. He's not getting snowballed. Like if he would, or snowed, he would know what to do if he was in a situation where he wasn't guilty. So, which I now think that he isn't.
1 second, everyone. It's the boss lady.
And now I 100% think that he isn't. Because I kind of think Lana kind of laid it out on how they found him. I was like, okay, there you go. There you go. So everything we're seeing isn't bullshit. Like it doesn't really lead to him. And these people did really lie on him. So, and at least now we know that he's not like completely uneducated. He knows exactly what's up, like even more than probably his own attorney, and probably why he didn't pay an attorney, because he probably realized he didn't need one. He didn't need
all right, guys. Sorry about that. Mrs. Dago says hello and thank you all for being here.
I hope to see her soon on my show. So I hope she watches my show soon.
I told her about it and she said she's gonna check it out when she gets some little extra time. So yes,
I'll even switch some evenings too. I'll go to evenings.
Yeah, she'll check you out. She sits and watches stuff on her phone at night when she gets off work because she likes to relax. So I gave her the link and showed her what it was, and she's like, "Oh, cool! I'll go check it out," because she likes that stuff. So
thank you.
And like I said, I try to, like today, I come in to support you.
Appreciate
and
it.
I watch it. I just don't know a lot about it, so I can't really comment a whole lot. That's all.
I was just excited that you came in.
Yeah, if you and I tell people to go support and watch you if we can.
Oh, they all come. Like Canadian Cat Lady was there today. Good Trouble. Good. Meg, I made Meg a mod one day. I was like, I need your help.
Meg is a good mod. Yes.
Yeah, everybody stop.
Transformer, welcome. Good to see you. Unfounded pronouncements are being broadcasted through various media platforms. Damage control could be the counteraction that content creators can do by showing findings that are yes. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. That's a good point, Transformer. So that's, and I'm going to continuously do this. Anytime I see that, I'm going to show it to you. And at that point, I'm going to show you the truth of it, that it's not fact and it's not true, because all they're doing is repeatedly running this. Like Eddie said, they're trying to put the nail in the coffin with this, guys. And we can't allow that to happen. We just can't. There's no way.
Yeah.
Excuse
There you go.
me.
You know, that performs two functions, really. Not only does it silence any opposing voice,
Mhm.
you know, of course, it's unsafe. It's uncomfortable to stand in the minority.
Yeah.
So it's necessary for them to like give an impression of like overrepresentation of that side of the point or of the discussion, and they build the ranks of those in that movement, so it encourages even more numbers.
Absolutely.
Also, it discourages any to go to the other side. Can you imagine? Like, that would be a bad place to be. Like, if that's the way they're portraying those who would consider that he might be innocent, do you want to stand in those ranks and have the anger of the other side bearing down upon you? No. Even if you considered it for a moment, you'd probably just be more inclined to just stay mute and not even bother entering into either side of the argument. You just, you know, I'll wait this one out. You know, I'll not get involved. Who wants to fight that uphill battle? So
Agreed.
yeah, it's part of the psychology of the propaganda, no doubt, to shame.
Yeah.
I'm just overly surprised at how you can put out a blatant lie, knowing that it's a blatant lie, knowing that you do not have this information in your grip. You've never seen that statement made, but you're making it as if it's a factual statement. That's insane to me.
Yeah.
It truly is. Guys, drop Chris's link in the channel, in the chat, please, for Lady Speedwell, if you will, please. But yeah, Eddie, that's absolute, my friend, absolute. I would rather do what I believe is right and truthful than follow a crowd. Very good point. Very good point. Thank you, SRB. There it is, Lady Speedwell, right there.
Thank you, guys.
Welcome, Simple Jack. Good to see you today. Actual truth will come out. If someone isn't fearful of the outcome, cops in Moscow ID are corrupt. Unsealed docs prove the inconsistency with this whole. I hope, Simple Jack. I do.
I hope so too.
I mean, we've seen what we've seen ourselves. We've processed what we've seen. We know what that means. We're not stupid people. Okay. You know, we're not children. We're not idiots. We don't have to have a law degree or a badge to understand what certain things are. And some of us do have backgrounds that give us a little more understanding of certain things too. With that, they continuously funnel these things to us as if but there are people that I seen it. The statement was made in the chat earlier that will and want to believe nothing but what law enforcement says is real.
Yeah, right.
You guys, we know that that's law enforcement officers, judges, politicians, prosecutors, defense attorneys. They're all human beings, just like every single one of us. They make mistakes and they have the same minds, and their minds can be twisted and turned just like anybody else's can, and do the things they need to do to get ahead in life or protect things. Okay. We're not any different.
They're the ones that, like, when they make a mistake, though, like, they should fix it. You know, like, they're the ones that actually fix their mistakes, like, in life. You know what I mean? Like,
right. And I agree.
You have to have integrity. Like, even if you don't call us journalists or you just call us YouTubers or content creators, we have more fucking integrity than those people. Think about it.
We don't throw the morality out the window and piss the integrity down the drain. You're right. And yes, you do, Meg. Stop it. It's just insane to me that no matter that somebody would go this far, and that tells me, it kind of points to the opposing, in my opinion, that it even shows more innocence on his side because they're going so far to prove his guilt. You know what I mean? I mean, I hope that makes sense how I said that, but
no, I know you, like when you were saying earlier, like, why are they still talking about it then? Like, why is it so? And I was like, oh, I didn't even think of that. Because you're right. I remember with OJ, when it was over, it was over. We knew he was guilty, but it was over. And we just kind of went on with life. and they're not. Like,
right.
we know why we're not. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I mean, we can read, we can see, we can hear, we get it all, and what you're saying does not fit. So stop. But Bobby said spot on last night, Eddie, about the first police officer not asking Dylan about anything about the suspect's skin color. Just finished last night's an hour ago. I can't beat listening live. Yeah, I got you. Thank you, Bobby, for being here. But that's a good point. Why did that not come up? Oh, wait, because they already knew, in my opinion, that's you don't have to ask questions you know the answers to. That's just my opinion, of course. Imagine being one of the people that is enforcing others to be accountable and face the consequences for their own actions and actually doing the same. And bingo, Heather. Exactly.
I don't know how people could even.
It's crazy. This is all. It just keeps getting worse. It doesn't get better. It doesn't slow down. It just keeps getting worse, in my opinion.
You guys went through Delphi. I didn't even know anything about that until
Well,
did you hear me earlier? I was like, thanks, Dago. Now I can't sleep. I got brain worms. I got me all into this case.
You got brain worms, as Annie would call it, right?
Now I'm all stressed out about Brian. I'm like,
yeah, that's right, Heather. These people are the real psychopaths. Truly. I mean, it's absolute. So good to see you, Bobby. Thank you for being here, bud. Also, the people that are trusting in these people blindly are yes, they don't even question it. How could you not even question these things? They just said it, so it's fact. Without question at all. That's very dangerous, in my opinion, and very scary. I'm sorry.
Literally last week I kept saying, I'm like, what aren't we seeing? They can't be completely wrong. Like, is there something going to pop up where it says Brian did it? And then I'm like, Krista, stop. 3 different departments have come out with all their stuff. There's nothing that's missing. We know. I mean, like, you can't really twist too much. I mean, what could?
There are things that are missing, but they're missing on purpose. Okay, they've been withheld from us on purpose. They've been disposed of on purpose, because that way we'll never see them. Therefore, we can never come to that conclusion because it's not there. They believe, but
yeah. And then, like, if there was something that was going to point to his guilt, they would have it in our faces. But since they can't even hold up the lie, so I'm like, Krista, think about it, Krista. There is nothing missing. They can't even hold the lie. Why would they hide the truth about him being guilty? If they
don't have any truth about him being guilty. That's their biggest problem. They never did. That they've showed everything that they have, in my opinion, absolutely everything they have to prove that their reasoning why they believe that Brian's guilty. And that's been absolutely nothing. Their circumstantial is not even circumstantial. Okay?
Right. Yep.
It's sad. It's pathetic. It's nothing. Yeah. So,
and even circumstantially, there's more people that could be circumstantially guilty by all circumstances, like means, motive, and opportunity.
And that's why they didn't. That, in my opinion, that's why they didn't allow for that to be put out, because they didn't want anybody to see that and realize, oh my God, yes, that could be there, and that makes sense, and yes, that makes sense, and it's not Brian. They don't want nobody going there, so that wasn't going to happen. I knew that wasn't going to happen.
Ugh.
Simple says, only 2 ways to silence people: money or take them out. BK's defense, cops, prosecution, and judge all went to the University of Idaho. You know what? STEM's college's donations can't have that out. Yeah, that's a good point. Very good point. You're okay, Miss Paula. Welcome. Good to see you. RC3, you as well. Just saw an ad on ABC. Yeah, it comes out Friday. I will be watching, and then we will be discussing. There's the bomb toy. Good to see you. Who's got Kool-Aid in here?
Even people like I respected and watching, like, content creators that were showing up at Karen Reed's trial. I was like, oh, look, they actually do care about the truth. And then the truth wasn't what they were talking about. I'm like, this is horrible. Like,
that the truth doesn't always, the truth doesn't always bring you the views that they want as creators, and it's sad, you know.
That's what I was like, wait, they really are just doing this for the money. I'm like, oh,
yes, there's a lot. There's a whole lot.
Yeah, but I don't make anything.
White, good to see you, Allison. You've got red Kool-Aid. Witchy, welcome back to you. Good to see you guys so much. So this first document is in relation to the second order seeking party's position regarding the sealed documents. If I cut out, I'm sorry right now. I'll tell you right up front. I've read so much over the past month that my voice is like, yeah, right, dude. But we'll try it.
I'll tag in and like.
Yeah. And hopefully you guys can see this. wait a minute, let me see what I have it blown up to. Yeah, one more I can go, I think. There we go. You should be able to see a little bit better. As the court noted in its prior order regarding the sealed documents entered on August 4th of 25, as part of the process to review sealed records to determine which should be unsealed, the court will process the review of those documents from newest to oldest. And he said that before. The next batch of documents concerning which the court will require the parties to indicate whether they have an objection to unsealing any specific document or portion thereof are identified below. Using consecutive numbering from the court's first order, the response must identify each document by date, name, and number of each document identified in this order. The parties must file their response, including, if appropriate, a notice of non-objection by September 19th. So the first round of documents has already been processed, talked about. I think he gave another 14 days to be able to redact whatever names that they plan on or whatever they were going to do. So those should be coming relatively soon, in my opinion. And this is the next round. It says the second set of documents the court requires the parties' input as outlined above include the following documents. The dates refer to date of filing as reflected in the clerk's office. Clerk's case summary, I'm sorry. Number 44 on down is where this left off at. So it's parties proposed stipulated jury instruction from May 30th. Then May 28th is the state's proposed supplemental jury instruction. Again, May 28th, defendant's amended phase 2 mitigation witness list. I'm curious about that, but I'm sure it's going to be mostly redacted. May 27th, the exhibit S2 to the state supplemental rebuttal disclosure, the penalty phase experts. Again, May 27th, S1, state supplemental rebuttal disclosure, the penalty phase experts. 527 would be the state supplemental rebuttal disclosure, the penalty phase expert. And 523, yes, sir. Yes.
Maybe we could just scroll all the way down to the last one. This is just a suggestion. Rather than going and reading all of them individually, just scroll all the way down to the last one and see that it says it's the April 2nd, 2025 document titled thus. So
the exhibit S1 to state's first supplemental request for discovery disclosure.
Right, because otherwise reading them all, it's just
there's a lot of
an exercise that has really no point. I mean,
so that's the list of what's you have today. We have available right now.
No, this is the list of the next set of the next round that they're going to go through and decide what they want redacted and non-redacted. So that's all of them right there, folks. It would
right all the way down to April 2nd.
Yeah.
And if you want to see which ones they are, you can peruse them at your own leisure.
Absolutely. We can put the link in there for you guys as well.
Otherwise, it's kind of a pointless exercise in losing time because reading which ones they are doesn't really achieve any specific.
Now, that one there, I will say, April 8th, that one, it's the third from the bottom up. I'm real interested in this one.
I heard some talking about that this morning somewhere.
I think that might be the one. If I'm correct, somebody correct me, that Cyray. This one here, I don't know why I can't highlight this to save my life, but that one there is one of the main ones that I want to see. So anyway, we'll see if they even unseal any of that. And there's a link right there for the documents if you guys want to pull those up. You'll see when you get to the link and pop it up, the thing, it'll show everything, and the newest ones will be highlighted with the red box that says new. So that's how you know it's what. Thank you, SRB, for the link.
In general, it's just the next batch of however many, how many in a batch? 25, 40 of them?
Or 40 some, yeah.
Whatever it is. It's the next batch.
And they've only gone through 2. That's a secondary batch so far, so we'll see. This next document here is the order on sealing records based on the party's lack of objection in the fact that none of the factors listed under the ICAR 32 rule warrant continued sealing of the material The court hereby orders the unsealing of the following records identified in the court's August 4th order regarding unsealed documents. And it's 1, 3, 6, 13, 14, 15, 16, 21, 22, 23, 24, 28, 32, 36, and 37. So those are going to be unsealed to their extent. There's still going to be redactions. I can promise you that. That was ordered as of today, or filed as of today. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm guessing the order was probably sometime within the past couple days. All right, so
correct copy.
And then this third document here is the order unsealing and redacting records. It says the following documents identified in the court's August 4th order regarding sealed documents object to, at least in part, by one or both parties, are to be unsealed, though several with redactions. Now, these are the other numbers: 2, 4, 7, 10, 12, 19, 20, 33, 34, 38, 42, and 43. The bases for unsealing and redacting are as follows. July 23rd, orders modifying and amending the no contact order 7. There is no further justification under ICR 32 to warrant the continued sealing of these orders. However, the court orders that the dates of birth of the defendant and of the protected persons be redacted pursuant to ICAR 32 again. Now, understand that Hitler stated that in his initial order before this, that if their names have already been out and put out via whatever it is, then one second. Thank you, SRB. Then what the hell was I going to say? Welcome, Jamie.
If their names are already out there, then there's probably no point in moving forward to redact their name.
Not going to redact them, right? That's how I took that order that he put in. That, you know, if they've been out on Dateline or they've been out in other documents, they've done interviews, this and that, they're not going to redact them. Sorry, guys, I completely lost my train of thought there. My apologies. I'm thinking about too many things. So yeah, hopefully they hold to that. Welcome, Hemisphere, and they don't go against that. So we'll just say, welcome, Lucy. Number 4 is July 9th, Exhibit S1, the state's response to the defendant's 24th supplemental request. And that's the one that dropped right before the whole sentence, the change of plea hearing and all that stuff went down. And that's the supplemental request for discovery. The name of the individual identified within this document has already been widely disseminated by the media. Thus, there is no justification under ICAR 32 to warrant the continued shielding of her name. So it's probably Molly McMichael, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So that explains basically what I was just telling you, that if that is the case, there will be more. I got you, SRB.
What dummy? What CI dummy says their name? Well, I mean, I guess she didn't realize it was going to be spread out forever. Like, you know,
I still think she did that just to get out of a DUI. That's my opinion.
Oh yeah, that's what I mean. Like, to be, you're basically
right. And it says, however, the court orders that the individual's date of birth be redacted. I don't care. I don't need to know your age. In addition, the states assigned AB and Bates.
Baby, AB.
Not as sure about what that is, guys. I can't give you an answer to that. I'll figure it out, though. AB and Bates numbers identify. Oh, okay. Now I know. Identifying the location of the discovery is not protected. Work product as contemplated by ICR 16G1, and therefore will not be redacted. Good. And I do have to go back to the last document. There was more that I missed. I'm sorry about that. June 27th, second notice of filing, the defendant's additions, objections to the juror. And that was, they're talking about the questionnaire. There is nothing in this record that justifies continued sealing under the 32 rule. Completed juror questionnaires are confidential under the 32 rule to protect juror privacy, but that is not implicated in this record. Consequently, it shall be unsealed without redactions. Nice. Number 10, June 25th, the Exhibit W to Defendant's 24th Supplemental Response for Discovery. The name of the individual identified, we already know that. There is no justification. Again, we know that as well. However, the court orders that the individual's date of birth, which again, I don't care. The court minutes from July 18th concerning alternative perpetrators, although there's no longer justification under 32 to warrant continued sealing of the entire document, there were discussions recorded within the minutes that require protection. So it says first, the minutes at 1:31 and 52 refer to identifying information of the proffered alternate perpetrators, the revealing of which would contravene the privacy concerns of these individuals and likely subject them to undue harassment. Thus, this reference will be redacted pursuant to ICAR 32. So the minutes at 1:32:50. Okay, 1:31:52. The privacy concerns of these individuals. Okay, I said that already. I'm sorry. And then second, the minutes starting at 1:36:17 through 2:07:05 p.m. document discussions regarding status of an ongoing investigation into potential leak in this case. This information is exempt from disclosure under 32, of course, and therefore shall be redacted, of course. Going back to what that said at top about the footnote number 1, and it says that rule identifies the prosecutor's work product as a legal research of records, B, correspondence, or C, reports of memoranda to the extent that they contain the opinions or theories or conclusions of the prosecuting attorney or members of the prosecuting attorney staff. We know that they're not going to show their work product. They never do. Welcome, Texas, and gracefully, Shelty. Good to see you guys today. Like I said, you guys, from my understanding, when Tomboy figured this out last night, today's not actually the day. If you go by the way it's supposed to be done, I think the 6th, 3 more days, I think, if that's correct. I think the 6th, September 6th is the actual last day. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure she figured that out last night. So that they're going to redact the quote unquote investigation they have going on for this, that I doubt that they have going on. 1 second, I know who that is.
There's no justification.
I believe we left off at number 19.
Oh,
So I'll go ahead and take that.
Okay.
So it's the June 13th, 2025 document. Defendant's reply to state's objection to defendant's offer of proof regarding alternate perpetrators and defendant's evidence in support of offer of proof regarding alternate perpetrator. There is no further justification to warrant the continued sealing of this filing. However, in the interest of privacy and to guard against likely harassment, the court orders that the names of the proffered alternate perpetrators and other identifying information be redacted pursuant to ICAR 32.
I can't scroll.
Number 20. Oh, let's see.
If you scroll, I'll read if you can scroll.
I can't scroll. I'll just, I'll begin number 20.
Okay.
June 12th, 2025. State's motion to amend witness list and supplement expert disclosure. There is no further justification to warrant the continued sealing of this filing. The name of the retained expert witness identified in this filing was previously revealed publicly in this case, and the unsealing of the document with the expert's name is unlikely to result in undue harassment. I'm looking at what you guys are looking at.
Okay. It's number 33 on 6/9/25.
Okay, you guys can scroll. Okay.
I can't scroll. I don't know who's scrolling.
Daigle must be. Okay, so number 33.
Okay.
June 9th, 2025.
It was me, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Order granting defense expert analysis of evidence. Although there is although there is no longer a justification to warrant the continued sealing of the entire order, the court orders the identifying information, name and address of the expert identified therein to be redacted, and until such time the court has heard from the parties regarding the privacy concerns related to the individual and makes a determination whether to further unseal the document. Number 34. Should I keep going, Bagel?
I can take over if you want me to, bud.
Okay.
Okay. June 6th, the 25 states response read the defendant's motion for independent analysis of evidence, and there is no longer, again, a justification under 32 to warrant continued sealing of this filing. The sole objection was the revealing of the expert's name and address, but this information is not included in the filing. Consequently, it shall be unsealed without redactions. Number 38, again, June 6th, motion for independent analysis of evidence. See number 33, Supreme Court, I believe. Number 39, June 6th, states objection to defendant's offer of proof. Read the alternate perpetrators and defendant's evidence in support of offer of proof. Read the alternate perpetrator. There is no further justification under 32 to warrant continued sealing of this filing. However, in the interest of privacy and to guard against potential harassment, the court orders that the names and other information that could be used to identify the proper alternate perpetrators be redacted. Pursuant to 32 and 7, the unsealing of this filing, however, does not extend to the appended table of contents listing the state's exhibits to the filing, nor does it apply to the exhibits themselves, both of which shall remain sealed, of course. June 3rd, number 42, June 3rd, Exhibit S1, state's response to defendant's 23rd supplemental request for discovery. There is no further justification under 32 to warrant the continued sealing of this filing. In addition, the redactions requested by the state will not be made. Well, that's good to know. The state's assigned AV and Bates numbers identifying location of the discovery is not protected. Work product as contemplated by number 16. Further, the release of the names of law enforcement officers and experts disclosed as testifying witnesses in this case do not implicate privacy concerns or sufficient to warrant redaction. Thus, the filing shall be unsealed without redactions. That's good. Welcome, Dylan.
What's up, y'all?
Hey, Dylan.
Number 43, June 2nd, exhibit versus two defendants' 23rd supplemental request for discovery. This item will be unsealed consistent with court's ruling related to item 42. And that's it for that one. How are you today, bro? Thank you for joining us today. If you can hear me.
You talking to me?
Yeah.
Yeah, all good. How you guys doing? I'm just checking in, seeing what you got going here.
We're doing good. I appreciate you doing this. So as far as that document, SRB, I don't see anything else on that one. I went all the way to the bottom where they signed it. Unless I missed something there. Nope, that's it. Hold on. Was it this one? Nope, that's it. That's everything there. Hold on. Or wait, maybe she was talking about. Oh, that's it. Okay, so this next one. Wait.
We did it.
I just did that one, didn't I? Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, that's the last one there. Sorry. The list right there, not the document. Oh, the list. Okay, sorry. Hold on. Nope, wrong one. I think that's it there. I don't have my glasses either, folks, so I'm kind of struggling to see what exactly I'm looking at. Okay, the list itself, right here. You mean? Yeah, it goes down. That's it right there. The bottom. It stops at the April 2nd, Exhibit 1 to state's first supplemental request for discovery disclosure on April 2nd. Yeah, of 25. All right.
Okay, so I think, okay, look at the court record. Just go to the court record that which lists all the documents. Just click off this specific document and just go to that, this page. Now scroll down. See that?
Yes, I see him now.
Okay.
There's opposition to thank you, SRB and Eddie. I get it now. The opposition to motion to vacate non-dissemination, guilty plea advisory, all of these. Jesus, there was quite a few more. Holy shit.
Oh, wow.
So why did they throw all of these? That's weird. Okay.
That's all.
Yeah, there's quite a few more. That's
Jeez.
Okay. Well, let me get through. I think we just hit the last one in the top portion, so I guess we'll come down to these then. The opposition to motion to vacate the non-dissemination order. Thank you, guys. I was misunderstanding. I'm sorry. I'm sure these will be somewhat quick. So this is, again, opposition to motion to vacate non-dissemination order. Comes now Brian C. Koberger by and through his attorneys of record and hereby requests the court for an order to maintain the revised amended non-dissemination order issued on June 23rd until sentencing. Mr. Koberger's request regarding the order is based on the one language of the order that had not previously been challenged by the media, 2, the ongoing publicity regarding the case and threats to Mr. Koberger's safety, and 3, the ongoing special inquiry and the hold order for all witnesses issued by this court. It says that 1, the language of the revised amended non-dissemination order issued on the 23rd specifically ran through sentencing. In response to significant litigation and Idaho Supreme Court ruling on this issue, in this case, the court had issued a revised amended non-dissemination order on June 23rd of 23. By its terms, the order was to remain in full force in effect until the conclusion of a trial and sentencing proceedings that may follow unless ordered by this court. The order at page 3, it says, after this order was issued, the interested parties herein after the media raised no further objections to the revised order. The revised order recognized that Mr. Koberger's rights extend beyond the question of guilt or innocence to his right to a fair sentencing proceeding, regardless of whether that proceeding is reached via a jury verdict or a plea. The motion filed by the media to vacate revised order asserts that once a guilty plea is entered, that his right to a fair trial under the Sixth Amendment is extinguished. Motion to vacate at page 4. What the media fails to recognize is that Mr. Koberger retains his rights to a fair sentencing proceeding guaranteed under the 14th Amendment. See State versus Morgan 85, and his right to effective assistance of counsel under the 6th Amendment in the Idaho Constitution. So I wonder if this is playing into the fact that there's something else coming. You know what I'm saying? If you read it, I mean, Eddie, does that make sense what I just said based on what we just read?
I'd have to reread it again and think it through. I'm not really sure what it's saying.
I mean, in layman's terms, it kind of told, maybe I just read it wrong, but it kind of says like maybe that they're saying that he still has the right to a fair trial and all this other stuff, and that he still has the ability to appeal, basically, and that because that hasn't been put forth yet, they're holding this to what it is. Does that make sense? What I just like, they're holding this, they're leaving this up, okay, because of that, which makes me wonder that they're expecting this to come forth at some point, maybe. That's interesting. Now, let me read this part again right here. It says, The revised order recognized that Mr. Koberger's rights extend beyond the question of guilt or innocence to his right to a fair sentencing proceeding, regardless of whether that proceeding is reached via jury or plea. The motion filed by the media to vacate revised order asserts that once a guilty plea is entered, that his right to a fair trial under the Sixth Amendment is extinguished. What the media fails to recognize is that Mr. Koberger retains his rights to a fair sentencing proceeding guaranteed under the 14th Amendment and his right to effective assistance of counsel under the Sixth Amendment and the Idaho Constitution. Do you see what I'm saying? It's almost like, hang on, let me read the footnote. On March 24th, the Idaho Supreme Court denied the media's petition for writ of mandamus or writ of prohibition in petition for writ of mandamus or writ of prohibition. In response, the media filed a motion to vacate the amended non-dissemination order, which resulted in the revised amended non-dissemination order attached to the declaration of Olson as Exhibit A. A defendant's right to effective assistance of counsel extends to all critical stages of the prosecution where his substantial rights may be affected, and sentencing is one such stage. In this case, substantial dangers of prejudice to Mr. Koberger exist up to and through sentencing. As this court is well aware, there have been numerous leaks of confidential info to the press, and the avalanche of publicity continues with the release of the Peacock documentary, the Idaho student murders, and the Amazon Prime series on July 11th, and the book by James Patterson, July 14th. Lifting the revised order now, this close to the sentencing, would only increase the media frenzy and publicity around the case. But he's already been sentenced. The ongoing publicity in the case threatens Mr. Koberger's safety. So maybe it's in relation to the fact that he's still getting threats and they're expecting an appeal, maybe. As set forth above in Section 1, the amount of publicity coming before sentencing, even with the revised order in place, is massive. Further release would only serve to gin up the anger and violent rhetoric already at fever pitch. Again, this court is well aware of these threats posed not only to Mr. Koberger, but his family and court staff. At this point, the press has access to every witness who is not an agent of either party, as the court noted in its denial of the motion to vacate the amended non-dissemination order in 23. The media is not being restrained, only the parties are restrained, and those restraints are reasonable. Both parties had no objection and indeed sought to have the revised order remain in place at least until sentencing. But we've gone past that.
I think so. Taking this in chronological order, so we had the plea hearing.
Yeah.
First came the plea hearing, and then I believe the next thing would have been the correct me if I'm wrong here, the motion to be heard as interested parties and motion to vacate non-dissemination order.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So the sentencing hearing hadn't happened yet. So keep in mind that this document that we're reading was just posted now, but it was filed way back, probably, I'm guessing, because I haven't had time to examine it all and all the dates, but
right.
It was filed between the plea and the sentencing hearing. That's how it makes sense to me, anyway.
I get it. It's some of these are hard to explain, you guys. Welcome, Mary. Good to see you.
Real quick, does anyone have the dates of the plea and the sentencing hearings?
Give it a minute. I don't have it right off the get. I'm sure somebody will.
It was July 2nd.
There you go. Thank you.
For which one?
The plea hearing was July 2nd, and the agreement, according to when the documents were entered, every document that's on the list that you're opening up, anything that's new has the date that it seems to have the exact date that those documents were entered and redacted. So we've seen those things on there, but they've been either redacted or sealed. Now anything that's new. So as you're opening them, the date should be listed on the top of each document as well as on the list there. You'll see the date and then it says new. So anything that doesn't have a new next to it is stuff that's been there. Anything that's new, it was just unredacted. It's gonna give us a little information, but when you open it, you just have to kind of explain to people that are listening, hey, this was submitted or entered on June 2nd or May or whatever.
Right.
And then as you're reading it, make sure you're fitting it into the timeline accurately. So we're not, again, 95% of this information, you guys, it is going to be fairly irrelevant. If you are on my side of things, or the innocent side of things, everything that was submitted into the courts by the prosecution team, well, they weren't submitting things that were leading to alternate suspects or alternate perpetrators. They were throwing, that's why Ann Taylor got, mountains of evidence, and they couldn't handle it because it was all a bunch of trash. So you have to take that same mindset into these documents when you're opening them. A majority of these documents are just going to be, you can just put them through the paper shredder. They're standard documents that are saying, hey, look, we're going to be bringing this stuff into court. We don't want these names, whatever. Most of this stuff today that you're going to be opening, it is going to give you a better timeline, and it is going to question, like, why was this redacted? Like, what was the point of this?
Yeah.
Well, if it was redacted, again, you have to assume that the PCA was a lie and some statements were a lie. But in terms of the dates when you're opening them, if they're not actually listed on the top of the document, they are listed on the left side of those new tabs.
Yeah, this was originally filed July 15th was the initial file date on this one. And to end this one up real quick, in conclusion, Mr. Koberger requests the court deny the media request to vacate revised order ahead of sentencing in order to maintain the integrity of the process and the security and safety of all the parties involved, including the families, court staff, and attorney. Revised order should remain in effect. The revised order is reasonable in scope and does not impinge on the media's ability to investigate and report on this case. And maintaining the revised order will minimize the media frenzy leading up to sentencing. So there we go. And that was the initial file date, was July 15th, folks. And then this one was July 2nd. And if you give me just a minute, I got to run to the little boys' room, and I'll be right back. Please discuss what you may if you want. And I'm only going to be just a matter of a couple minutes. I'll be right back. 1 second.
So what is this now? Oh, it's plea agreement. Okay.
Yeah, it's just crappy handwriting, checking some boxes, standard stuff. And the guilty people out there will scream, see, he's checking these boxes. He's telling us he did it. No, it's not what happened. It's unfortunately he's stuck in a weird position, but there's some juicy evidence down the way as Dago gets to it. You guys are gonna have some fun. They definitely tested the heck out of his Elantra, so a lot of fibers.
Really?
Yep.
You mean like?
You'll
Really?
get to it, yeah. Well, at least they obviously they tested his car, they tested everything.
Yeah.
But I don't think they did a very good job of planting more evidence after they decided it was him. I would have had that car covered in all those girls' stuff and Ethan's stuff. I would have had his hair, his freaking dog collar, cell phone. Like, you make that car look like he just had all these people in. But the other problem with that is they didn't arrest him for another month. So obviously he would have cleaned his car by then. I mean, It's just kind of ridiculous. But yeah, again, all of this evidence is from within the house, but Lord knows if it was put there at 2 a.m. or 8 a.m. or 4 p.m. When our lovely lead detective finally decided to show up. It's also great. Fucking douchebag pain.
Wasn't he like on a camping trip or a hunting trip?
Maybe a disposal trip of taking bodies out of the house and burying them in the woods, and then telling the public that there were 4 bodies in there. When were there?
Did anybody see them come out of the house?
Do we know that there were 4 bodies in there? Yeah, no, we don't know where Payne was. He very well could have been with some other people, part of the cleanup crew.
Dispose of it.
Yeah, dispose, as in, yeah, there's a chance that these murders could have happened elsewhere, and the whole thing was a setup. So I don't know, it's interesting to see. But these first couple documents are nothing. And you know what I didn't realize either? It's not that expensive to murder someone. Like BK came out okay with these civil judgments. I mean, $5,000 here, $6,000 here. It's not like I figured he'd be paying like $500,000 or something per victim, but I guess cost of life is low out there in Idaho. I don't know.
I agreed that I thought it was going to be way more than it was, but
Maybe am I missing something on a couple of? I'm sorry, I was bouncing around on my own here, but
the total is
what-
the end total is 250,000 for everything.
for all 4 people.
Yeah.
What? Okay. Well,
It isn't. It's not as much as I thought it was going to be either. I thought it was going to end up a lot higher, in the millions, possibly. But
people. I didn't know you had to pay a fine for murdering people.
Well, the thing is with it that's even stranger is there's different number. Eddie and I were talking about that at one time too. Like there's different
tiers.
Like different family members are getting different amounts.
Well, isn't that? I mean, again, this could be way wrong. But I figured that the trial for the murders themselves is one thing, and then if the families feel that they want to file a civil lawsuit and collect money after that happens, they can do so. Is that like how these are just court fines? It looks like, right? $2,500.
That's how I understand it, and I understood that. I could be wrong, but from what I understood about the Gonsalves is that they do have an ongoing civil suit against the city of Moscow and something else with that. So I don't know, but it says on the on multiple documents that the newest ones we got before this that these are civil payments that are going out for civil, and I'm like, well, which one is it then? Is this?
There wasn't a civil trial though.
There hadn't been, not that I know.
And who's paying them if he's not working? Brian's not working at the moment.
Well, anything that he gets that goes into his commissary fund, they get to keep a percentage of it. But that can't take it all. He has to keep some of it, and the rest of it goes towards this kind of stuff.
That's interesting. Like, again, wild case, but even something like that, it's kind of like, what? Why are you muddying the waters? Like, just if you want to sue, then file a civil lawsuit on behalf of Kaylee or Ethan or whatever, and then go, whatever. This is, yeah. But no, go ahead, Dago. You can keep going. I kind of went through it. If you got
one is just the shit. Hold on. The guilty plea advisory is all this is. And it just gives him the Miranda, all of that there, everything, and it says that I understand by pleading guilty, I'm waiving my right to remain silent as elements of the crime. He initials it. To waiver your right to remain silent applies to the plea of guilty in the crime in the case. I know the whole thing. He just initials all these. This is a standard document that everybody gets. You can also refuse to answer and provide any information that might tend to increase the punishment for the crime to which you are pleading guilty. He clicks the box and he initials it. There's like 10 pages of this. I understand that a term of plea agreement. I think I went through the initial document on this after this was filed. I think when the plea was filed. I think. Go ahead, Krista. Sorry.
No, I have waived the right to remain silent with respect to any crime. So he's waiving it.
You have to waive the Miranda to be able to plea
Oh, okay.
and speak on what you're gonna admit to per se or not, or however you would put it. You have the right to be represented by the attorney. You're presumed to be innocent. You have the right to a speedy and public trial. And he says he's waiving his right, which that all happened in the beginning. All of this is all done. I don't know why they reposted this, but okay.
Yeah, I was like, is this
maybe because he entered a plea and it was a plea deal and they hadn't filed it? Maybe, I don't know, but it showed that it was filed once, like you said. And these are just the questionnaire of what they ask him.
Autism, MCD, ADHD.
Are you currently under the care of a mental health professional? No. Have you ever been diagnosed with mental health disorder? Yes. Are you currently prescribed medication? Yes. If answered yes, have you taken your prescription meds in the past 24 hours? Yes. In the last 48 hours, have you taken any medication or drugs? No. He probably thought that would mean prescription and said no. Are you under the influence of alcohol, drugs? No. Are you capable of understanding these proceedings? Yes. Do you claim that you are mentally incapable of understanding these proceedings? No. Are you having any difficulty understanding what you're doing by filling out this form? No. And is there any other reason that you cannot make a reasoned and informed decision in this case? No. And then it shows the plea agreement again. Have you read it? Yes. Do you understand it? Yes. And I don't care, and I'm not going to listen to people say, well, he knew what he was doing, and that says he's guilty. Stop. Okay. He knew exactly what he was doing.
Yeah.
Especially now that we know what he knows. Yeah. He knows what he's doing. There's a reason for this, folks. You have to remind yourself of that. Okay. He didn't do this because he's guilty. And I'm just so tired of seeing that. We don't know exactly why he did it. Okay. And maybe one day we will, but as of right now, we don't. But there's a reason. I'm just going to say it that way. I don't believe it's because he's guilty. I don't believe it's because he's admitting guilt, because he didn't. He answered what they asked him to do, just as you're supposed to do when you go through a plea like this. And again, people are out here screaming, well, the judge asked him if he understood it. The judge asked him this and judge asked him that, and it was all on record that he said yes. It doesn't mean anything. People do that every day, every single day.
And he explained why.
Yeah, and then they back out of it when they change up what they're going to do down the road. That's how it works. It means nothing. It shows the 4 fixed life sentences consecutive without potential for parole, as well as 10 years for the burglary, I think it was. And it says in this conditional guilty plea in which you are reserving your right to appeal any specified adverse ruling. No. What rulings have you reserved the right to appeal? None. That's how he's supposed to do this.
Okay. Yeah, a good thing, right? Yeah.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be accepted. From my understanding, what I read on this, if he doesn't do this the way this is done, they won't accept it. End of story. That's the only way you can do this, okay? Because those were the conditions. If it is not a conditional plea, do you understand that pleading guilty, you are waiving your right to appeal any ruling made by the judge prior to ending your plea? Yes. Have you waived your right to appeal your sentence as part of your plea agreement? Yes. Again, I'm charged with the crimes of blah, blah, blah. He wrote down what his crimes were and what they are, what the punishment is. I'm sorry. If you plead guilty more than one crime, do you understand that your sentences can run concurrently? He does understand. You understand that if you plead guilty and you commit crimes in the future, this conviction could be considered in the future case and could cause more severe penalty? Yes. Additional consequences of a guilty plea. Are you currently on probation or parole? No. Are you aware that if you are not a citizen of the United States, the entry of a plea or making the factual admission could have consequences of deportation or removal and ability to obtain legal status in the United States? And he said yes. Does the crime to which you will plead guilty require you to register as a sex offender? No. No. Understand that. For those idiots out here that are saying that there's a sexual aspect to this, there was not. Was not. Something else that was stated in that stupid thing that Lana put out there today with Nancy Grace and her idiotic guest. Trying to say that all this stuff there's a sexual aspect to this. There's not at all.
No.
Are you aware that if you plead guilty, you may be required to pay restitution? Yes. Are you pleading guilty to a crime?
Jacob,
Yes, sir.
You just mentioned, I'm sorry, I hate to stop you in the middle of this. You
Oh,
just
you're-
mentioned this crime was not sexual, but that is incorrect because Brian watched porn. So you have to make sure to include that when talking about evidence against him. He did watch porn and had porn searches on his computer. So that makes this case sexual, in my opinion.
Well,
It was sarcastic, Dago.
I was hoping, I was getting ready to
I
say,
was waiting for the.
I was getting ready to say, I was waiting for Eddie to come out and go, what?
Obviously,
But
it
no,
wasn't.
I got you.
I mean, there. Before you say it's not sexual, I don't. I agree. I don't think there's any sexual acts
Not at all.
involved. Like immediately prior to the murders, or like during the murders, or anything like that. But I do believe that at least one of these murders had some kind of love triangle, sexual tension mixed into it
Could've.
at some point.
Could've.
So maybe a killer had once dated someone in the house, or something like that. So
Or had
again,
an obsession with one of the girls, possibly. Sure. Yeah.
sure, sure, there could have been something like that, but in terms of this being a sexually
I
motivated crime,
appreciate,
there's absolutely no evidence to support
yeah.
that.
I
Me-
appreciate the sarcasm too, bro, because I stopped for a minute to like, did I
I
miss
saw your
something?
face, Digger. You're like, and I'm like,
No, I get it. It's
You
actually been
can
made into
we
a
can
joke.
laugh a little bit here and there.
Yeah. It's been made into a joke because they've tried to say this again and again and again, and it's never been true. In fact, that woman today said that Brian was more, this is disgustingly weird, folks, but more sexually attracted to somebody that doesn't want him. Those were her words. That Brian Koberger is more sexually attracted to a person that wants nothing to do with him. And that's what he was attracted to in this aspect. What? Sit down. I mean, these people are ridiculous at this point, you guys. Ridiculous. I'm sorry. But anyway. So yeah.
like who said? And then first of all, like they say he's not an ugly dude. Like he wasn't an ugly guy.
Oh,
So,
they've
like,
been pushing that with everything, Krista. They're making this guy out to be some kind of crazy monster. The dude's a decent looking guy.
Yeah, like
There's nothing. He's smart. He
He's an
doesn't.
ugly.
all of that.
He's an ugly Tom Brady, which is not a bad thing.
No, not at all.
Tom Brady's an ugly Tom Brady.
The guy had
Well,
a bit of a
you know
big
what I'm
nose.
saying.
I mean, but he was well. It carried.
Yeah,
it,
I mean,
okay?
and like really smart.
They're only saying this because they have to say this to make this make sense to them. He's ugly. He's evil. He's a monster. No, he's not.
Yeah.
Shut up. Whatever. If he wouldn't have been, I promise you. And the weird thing really gets me. We all know that already. The weird thing about him being weird and this and everything, everybody has completely and totally pushed to the side the Asperger's or autistic side to this thing and completely blew it off like it's nothing. And it's a huge part of this. Okay. No, Jesse. And welcome, bud. So, I mean, just stop. This is so sickening. This is not Twiz, by the way. No, Dylan and Twiz are two completely different people, folks.
Thanks.
We proved it already. And Dylan showed his face once before, and we have all seen Twiz's face, so we know who's different. Yeah, they've had to turn this to make this sound good in their minds, and when they put it out, he's an ugly monster. He's this, he's that. Nobody would want him. This, and that. You don't know. He wouldn't want you.
Like
You
really, I know.
You're not smart enough for him to be interested in you. Sorry. If you have, what is the amount? Or wait, what was that last one? If so, the state. Oh, yeah, that doesn't count, right? Or it doesn't matter. Do you understand that you cannot withdraw your guilty plea? Yes. Even if the restitution amount is determined to be higher than you thought it might or should be. Yes. Is a license suspension required as a result of the guilt? No. Do you understand that if you plead guilty, you'll be required to submit DNA and a thumbprint impression? Yes, and they did that too. Are you pleading guilty to a crime for which the court could impose a civil penalty for a crime of violence up to 5? Well, there's your answer right there, Dylan. Right there, it says it, and they did, and he said yes. So I guess that's something they do in Idaho, where they give you the max on a civil penalty. Do you understand that if you plead guilty to a felony, you will lose your right to vote? Yeah. I can't believe they put this in here. When somebody's in prison, how do you do that anyway? That's so dumb. You understand that if you plead guilty to a felony, you will lose your right to hold public office. Oh, sorry, Brian. You can't run for president now. Do you understand if you plead guilty to a felony, you will lose your right to perform jury service?
Woohoo! That's kind of like,
This is so dumb. Do you understand that if you plead
please
guilty to
don't
a
take that
felony,
from me.
you're right, and or to misdemeanor domestic violence, you will lose your right to purchase and possess firearms. Oh boy. Do you understand that pleading guilty to a felony, you run the risk that you have new felony charges in the future? You could be charged as a persistent violator. Yes. Have you had sufficient time to discuss your case with your attorney? Yes. Have you had adequate time to fill out this form? Yes. Have you had adequate access to your attorney's assistance in filling out this form? Yes. And your attorney can obtain various items from the prosecutor relating to your case. This may include police records, witness statements, tape recordings, photographs, reports of scientific testing, etc. This is called discovery. And have you had the opportunity to review the discovery provided by your attorney? Yeah, but not all of it, he should have said.
I know.
Do you want your attorney to make further action in this case? No.
No.
If you're not a citizen in the United States, like I said, he has to answer this way, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they won't accept it. Have you talked to your attorney about the impact of your guilty plea on deportation and your legal status? He said, yeah. First, he wrote NA, but then said yes, because I get it. It doesn't pertain. You understand that no one, including your attorney, can force you to plead this case? Yes. Are you satisfied with your attorney's representation? Yes. Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you will waive your or give up any defenses, both factual, legal, that you believe you may have in this case? He said, yes.
I'm going to take that one out. Could we just take that one out?
Right. Did you, okay, this is what pertains to him. Guilty plea is the result of a plea agreement reached through mediation. Did you voluntarily enter mediation? No. Aha.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I guess it wasn't mediation then. They didn't go back and forth with this.
Mm.
Did anyone force you or coerce you to enter this plea agreement? No. Were you satisfied with conduct of the mediation? NA. Are the answers throughout this form your own answers? Yes. Are you entering your plea freely and voluntarily? Yes. Are you admitting to the elements of the crime to which you are pleading guilty?
He's not. Yes. But he didn't admit to like the wins, wheres, and isn't that what they want him to do?
He didn't give the details. No, he didn't. That's what a full confession includes, are the details of the crime. If you're entering an Alford plea, do you understand that the court will consider you as guilty as if you enter a non-Alford plea? He said, NA. Have you had any trouble answering any of the questions? No. If you were provided with an interpreter to help, NA. And do you need additional time before you enter your plea? No. Do you understand if the court accepts your plea that you may not be able to withdraw your plea at a later date? Yes. Is there anything else that you want to tell the court as to why you're pleading guilty? About why you're pleading guilty? No. Have you discussed the elements of the offense for which you are charged? Yes. And then he signed it. It says he's answered them all, 1 through whatever, everything done. And he signed it there. And they all signed it there. Bicka signed it, Eliza, and everybody signed it on the 29th. Post-plea rights. Now, this is what's important right here, okay? A pre-sentence investigation would be ordered, which they waived that too. Why, I don't understand, but I guess mainly because of the way this went down, it's fine. The information in the pre-sentence interview, that doesn't count. Have you discussed the right to remain silent with your attorney? Yes. You understand the nature of this right? Yes. Do you understand that you may waive this right? Yes. And have you waived this right in your plea agreement? Yes. Do you have any questions concerning either? No. Have you discussed with your attorney your rights regarding your attorney's attendance and presence during the pre-sentence investigation? Yes. Do you want the court to order any particular evaluations to assist the court in determining your sentence? No. And that's that. There's Twiz. There's actually Twiz, folks. I know they sound somewhat alike, but they're two different people. News states motion to seal ex parte filings, re-out-of-state witnesses. So we did cover all these. So is it something that you guys believe that we need to go back through these again? Because there's nothing new filed with these. It's just that they're being refiled, I guess is how it is. And this is the motion to seal the ex parte filings, re-out-of-state witnesses. They're basically, from my understanding, is they're redoing this because of the redaction on this. I think Dylan explained it, that they're just basically showing that they're refiling the same type of document because of the redactions after they've been made. Is that right, what I just said?
I think so. If the dates
how
seem to
I take
match up,
Yeah.
anything that has new next to it, if you click on it, the dates, the dates seem to be pretty accurate. They could
And
be off.
well, mine are always off because of down here at the bottom, it's over like 4 over, but it doesn't matter. I mean, they're just refiling these same documents because of redactions that have been made, and they're re-releasing documents with or without redactions now. So it's a refile, basically, in a sense, to show that that still stands in this aspect towards it. Is how I'm taking this. I hope that's correct. And so I don't even think it's worth going through the rest of these, is it? If they're just a refile from before.
No, they're not just a refile, Dago. I mean, they are some of those down there are giving you a couple little bits of information in terms of the testing of some of the DNA and how they were taking it off of what pieces of clothing and stuff.
Okay,
There's some decent stuff in there. Again, just you have to read it with the mindset that
gotcha.
there was 12 hours. But there's a couple little bits of where they grabbed off, how they process some of the clothes and stuff like that.
Okay, understood. Gotcha. So this next one, because that other one right there, the first one is the state's motion to seal the ex parte. That's all it is. It doesn't show any of that in it. So that one, we go back to the secondary. This shows oh shit. Sorry, you guys. The Exhibit S1B to the state supplemental response to request for discovery. Read the expert testimony. Sorry. Christian Westring, PhD, curriculum by Tay. It just gives that person's background, basically. Research experience, teaching, mentoring. It just shows their background truly here, at least through this part of it. This is one of their experts, obviously.
I keep thinking about Shannon Burgess. It's Karen Pretrial, like, poor guy. His thing was it was a whole lie. His whole
background, really?
Yeah, like not all of it, but most of it. And unfortunately, they called him out on it.
Gotcha. This just shows basically what this expert's background is right here. And then I think this one is it's an affidavit here. Hold on. Whew, God, it got warm in here all of a sudden. What the hell happened? I feel like I'm having hot flashes, you guys. I must be going through my.
I literally just said the same thing when you said that thing. I'm like, I'm looking at my air. I'm like, why is it so hot in here? I'm having a hot flash. And then you said it.
I might need a hysterectomy, y'all. Yeah. Okay. Gustav and Sons Forensic Science Services. This is via affidavit. William Thompson. It says background, professional qualifications. I've been qualified as an expert. I am the owner and principal investigator, Gustav and Sons. I am the laboratory director for Niagara County Sheriff's Office Forensic Laboratory and accredited forensic. I'm just trying to get to the part that we need. This again just gives all the qualifications. It should have something in here explaining what they're doing and why.
Hey, Dago, if you pop off of that guy, that it's just going to give you the background on this guy and reports he's done.
Okay.
Next to the date, June 12th, there's an order sealing defendant's motion for access and objection to court orders.
Bingo. Gotcha.
If you start working down that one, there's a couple little things. I'm sorry. It was the 6th is the big one. On the June 6th, stipulated motion to admission of additional exhibits. This is the only thing I've seen that gives a little FBI thing, but again, it's dated January 27th, 2003 is the FBI report. So you're talking a couple months after the murders happened that the FBI is getting, this report to them, which I think is reasonable. A couple months in a 4-person homicide to do
as compared to
testing.
what? Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know the standard time frame for DNA testing, but that seems reasonable for a couple months for them to.
Somewhat, yeah.
Yeah.
Considering it could have been a lot worse, yeah.
Yeah. But this is actually showing some work done, not by Moscow, right?
Oh, there's actually a lab report on here. Finally, okay, gotcha.
So, but yeah, I'll let you guys bounce in there. I gotta get going here. 420.
All right, bud. Well, thank you.
Happy 420, everyone. Light it up.
420.
Thanks for joining us. Appreciate you. The stipulated motion to the admission of additional exhibits as evidence at trial. Again, comes now Brian Koberger by and through his attorneys of record, and hereby submits to the court a stipulation to the defense's admission of the 2 additional exhibits described. For the record, as Exhibit D1062, FBI Lab Report 4, Bates 9887, 9892, and Exhibit D1063, FBI Lab Report 12, Bates 9927, 9931, dated on June 5th of 25. And then it has the lab report attached. It says unclassified at the top. This is based out of 2501 Investigation Parkway in Quantico. Okay, that's where the FBI lab is. And it shows that it's to Travis Shirley. We remember that name out of the reports we covered. FBI agent S.A. Travis Shirley, I'm sorry. The communication was on January 4th and dated on January 27th. It says it gives the victims' names: Ethan, Madison, Xana, Kaylee, and it says trace hairs and fibers. This document may contain privileged and or personally identifiable information, including information related to juveniles and other protected individuals. The document must be afforded to the protection required by applicable law, regulation, and policy. If you are not the intended recipient of this document, please destroy it promptly without further retention or dissemination unless otherwise required by law. And it shows head hair samples from Ethan. This is through MPD, Moscow PD. Debris from the right hand of Ethan.
Like outside debris?
I don't think so. Debris. Head hair sample from Kaylee. That's interesting to me right there.
Debris.
Huh. Okay. I'm going to look into that a little bit more. Head hair sample from Xana. Debris from the left hand of Xana. So they had something in their hand. I mean,
yeah, like
that's how I'm taking this.
Yeah.
Anybody, Eddie? What are your thoughts on that? Or is it possible just parts of the bodies, maybe?
Which item are we looking at again?
This is a lab report. This is a laboratory report, and it's stating things that were laboratory evidence designators. Head hair samples from Ethan. One of debris from the right hand of Ethan. Debris from the left hand of Xana. Debris from body bag of Xana. Head hair from Madison. Necklace from Ethan. And bracelet from Ethan. Debris, both had debris on their hands. Is it their nails or is it something in their hand?
I feel like it's something like maybe they were catching the weapon and whatever was on the weapon got onto their skin and they wanted to make sure they tested it. That's what I mean. Debris, I
think this is after it was tested, I think.
Oh.
That's a lab report for it.
Oh.
They're not going to tell us. They're just going to say debris because they said it wasn't drugs involved. And of course, it didn't have an autopsy. Could be pit site origin. Okay. I don't know. That's interesting. I guess I see what you meant then. Yeah, I've never seen that before. So
me neither. Yeah.
Kind of lost. But anyway, it's showing all of those things. And there was debris within the body bag of Xana. Bracelet, necklace, and hair sample from Maddie. The discipline of this expert that is being discussed is hair. So there was there were maybe fiber debris from fibers off of somebody's clothing or something. Maybe that would be what it would be in their hand, possibly. Okay, thank you. I
Oh,
would
well, yeah,
about
yeah.
that, Lucy. Thank you.
Being discussed. Okay.
Earring from Kaylee, fake eyelashes from Madison, a ring from Madison, a ring from Madison, a ring from Madison, hair tie from Madison, a comforter from 1122, debris from near northwest bedroom on the second floor, debris from near northwest bedroom on the second floor, and debris from a half wall leading to the northwest bedroom. So that's the little wall that goes up to Xana's room, that separates her room from the stairwell. Welcome, Jay.
It's got to mean, or maybe not. I say, is that blood or no? Like,
if this is a hair and fibers expert, then I'm guessing debris would be either hairs or fibers that were found on or in their hand or in the bag after they were placed into the bag, possibly it's stating, or debris from the door of the northwest bedroom on the second floor, which would be fibers or dirt or something. Maybe. Well, this is hair and fiber, so it's going to have to be hair and fiber. That's what this person is. Debris from drying cabinet, debris from under computer pad on desk and bedroom at 1630 Northeast Valley Road apartment, G201 MPD. Huh? Who lives there?
Northwest Valley Road.
I'll have to look that up. Debris from pillow in bedroom at 1630. Is that Brian's address?
Oh, maybe it is. Maybe
yeah,
it is.
I think it might be 1630 Northeast Valley Road apart. I might be wrong, but I think that's his address there. Sorry, Twiz. He said, duh. Debris from east wall of shower in bathroom at Brian's apartment. Debris from broom head at Northeast Valley from Brian's apartment. Left sock of Ethan, right sock of Ethan, left handbag from Ethan, shirt from Kaylee. Okay, so these are all the testings they did on everything, basically. So I thought that this is all hair and fiber stuff that would fall in that realm, okay? Not blood or anything like that, I guess. Because this is a test expert to test just those things. Left sock from Kaylee, shirt from Kaylee, left handbag from Kaylee, and underwear from Xana. Left handbag from Ethan. Left handbag from Xana, right handbag from Xana. Left foot bag from Xana, shirt from Madison. Left handbag from Madison. Right handbag from Madison. Dog hair sample from Murphy, so they did take a sample from him.
Murphy.
Head hair sample from Brian. Arm hair sample from Brian. Blanket from 1122. An original packaging from the item number 20 comforter. A filter from the dryer number 2. Catch paper from dryer number 2. Security tag from dryer number 2. A right hand bag from Ethan and pants from Kaylee. Right hand bag from Kaylee. Sweatshirt from Xana. Pants from Madison. Filter from dryer 1. Catch paper from dryer 1 and security tag from dryer 1 and catch paper from drying cabinet. Vacuum container from 16 from Brian's apartment, and the results of the trace evidence examinations, hair and fiber, are included in this report. And it says the methods that were used for that, or it's more convoluted documentation. It could be Tonka. Microscopic examination of hairs is accomplished by using a stereo microscopy and a comparison microscopy. The presence or absence, appearance, arrangement, and distribution of the characteristics within the cuticle, cortex, and medulla of the hairs are examined and may be compared during hair examination. Medulla oblongata. Sorry, I had to say that. Hold on a second, folks. I'm going to grab something real quick. I'll be right back. I'm sorry. If anybody wants to read, you're welcome to. But if not, just give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
I'll read it. Microscopic examination of fibers is accomplished by using one or more analytical techniques, including stereomicropy, comparison microscopy, polarized light microscopy, fluorescence microscopy and instrumentally using microspectrophoto and Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. The microscopic characteristics and optical properties determined by these techniques are used for the examination and comparison of fibers. Results of examination. Items submitted from Ethan Chapin's, items 312, 1331 through 33 and 52. Kaylee Gonzalez, items 1434, 36, through 36, 53 and 54. Xana's 8, 9, 37 through 40, and 55. Madison Mogan's items 15 through 19, 41 through 43 and 56, and from 1122 King Road, items 20 through 25, 47, 51, 57 through 60 were examined for hairs microscopically consistent with hairs in the head. Hair sample from Brian Christopher Koberger. That's what I could see. I wonder if the stuff from Dylan's room's on here too, and the blood part. None were found. Sorry. However, none were found. I can't wait to see the results from Dylan's room, or Dylan's items were taken out of Dylan's room. Can't allege that they're hers. Allegedly hers. Allegedly, not allegedly.
All right. So sorry about that. Okay.
I read that part, but I couldn't scroll. There you go.
And the results of the examination states that items submitted from Ethan, number 312, 13, 31, 33, and 52. Kaylee Gonsalves items 14, 34, 36, 53, and 54.
Krista already read that paragraph.
Oh, I thought you just read down. Okay.
Oh,
sorry.
I did. And
Items submitted from Brian's apartment. Items 26 through 30 and 61 were examined for hairs microscopically, consistent with hairs in the head hair sample. Basically, folks, what this tells us is how they found nothing in Brian's apartment belonging to them. Nothing. And we already know that.
Or dog hairs.
Yeah, they found nothing that belonged to anybody, that any one of the victims or the dog, for that matter, in Brian's apartment, house, office.
You know, if you had a dog or a cat that the hair gets on, it doesn't. There's no way that you don't leave a house without somebody's dog hair or dog
Right.
hair on you.
So it just tells us what we already know in that aspect, that never happened. And Ann told us that. How long ago was that? There's the proof. There's the documentation of it right there.
Wow.
Rather than reading through this is a book. It just explains what fibers are. We already know. It was none of it was there. None of it showed up. Nothing of Brian's showed up on them, and vice versa.
I agree, Daigle. We can streamline it.
I mean, it just makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, it's tedious.
Exactly. The work described in this report was conducted at Quantico Laboratory. So that was all done with the FBI through the Quantico office. Bingo. This is the same.
After all that forensic work, nothing.
Nothing.
Not one little thing. Not even a small. Nothing. That's impossible to me, you guys. I'm sorry, but I have to say it again. It's absolutely impossible. That there's no way that this man, or any man for that matter, let me say that.
Yeah.
Any man or woman, let me say, could kill 4 people without bringing something from that scene to something they belong, that they own. A car, an apartment, a job site, a house. Nothing. There's no way in hell that that's possible. I'm sorry.
Or without getting hurt. Like,
I mean, guys, dust and skin cells and hair follicle, all of that shit sticks to people when they touch things, move past things. If the furnace kicks on and blows something out of it, there's many ways that this could happen if he was in that home. The man was never in the damn house. Period. And none of that was in his car. They did all the same things in his car. It says it right here. All of these things, everything tested negative. That's the biggest thing to me with this entire case.
I know.
Have
And the
you
fact that
seen
he could do
Guardians
it,
of the
I don't think
Galaxy?
he did it by himself. Like,
Yes.
one
Twiz,
person
I've seen
could do it by
Guardians.
themselves.
There's no way he did. There's no way he was there, in my opinion. There's no way that he committed this crime without having that happen. That's my issue.
Right.
Just saying. None of this relates to him. It's ridiculous. Vacuum sweepings and the vehicle. They went through the whole car. I showed you the photographs. They tore the car apart panel by panel by panel.
Yeah.
Not one speck of anything in that car that belonged to anybody in that house. That's nuts. That's just insane to me. I'm sorry.
And he didn't clean it, so it's not like it was a freshly cleaned. Like,
even if he would have trained, here's my thing too, and I understand something, folks. The way that these guys are, they're so good. The FBI are very good at this. Okay. Even if he would have cleaned his car, I don't care, bleach, brush, vacuum, whatever the hell he did, he would have missed something. Okay. There was always something, and there was nothing found. They destroyed his car and then put it back together. Took it all the way down to the bare floor. They pulled carpet. They put everything and put it all back and found not one speck of evidence that belonged to any one of the victims. You got to be kidding me. Come on.
Or probably not even his blood either. Like,
it's ridiculous.
I mean,
it's and it shows shirt from laundry basket on TV stand in room K at 119 Lambsden Drive. I think that was his parents' house. No, wait. Twiz, what address is that? Lambsden Drive. Is that his mom and dad's address? Or no?
Room K.
Transformer says, Mr. Dago. I love how you call me that. You don't have to, though. That was one of the major pronouncements made during the conference conducted immediately after the sentencing hearing. Yeah. Okay. That's what I thought. Thank you, guys. I was just making sure.
Where was it? His parents?
That's his parents' house, the Lambsden Drive. I just wanted to make sure I was stating it right. Even his own semen SG would be in his car. Yeah. Nothing. There's nothing. Nothing at all. How is that? Somebody please explain to me how that's possible in a situation like this. Well, even if you were to walk through that house and not take somebody's life.
Yeah.
Just walking through the house, something, in my opinion, would stick to him. And
if you're wearing all black, you're going to get some dog hair on you or something.
The dog's all over the house. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's a hairy dog. They're very.
Yeah. There's absolutely nothing. So how did that happen? Anybody tell me, please.
Because he's Go-Go Gadget Arms. He's John Wick. He's all those. He's all those people.
Stupidest shit that I've ever seen in my life.
Teleported in and out.
An
alien.
Animal hairs consistent with dog hairs found in or on items 67 through 80. And they
can't be included.
There it is right there. It says it right there. Where are microscopically dissimilar to hairs in the dog hair sample from Murphy. Item 44, accordingly, based on 44 hair sample, Murphy cannot be included as a possible source of these hairs. So they found hairs in his apartment of some sort. They broke it down, and Murphy is not the dog that they were attached to.
Maybe they were Chloe's.
Who's Chloe? Oh, his dog. Or they're probably his dog.
Karen.
Okay,
John's.
Sorry.
Yeah. Robert's dog. So we can't find. It's just went missing the day after.
No, I got you. But that's it. That's the answer there. Possibly that the hairs that were in his apartment or home or his office on his belongings very well could have belonged to his dog.
Yeah, that's right. He had a dog.
They don't match up to Murphy. That's the most important part of that right there at all. Additional debris from 65 through 80 have been preserved for local possible future comparisons. Okay. Specimens were examined using the microscopy and comparison microscopy were appropriate. Interpretation of that says that the hairs may be characterized and classified according to their morphology. The first step is determining whether the hair is of human or animal. They did it. None of it matches, folks. None of it matches. I want one of the guilters to argue this with me somehow. How this makes any sense to you, that you believe this man did this when all of this stuff has been proven to be untrue. There's no connection via that or anything else. No dogs in Pullman. The only dog hair that could be in Pullman came from Murphy. Right. So there you go.
Yeah.
Brian's dog lived at home with his parents. End of story.
I wonder if they took any. They didn't take any hairs out of their house, out of 1122. To say, like,
Yeah.
I don't know, because they know he wasn't there.
They took hair and fiber from the 1122 house. They took hair and fiber from his apartment, from his house, from his parents' house. None of it matches up together from either place. So that's a big no to me. Big no. Okay. Just saying. Okay. So here again, for questions about the content, please contact forensic examiner Karen Kalo at blank. That just tells where they did this at. This report contains opinions, interpretations of issuing examiners supported. Okay. All the rest of that's unredacted. So these are probably lab. We need more lab reports though. They took hair from Murphy too. Yeah, they did. It even says it in the one doc here that we just went through. That they took hair from the dog. Hey Leah, good to see you, dear. And Tomboy or Bomb Toy. Meanie, good to see you. Sandra, welcome. Matt Emlo, good to see you. Twiz, always good to see you, brother. Annie Ruler, good to see you. I'm just trying to catch up with anybody I may have missed. So again, folks, there's nothing there. And there's people that are still out here saying he did this. I want somebody to explain to me how he did this without getting dust, skin, hair, anything on him. No problem, Krista.
Yeah, you go into a crime scene like that and you do that, you're going to either leave a part of yourself at the crime scene or you're going to take part of the crime scene back with you.
Yeah, thank you. Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. That was one of the big things that I didn't know it was that in depth either. I didn't even think about that, but it truly is. And that proves it right there. There's no way you did this without taking something home with you of some sort. And they tested everything. So no. Obviously. This next one, it just says a motion to seal the defendant's motion and order for the emergency order, which we've already been through. And this is by and through his attorneys, shows that it moves for the court for an order to seal the defendant's motion and order for emergency order.
Just click on June 9th document, the order conditionally denying admission of additional exhibits as evidence at trial.
Yep. The one that has all the scratched out stuff rewritten.
Yeah.
Yeah, because initially it says order granting admission of additional exhibits as evidence at trial. This one says now conditional something.
Conditionally denying.
There we go. Conditionally denying.
Brian Kohlberger's hand.
It looks like his writing, yeah. It's weird. Conditionally denying admission of additional exhibits as evidence at trial. The court having before it a stipulated motion to the admission of additional exhibits, evidence at trial, and good cause appearing now, therefore.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let's ask ourselves the first question, and that is, would that be in Brian Kohlberger's hand? That's his scratchings on that document? Could that be possible?
I highly doubt it. Why
I
would
do
it
too. I doubt it.
be? Yeah, and that's horrible handwriting if that's anybody else. But yeah,
Okay, but
that's
look at
wild.
look at the R's.
Right there
The pre-trial.
in there. Interesting.
I don't know.
I see it.
Maybe I'm wrong, but this handwriting, this awful handwriting, looks familiar.
It does. I agree with you. It does. I was just,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah. Who does it belong to though? That's interesting.
Right.
Evidence will not be admitted until offered with appropriate witness at trial, as was explained at the pre-trial. Okay.
Okay, those are initials SJH. Okay, I see that.
Yep.
Yeah, evidence will not be admitted until offered with the appropriate witness at trial, as was explained at the pretrial conference.
Mm-hmm.
Dang.
SJH. Hippler. That's his handwriting? Interesting.
Whoa! That's his hand. That's his.
Yeah. That's his name. Those are his initials, Stephen J. Hippler. Wow.
Oh,
Huh.
wow. That's something right there.
Uh-huh. Interesting. Why is he handwriting on a document like this? He wrote denied, wrote that in, and then rewrote it at the top. That's not it. Jesus criminy. One more thing to look at him for. This dude is so shady. I'm sorry. What is this document again? The order granting conditional admission of additional exhibits. Okay. Yes, you did just ask that. Yes, ma'am. I just saw that. Yeah, his writing ain't no better than Brian's.
Right.
That's wild.
Wasn't someone drawing like these unreasonable conclusions based on someone's poor penmanship concerning Brian Kohlberger's handwriting?
Yes, very much so.
Doesn't having bad handwriting equate to like having a penchant for going on killing sprees?
Yeah. That's how I heard it.
I thought that's kind of what someone was
It
kind of
absolutely was it was stated before, Eddie. I heard it.
Yeah.
What's up, Willard? Good to see you, brother.
Rach wants to read what it says again. Just scroll up to where it says denied.
Down here. Yeah, right there. It says evidence will not be admitted until offered with the appropriate witness at trial, as was explained at the conference.
The pretrial
conference. I'm sorry. SJH, Stephen J. Hippler. I can't believe I can read that. That's pretty interesting, isn't it? Willie, there's a link pinned at the top of the chat if you want to pop up, brother. You're welcome to. Sorry. Interesting as hell.
But no, I see enough R's now. They are different than Brian Kohlberger's R's. So
right, but it's still a mess. And this guy's a judge. Yeah, that whole inference about having bad handwriting and people being killers and all that shit. Really interesting, huh?
Yeah.
Very interesting. I love that. He has weird D's, therefore he's a right. Yep. Fucking idiot psychos.
Goes to show what an invalid argument, what an invalid position to have.
You ain't lying, bro. You are not lying. You are not lying. This is I just read that. I'm sorry. Was there more down here? No. Okay. So the rest of these are just nothing burgers. I went through that one too. All right, so there's that. Okay, that's nothing either. It's just adjusting the exhibit chain. That's it. And we're gonna be looking for. Let me see here. 9.3 order unsealing records, maintaining sealed status. Same things we just looked at as far as the case summary goes. We're gonna be looking for these new documents to be coming out, or not new, but you know what I mean. Released, redacted or unredacted at this point. That should be coming, I'm hoping, soon. Now that this has been put out. So there's that. Any thoughts on any of this at this point, guys, before we move forward? Hold on, let me get rid of these tabs too.
Oh, they're in.
Well, my last thought is comparing the two handwriting styles. I think it's easier to read Brian Kohlberger's handwriting than the judge's.
It is. It is. I've read Brian's. I struggled with some of it, but it's easier to read it. It might be messy and scribbly, but it's legible. You know what I mean? His just runs together and looks like I heard something else about handwriting when I was younger, that it shows that you live if you have messy handwriting, it can show that you live a chaotic life. That's what it was. I don't know if that's true, folks, but it's an interesting thought. Let me put it that way. So we got the other documents were put out for release, or for them to work on redacting and then to be released. There's the other 40, whatever they were. We'll see how long those take, and we'll see if we get them. Hopefully we get them separately. I don't want to wait on all of them. Oh, do I need to like reset something or pause it or something? You guys are delayed. A couple of you I see are delayed. I'm sorry. Okay, so any statements at all, or any thoughts on any of this stuff we just read before we move on to the next part of this, which is interesting to me.
And we can move on.
Yeah.
Okay. My handwriting varies. Depends on the mood I'm in. It looks different per mood, believe that or not.
Mine's awful, believe it or not. I used to have that real like bubbly handwriting, and then all of a sudden, I think like you forget to write. You forget to like print, you know what I mean? And then like years and years go by, and then I'm like, now I have horrible handwriting.
Well,
I don't know what happened.
You know, it's funny. Candy girl. Good to see you, dear. What's funny is I've been always told like I have very neat and nice handwriting. I write like a woman. But if I'm angry or in a hurry, it looks like chicken scratch. But if I'm just sitting there, it comes off very
Neat and
just very neat and clean. And
are you left-handed?
Hell no. I can't.
No.
I can't even pick my nose with my left hand, folks. I'm not bad. Seriously. But writing, yeah.
Mine. My husband's left-handed, but everybody I know is left-handed or that are left-handed. They have such neat handwriting. And it's always like on a slant. And I don't know anybody.
They write like that. Yeah.
Yeah, they write
the same way. You're welcome, Candy. Okay. Now, for all of you that were here, welcome back, Woods, that were here yesterday. Lucy found, give her credit where her credit's due, an old video going back to where Chronicles of Olivia interviewed WSU Mom Kim. I had never heard that before. I did my own interview and I heard the other interviews, but I had never heard that one. it was interesting, and it made me wonder about older stuff and what it could relate to now. So Casper West, I've been following his stuff, and I've been reading, like watching a lot of his stuff to catch up on stuff I missed
He's
out
really good.
before I started following him. Right. And by the way, I'm not bumming it, folks. It's time to grow the beard, so don't look at me like
I
a
actually
bum.
thought you looked shaved. I didn't notice it was all gray.
Oh no, this is from, I didn't shave today, therefore it's growing in. I'm growing the beard in. It's that time. So anyway, I'm not being a bum. It's just
I literally thought that it was shaved. I just didn't realize it was all gray. It's
no.
okay.
I got the 5 o'clock.
Distinguished. Very distinguished.
Not. I wouldn't say that, but it'll be sooner. So 2 of his videos that I watched, one was from 5 months ago, and one was from a year ago. And as I watched them both, there's like I said, in both of these videos, there's I think her name is Bella something. He puts something she says in it. She's either a psychic or a medium or something. I just kind of refer past that. For anybody that's not interested in that, that's what I did. I don't think it relates, but it does. He put it in for a reason, and I know what it was, but I just go past that. Like I said, as we review these, I want you to see, I wanted to put these 2 together. Okay. Because they do make some sense about certain things. One is called Who's the Mole? The other one's called Roommates Hiding Evidence.
Oh.
And I agree with both of them. Truly. I'm going to drop the link in his link in here for the secondary video, and it'll take you to his channel, obviously. But I think these are really good. He's been doing a good job with his stuff. So I think I'm going to show the one from a year ago first, and then the one from 5 months ago in order. Welcome, Nana Cow. Good to see you. And then I want to discuss this afterwards. When Dago's in his happy place, he writes like a 13-year. Actually, I think better than a 13-year-old girl. I have really, really neat hand. It's crazy. It's weird. Probably because I've always practiced it, but I don't write like a guy. That's for damn sure. So anyway, we're going to review this. And like I said, the one part where the psychic comes in, just if you're into that, then you can go with it. But if you're not, just kind of bypass that and move to the next section of it because it's interesting all around it.
I heard something like a long, long time ago. And I don't remember if I got this reading or something, or like I heard it from another medium or a source, but it was, they speculated that it was the school, like somebody with like the loan department or somebody with like in the school that was making money off the kids' student loans or some kind of with the grants or something like that. And they were both equally, working, like the kids were making money and so were these people doing it illegally. And then the kids decided to stop doing that because it was illegal and they were going to get in trouble. And then these people didn't want them to stop because they thought they were going to rat on them. But I'm like,
gotcha.
Now that I know the danger, now that I know like the viciousness behind it, I can't really see the school doing something like that. But
yeah, I don't think
Not
they
the
would. To
viciousness.
that extent, I wouldn't think. But I
Yeah,
guess-
like
yeah,
maybe have some bad bags in the ODAY or something. But like I can't see them being so vicious just to shut for kids up that may or may not tell on us one day.
yeah. Well, there were a lot of rumors like that out way back.
It made sense when I realized that there's no way this guy right here could have done all this.
Right.
Because I didn't know the stuff you guys knew right away. And I was literally believing. Like I think there's no way. Because even with Karen Reed, at least she was there. At least she knew the person. At least she had a connection to that person she's being accused of.
Right.
This is
there's no connection whatsoever.
like I'm just waiting for something, that poor psychic, that like for that to be true, or like for something like I don't know.
Right. Well, let's check this out, and then I will discuss these after we get through it, maybe separately or together. Either way, we're definitely going to be discussing this because this is interesting to me. The stuff that he points out and puts together with it, and some of it we've talked about, of course, but it does give you more reason to understand or see why I thought it was interesting.
Holy shit, we have another bomb interview. Basically, there's this kid named Dave, and he said there were a bunch of Snapchat groups that he knew about that morning, hours before the first 911 call.
Dave is the first person to come forward that has a similar story to what Kim's daughter was saying.
What? Snapchat's basically saying that I did not use Snapchat for 12, 13 hours all day Sunday. That is not true. That is not
At the
true.
same time,
I guess the question is can the FBI take that data? Snapchat.
Of course. The FBI has the capability of asking these providers to not publish such information and making sort of disappear.
But there are still many unanswered questions. Why did the surviving roommates wait almost 8 hours after the murders to call 911? Why did the killer spare the life of Kaylee Gonzalez's dog? And perhaps most important, why were the lives of 2 roommates spared?
The surviving roommate in the Idaho college killings failed to call 911 the night of the slayings because she apparently believed the killer was a party guest.
One of the details that we've come to learn is that she didn't think anything other than just noisy roommates was a problem. She thought her roommates were horsing around and being loud in the middle of the night.
Shocking new revelations in the brutal murders of 4 Idaho college students last fall. A new report claims the 2 roommates who survived the massacre were awake and texting each other while their 4 friends were stabbed to death one by one.
What did you say to Adam? I told him.
There's a narrative being pushed in the mainstream media about the Idaho slayings. Incel, college student, pushed to kill. If you believe these stories, then you are still asleep to the tricks that are being played. For instance, out of the many girls on the Wazoo campus where Brian was attending, wouldn't it be more likely that this incel activator would have activated a long time ago? Yet the media have yet to explain a clear motive of a person with no link to the victims. Even after many witnesses on Snapchat stated that multiple people were in the house at that time, surviving roommate Dylan, who was in the house at the time, stated that she only saw one person with bushy eyebrows. It had me thinking, was there a mole in the house? The killers knew exactly what time to hit the spot and exactly where to go. And the sliding door was surprisingly left unlocked so that the killer may enter. Also, other friends were called to the home before calling 911. 8 hours later. This was 100% planned, but why? And by who?
Are you nervous?
A little bit.
Yeah. The fact that he is coming forward, it takes a lot of courage. And I don't want his life to be affected in a negative way because of internet sleuths. So we pitched down his voice and we didn't show his face at all because we want to protect him.
I was telling you the other day, it's like cracking back into trauma, you know, and just like a bunch of stuff that you just want to forget.
So right now we are looking up messages that were in the Snapchat group that Dave was a part of.
I'm pretty sure that's it.
This is a really important part here. This is what caught my attention in this video mostly, but this is wild. Okay, so pay attention to this part for sure. Hey, Wade Bird, good to see you.
I didn't know if they were real, these Snapchat messages, but
oh yeah, they were his actual Snapchat messages from the 12th and the 13th that disappear, basically, as you'll explain.
Does not look like 3 days worth of Snapchats that I even sent today.
Sent, saved, chat. And these are your messages.
Yeah,
that's it.
This is.
And it wouldn't even show.
This looks like everything that I like can see or can send. Wait, look at the dates. The 12th.
The 12th. So 13th.
Look at the timestamp. 05:16 in the morning. Look at the next timestamp. 17:35. What? Snapchat's basically saying that I did not use Snapchat for 12, 13 hours all day Sunday. That is not true. That is not true.
At the same time.
That's just the group chat. That's not even my individual snaps. Where are all of my snaps that I sent to people asking if they were okay? And this is saying, this is 2 ways, right? This is saying that I didn't message anybody for 12 hours and nobody messaged me for 12 hours. That's also considering all of the other group chats I was in too. Like, radio silent for 12 hours? No. Guaranteed, no.
Today, I'm going to be meeting with Kim, and this is the first time that she will be seen on camera. To recap, your daughter claims that in the hours before the police were called, she and a group of other students were in a Snapchat group discussing the murders. Do you remember details that your daughter told you about what was in the Snapchat group?
So the details were there was multiple people inside, and the girls had seen somebody outside, and that is why they locked themselves in the room. And they were awake, aware, and then they called friends to come over.
But the Snapchat groups, I feel like, could be the one piece of really evidence, because people want to see things on paper. And
Sure, when you have Snapchats out there and text messages out there, that there wasn't just one person there, and that kids were on the scene, in the crime scene, in the house. And how could you not call 911 when you heard those screams? And you can't tell me they didn't scream. All I'm saying is that it's a really small town. This is a really bad crime. I hope that the students are as involved as I believe that they are.
So I get that very strongly. So there's a mole in the house. Now, the mole can be working for the good side or the bad side, the crime family or the cops, right? Like, I don't know which side, and sometimes the cops can be bad and the crime family can be good because it's all flipped and crazy.
Police have reiterated that this appears to be a targeted attack with no signs of forced entry into the home.
Locks like this? A former tenant posted this photo and says all 6 bedrooms had combination locks.
It's believed the students had a lock on their door similar to this. This is a keypad lock, and I'm at AAA Architectural Hardware in Manhattan with Richard Brown, who is the owner. Are these things reliable?
They're very reliable when they're installed properly and when they're used properly. You press the code that was pre-programmed in, push down on the lever handle, open the door, and then close the door behind you. And it should be locked.
I also then whipped right over to Dylan, and there is a complete mask over her energy field. I cannot read her for the life of me, and she is not who she presents herself to be. I will tell you that. I feel like it's a complete inversion. It's completely inverted. It's not as she presents herself.
Police now revealing that before a 911 call was made, the 2 surviving roommates of a deadly rampage that killed 4 students summoned friends to the off-campus home near the University of Idaho, telling authorities they thought someone on the 2nd floor had, quote, passed out and was not waking up.
1:51 a.m., they grab food from the truck window and walk out of frame. Police confirm that at this point they get picked up by a car service, and about 6 minutes later, they arrive at home on King Road. According to an affidavit, Ethan and Zana are already in the house, along with 2 other roommates. According to an affidavit, Ethan and Zana are already in the house, along with 2 other roommates. According to an affidavit, Ethan and Zana are already in the house, along with 2 other roommates.
If we don't have the whereabouts of the 2 survivor roommates on the night of the slayings, who's to say they were even home? If so, what were they planning?
Now, Rob McQueen used to live in that very same rented home where these murders occurred. And he says that these killings would have required a lot of planning.
And then once you move from that sliding glass door, you're run directly into the entrance to a bedroom, and then to your right, you have to go up the stairs. And when you think about a 3rd floor, you have to think of this in college housing, right? So when you move up to that 3rd floor, it's a narrow stairway. It enters into a very, very small hallway, and then the entrance to 2 rooms. The room that the murders took place in and another room that was unoccupied. And that is a really, just the layout and the complexity of getting to that part. You could either be complete.
Who are all the people in the house after the crime? Like,
those are forensics people. They're doing. And it's funny because where they're standing right there, I gathered when I saw this, that's the spot at the top of the stairs where they had all that Amito black sprayed at the top there. That's what it looks like, what I'm guessing they're doing right there. At that point, at least. The fuck Elsie Gabbard talking about this crime? No idea, bud. Sorry. Nick Green was allegedly a member of Alpha Kappa Lambda. Gotcha. As long as it ain't Lambda.
Completely not worried about the impact of what would happen to you should you be caught, or you had to diligently plan and understand the layout of that house to move in and act.
Where is this Gower drop-off video? That is one. I've never seen one. Never seen one.
He's on camera.
Olivia states that it's out 156. They were dropped off. I've never seen that. It's never been put in anything. I didn't even read about it in one of the reports, so I have no clue.
He's the Uber driver guy, or
yeah, yes.
And
Sorry,
someone also said they saw that black car there too, as well, right? That black.
Gower owns a silver sedan, supposedly. So, 4-door sedan. That's what he owns.
Yeah.
Just saying. Sorry, SRB.
Actually leave that space without like really causing alarm and being caught.
The sliding door was left unlocked, and there was no sign of forced entry. The killers know exactly when to enter the home, which rooms to enter, and which rooms not to enter. Based on this information, is it possible one of the surviving roommates was actually a mole?
All right, so that was the first one from a year ago. This next one is from 5 months back. There's a few of the same things in it, but it's interesting to me. And it's just the thinking points that make me remember certain things and think about other things, if that makes sense to you.
Dylan looks different. Looks really different.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I didn't think that was really them when they were first showing the video. I'm like, that's actually them.
Morning, Angel D. Good to see you. Right. Gotcha.
I think Kaylee and Maddie look a lot alike too. Or is it me?
I think it's the hair, yeah.
Maybe. Kaylee.
Definitely.
Dago, did Dave do a third interview besides Truth and Transparency and Drunk Turkey Show?
He did that interview with Olivia. That's all I found that one out this morning.
Yeah, I've never heard of that.
I hadn't either, and I didn't know that she did that because I was under the understanding that he wasn't going to do any more after he did Lana's, and then poof, there's that, which I can see how she did it, you know, and how and why. But yeah, and that's because I had heard him state about like Snapchat issues, but not that much. So
Snapchat's their private, like their DMs were missing, not actually
all of his Snapchat for like 13 hours, he said, was gone. And he had spoken in the one video about, or the one interview about how he got up at 9 and it was there. At 9 a.m., he got up to get ready for work. It was there. He read through it. He called a couple people or something like that and decided he was staying home from work at that point to kind of hang out with his friends that were upset about it in the frats. So that's the point. It was out that early.
Remember last night I was asking the question, WSU Kim called the FBI, and I was establishing, during the Franks hearing on both days that Ann and Eliza Massoff, they both, to begin their argument, they pretty much were stressing the point, emphasizing over and over again how the FBI and MPD were co-located and their work is a team effort. So I said, if WSU Kim called the FBI, that's like, having your information go into a black hole. And then I wondered out loud if she, what was her reason to call? What evidence was she like wanting them to be aware of? And we kind of supposed it to be these Snapchats and how people are communicating about, the quadruple homicide hours prior to the 911 call. And here we have, now we're looking at today, Dave, and we never heard this before, Dave talking about a whole block of time that has been deleted out of his Snapchat history. So pretty much answers my question that I was wondering last night. Did Ann ever receive that discovery? About Snapchat information that would be exculpatory, and my answer would be no.
Agreed. There's something in this about exculpatory evidence as well. This next one, and it's interesting because they were woman power. it just proves the depths and the levels that have been gone to hide this. It's known. It's known that he had these Snapchats. They took everything out of Snapchat that related to this from everybody, I'm guessing. There were multiple groups that had multiple people within it. Kim said that, and then he says the same thing. And then he goes in looking for them to show them to her, and it shows they're gone.
Yeah, like snaps, I think disappear after 24 hours, but like your inbox should stay your inbox. Like,
It does. It does. That's what he was showing, and it showed they took it all. And the only person that can do that would be, in my opinion, the FBI.
well, I mean, obviously, if I heard that people were talking about it, I'd want to see it too. But I didn't have. They could have left it there. I mean, they could have left it. You know what I mean?
Right.
They could have just extracted it, and then here's your.
Sure.
But it's like didn't happen.
To think about it for a minute, like then you go to the next question. Why? Why do you need to remove those? Well, here's the thing. If the narrative relates to nobody knew about this till 1 p.m. that day, and they're showing up at 8, 8:30, 9, 10, that's a problem, folks, because then that doesn't float with that narrative. That's a problem. That's a big problem because it shows that law enforcement didn't know about this until 1, or that everybody knew about it before 1 p.m. Okay, problem. Okay, big problem. So, and we'll talk about it more once we get through this one, and we'll put these together and discuss this whole thing, folks. Welcome, Vivian. Good to see you. Instagram, WhatsApp, and Snapchat were the 3 that were used the most, from my understanding. All right, on.
That's not what it's about. So I get that very strongly. So there's a mole in the
Sorry, yes, Yik Yak. That was the one I always forget. My apologies, you guys.
house. Now, the mole could be working for the good side or the bad side, the crime family or the cops, right? Like, I don't know which side. And sometimes the cops can be bad and the crime family can be good because it's all flipped and crazy. I also then whipped right over to Dylan, and there is a complete mask over her energy field. I cannot read her for the life of me, and she is not who she presents herself to be. I will tell you that. I feel like it's a complete inversion. It's completely inverted. It's not as she presents.
Welcome, Moonbreaker. And like I said, you guys, this stuff right here, you can float over if you want to. It's up to you how you think about it. This isn't my thing. I'm not downing it or degrading it. It's just not my thing. So do what you do.
Presents herself.
You fucking asshole! You fucking liar! You fucking manipulator!
Don't wear that outfit again.
I can promise you that you've never seen these pictures of Dylan Mortensen before. I haven't until today. First of all, I need to thank Melissa because you're a godsend. I don't know how you do it, where you find these things, but you're freaking amazing. Anyways, you guys, these pictures I'm about to show you are pictures of Dylan Mortensen the day of November 13th, 2022, between 12 p.m. after the 911 call and sunset, before the body removal happened in that evening. These pictures are of Dylan being escorted out from 1122 King towards Taylor Blake. She has a backpack. She's got her braids. We know it's her because she's worn braids before, and you can just tell it's Dylan. You can just tell. But here you go.
And then there's drugs.
AM 42 seconds, November 13, 2022.
911 location of your emergency. Hi, something is happening. Something happened in our house. We don't know what.
What is the address of the emergency?
1122. What is
You know, I always wondered, I don't think we ever really pinpointed that whole thing in the background where you hear Dylan yelling at somebody for something and that 911 call. I'd like to figure out exactly what the hell it is she's yelling about at that point. But I'm just not to cut it off. I just reminded myself of that. That's all I'm saying. Sorry.
the rest of the address? Oh, Kings Road. Okay. And is that a house or an apartment? It's a house. Can you repeat the address to make sure that I have it right?
I'll talk to you guys. We live at the White, so we're next to them.
I need someone to repeat the address for verification.
The address, 1122 King Road.
And tell me exactly what's going on.
One of the roommates has passed out, and she was drunk last night, and she's not waking up.
Okay.
Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night. Yeah. Hi,
and are you with the patient? Okay, I need someone to keep the phone, stop passing it around.
Pretty much, she says, yes.
Happened pretty much.
What is going on currently? Is someone passed out right now?
I don't really know, but pretty much at 4 a.m.
Okay, I need to know what's going on right now if someone is passed out. Can you find that out?
Yeah, I'll come. Come on, we gotta go check.
That's what I don't understand. Why did she have to go back in?
Is she passed out? She's passed out. What's wrong? She's not waking up.
Okay, one moment. I'm getting help started that way.
Okay, thank you. What's wrong?
Okay, and how old is she?
She's 20.
20, you said?
Yes, 20. Here's one.
Okay.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, I need someone to stop passing the phone around because I've talked to 4 different people.
Okay, sorry, they just gave me the phone.
Is she breathing?
Hello?
Is she breathing?
No.
Okay.
Bethany, alright, Dylan, I need you to talk to them, okay? I can't talk to them, I need you to talk to them.
Hello?
Okay. I've already sent the ambulance and law enforcement. Stay on the line. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
Say that again? There's a police here right now.
Okay. If there is a defibrillator available, send someone to get it now and tell me when you have it.
There.
I think yes. Do you have a defibrillator? Yes, we have one.
Are you talking to the officer?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to let you go since he's there with you and can help you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Okay.
Hey, quick break. If you enjoy body cam footage, make sure to check in videos that you want. Now, let's get on. That was made that afternoon. We need to examine what the roommates were doing before they made the call to understand how things aren't aligning.
Shocking new revelations in the brutal murders of 4 Idaho college students last fall. A new report claims the 2 roommates who survived the massacre were awake and texting each other while their 4 friends were stabbed to death one by one. This new
Yes, they were awake, texting throughout the night. But what did they say? During the slayings, the roommates texted each other back and forth and were up the entire time. Between 4:22 a.m. and 4:24 a.m., as they were texting each other, something stood out. Dylan texted Bethany, saying she was confused about what was happening. Bethany responded by mentioning that Xana was wearing all black. But how would Bethany know to mention that unless Dylan had referenced it beforehand? This makes the messages seem pre-planned, as if they had been rehearsed. Dylan then proceeded to call Ethan. No answer. At 4:24 a.m., Dylan texted Bethany saying, "I'm screwed though." Bethany responded, "Yeah, I know, but it's better than being alone." What did they mean by this? Why would Dylan say she was screwed?
I think she said she was scared. I think that's what that meant. I'll just tell you that myself.
Oh, okay.
What were they trying to hide? At 4:32 a.m., Dylan texted Kaylee saying, "Please answer," but didn't follow up until 6 hours later at 10:23 a.m. She then texted her dad, but that text exchange was never released to the public. What do you think it said? Later, they claimed that Dylan had received text messages and calls from other friends that morning. However, we know those friends were there before the 911 call was even made. Throughout that time, the roommates were on Snapchat and social media. Now that you have a rough timeline of the events, does it make sense that someone in a frozen shock phase would be texting Bethany, messaging friends and family, but then wait 6 hours later to call 911, only to say that their friend passed out and was drunk?
And she was drunk last night and she's not waking up.
To me, it seems like they knew what happened and were coming up with the story to tell the rest of us. The real evidence is in Snapchat. Reports show that Dylan and Bethany were on Snapchat and Instagram, receiving and sending calls, messages, and taking photos from 8 a.m. to 11:57 a.m. on November 13th, just 1 minute before making the 911 call. Yet we were only shown text messages from their phones. Where did the Snapchat messages go?
Are you nervous?
A little bit.
Yeah. The fact that he's coming forward, it takes a lot of courage. And I don't want his life to be affected in a negative way because of internet sleuths. So we pitched down his voice and we didn't show his face at all because we want to protect him.
I was telling you the other day, it's like cracking back into trauma, you know, and just like a bunch of stuff that you just want to forget.
So right now we are looking up messages that were in the Snapchat group that Dave was a part of.
I'm pretty sure that's it. But that does not look like 3 days worth of Snapchats that I would even send today.
Sent, saved, chat. And these are your messages.
Yeah,
That's it.
This is.
And it wouldn't even show
This
other
looks like
people.
everything that I like can see or can send. Wait, look at the dates. The 12th.
The 12th, so
Thank you, Meg.
13th.
Look at the timestamp. 05:16 in the morning. Look at the next timestamp. 17:35. What? Snapchat's basically saying that I did not use Snapchat for 12, 13 hours all day Sunday. That is not true. That is not
At the
true.
same time.
That's just the group chat. That's not even my individual snaps. Where are all of my snaps that I sent to people asking if they were okay? And this is saying, this is two ways, right? This is saying that I didn't message anybody for 12 hours and nobody messaged me for 12 hours. That's also considering all of the other group chats I was in too. But radio silent for 12 hours? No. Guaranteed, no.
It's obvious the Idaho roommates were involved in something they want hidden from the public. But what?
Yeah, good evening, Jason. So apparently Koberger's attorney says that one of the surviving roommates allegedly heard or saw things that could clear the suspect's name, according to a court filing. In the documents obtained by Fox News, the subpoena demands one of the surviving roommates, Bethany Funk, appear in court in June to testify at Brian Koberger's preliminary hearing. This is not the roommate who witnessed a masked man in their home the morning four of her friends were murdered, but a second roommate who told police she was in the basement at the time and never went upstairs. According to the court documents, Koberger's defense team says she has, quote, information unique to to her experiences and cannot be provided by another witness. Funk is fighting the subpoena. Her attorney filed a motion saying even if her client has exculpatory evidence, which remains unknown, quote, there is no place or reason to present that evidence at a preliminary hearing.
On the night of November 13th, 2022, Xana and Ethan were supposedly at a party at the frat house. Maddie and Kaylee were at the corner club before stopping at the grub truck to pick up food on their way home. But where were Bethany and Dylan that night? Notice that on the night of the slayings, we have a timeline for all of the Idaho roommates except Bethany and Dylan. Where were they? In a case where the timeline is so crucial, their whereabouts remain unknown. Could there be a connection with Bethany? Was she at the park that day?
I want to go back now to some breaking news. The suspect in the murders of 4 University of Idaho students has partially outlined his alibi for the morning of the murders.
So we know today was the deadline to file if the defense wanted to be able to use that alibi in the trial. Court documents say that Koberger claims he was driving in the early morning hours on the night of the murders, as he, quote, often did to hike and run and or to see the moon and stars. It goes on to say that he drove that night throughout the area south of Pullman and west of Moscow, including to Hawaii Park. Throughout the area south of Pullman and west of Moscow, including to Hawaii Park.
I believe she knows more information that could be exculpatory for Koberger. Even with this ongoing case and the uncertainty surrounding her whereabouts, the survivor roommates fled the state. They no longer live in Idaho. Now Bethany is being nominated as an Alpha Chi Omega fraternity sweetheart, similar to what they did for Ethan's sister at Sigma Chi.
Because there is also a ritualistic aspect to it. The Greek system, the numerology, the sigil magic that Dylan put the tattoo on her arm. I'm not disputing getting a tattoo after someone dies. As you know, I did the same thing. It's what the tattoo is. That is a sigil. Okay. So I feel like there's a specific reason for that. It's a numerology. All of the kids' names are connected energetically. That's why they were brought there. There's a connection.
Is Sloan Bella's prediction right? Could this have been a Greek ritualistic sacrifice? I'm sure more information will come out, but so far, it certainly seems that way.
Has information material to the charges against the accused killer. Portions of the information Ms. Funk has is exculpatory.
We're waiting.
Claims the 2 roommates who survived the massacre were awake and
Koberger's defense team reveals that there's a 3-person mixture in the DNA found underneath the left fingernail of victim Madison Logan.
3 different DNAs found underneath Maddie's fingernails, and none of them Brian Koberger. None of them Brian Koberger.
Well, there was a lot of blood. It was, yeah.
Nowhere in the description of this person is blood. And that astounds me. I would just think that somebody would have to be covered in blood.
Okay. Oh, and they saw some man in their house last night.
It's a very sad scene.
Roommates have something they're not telling us. The roommates have something they're not telling us. Someone saw a man climbing in a window, and we all heard the roommates screaming. The killer's friend is missing.
Okay.
Okay.
Like I said, not everything in there, I mean, you can take it for what it is. And don't get me wrong, I don't have anything. I think Sloan Bella, she's awesome for what she does. But exactly, thank you, Meg. I like the end of what he did there, and absolutely, because this is what this is all about, you guys. In the end of this, the very end of everything here, it's about these 4 right here. Nothing but these 4. An actual, true, absolute justice for these four, their families, and anybody that is surrounding this, okay, is absolute truth, period. Okay, Krista. I hope you feel better, hon. So I've heard before, okay, and I know I went back a ways with some of this stuff, but I feel like I had to, because at some point, guys, enough is enough. We were told by somebody in the beginning that there were many people in that house that night. Chief Fry himself says there were other people in that house that night. That was, again, Casper West, guys. I put his link up, and go check out what he's been doing, guys. He's been doing a lot of interesting stuff, and I really kind of enjoy it. These are older, but they relate to things that I think now. I've been thinking of now, I should say. So
The
please
one
go
that-
check it out. Go ahead, bud.
The one that you most recently showed, that came out after we learned about the text messages,
Yeah,
and the 911 call. And you spoke about,
right,
your opinion on if in Dylan's text message, she typed SC capital RWD.
Yeah.
And what are we to derive from that? And I can tell you what the answer is. If you look in the document, we don't have to open it, but I'm just
I
putting
can.
it-
I have no problem doing it. They're all right here for me.
Okay. It's well, it was filed. It was probably filed and posted, I'm guessing. Yeah. It's April 24th, 2025.
Okay. Give me a second while you're talking. I'll pull that up. April 24th of 25. That's right.
There's a lot of them on that date, so it's titled let me know when you get in that area where you're around those dates.
I'm right there.
Okay. Titled Order on State's Motions in Limine Regarding Text Messages and 911 Call.
Already blown up. Okay.
And it's bottom of page 7.
Yeah, I've been getting better at this stuff, Eddie, because I know that you refer to these a lot, so I keep them handy where I can just grab it and yank it out. Because it's good to go back to these, because this is actual factual information. All right, bottom of page 7, right there.
Yeah, I think that's where it begins.
Okay. And it says,
That's capital letter A there. Yeah.
Yep. As to the content of Dylan Mortensen and Bethany Funk's text messages about what Dylan Mortensen saw, the court finds that they are either not hearsay because they are not offered for the truth of the matter asserted, or not assertions, or if hearsay, they likely qualify as a present sense impression and or excited utterance set forth in Exhibit A. Hereto, their verbal discussions are potentially admissible for the same reasons. The state must establish the foundational requirements for such proffered statements at the time of trial.
Let's then on top of page 8, I think we can skip right to number 2.
The text messages that ran between 422 and 426. The state argues that the 4-minute series of text messages between Dylan and Bethany, with one from oh my God, I almost said that, from Dylan to Kaylee, are admissible as either present sense impressions or excited utterances. The defendant suggests that neither exception applies because there is no evidence they were sufficiently startled by the events. He points out that Dylan claimed only to be confused, and despite stating that she was scared, there it is, right there, scared. She ran to Bethany's room instead of leaving the house or otherwise calling other friends and family for help. The court agrees that the state, for those texts qualifying as assertions And footnote number 6 says several of the texts in this exchange are not assertions of fact, but rather inquiries and or commands incapable of being proved true or false. And that's it. Pretty the rest is case law. So
and then let's see.
So there's the answer to that. Go
Then,
ahead.
well, not quite. There's more to the story. The last paragraph. First, the present sense impression exception does not require a startling event. It simply requires that the speaker describe or explain a condition while personally perceiving it or immediately thereafter. Most of Dion's texts to be satisfy this exception. She first texts that no one is answering, which describes the result of her calls to the other roommates just moments before. She also states what she is immediately feeling, example, confused, freaked out, or scared over what she just saw and heard, and the fact that none of her roommates are answering. There's a footnote number 7, by the way. She further describes the intruder she saw, example, wearing a ski mask or something over his forehead and mouth. She also relays that her phone is going to die. Thus, these statements are all likely admissible as present sense impressions. Let's just skip to footnote 7 because here's the answer. This is Hippler writing this. Her text states that she was SCRWD. Considering that the A is right next to the caps lock and the E is right next to the W key, it is evident that she was likely texting quickly and accidentally mistyped scared. He's selling that it's scared pretty hard. So the truth lies in what Dylan texted, which was screwed. 100%.
Sorry, I was muted again. What I need to ask at that point then, okay, because we take that now as being Judge Hippler's opinion, not a fact, opinion, okay? Why is he selling that so hard? Because if you take that's one word that can be taken two ways, or two different words that can be taken two different ways. I think I'm saying that right. One, if it's scared, then she's scared. Okay. If it's screwed, why are you screwed? Because that doesn't make sense to fit into that sentence. Okay. It to me, he has. Okay, I know this sounds crazy, but to me, he has to make sure it's understood that she's scared, so that it sticks to that portion of the
narrative.
Period. Because if it comes out that she's screwed, sorry, that was cute, screwed, then, well, okay. Yeah, she probably meant what she said, and he's got to fix that for her real quick. You can't say that. No. Everybody's gonna question why you were screwed, because she was stuck between two spots and knew. Thank you, Rach. Bingo. That pulls away from their narrative, and he can't allow for that, in my opinion. So yes, thank you, Eddie. It's not but nothing happens in Idaho. That's correct.
Guys, there's several instances of this where Hippler is on the fix. There's another order dated February 19th, 2025. And I got to looking at this one this morning based on what we're talking about last evening on your show, Dago. Let me scroll down to it. There's a lot on that date, so
Which one it is?
I'll read it. It is the order on defendant's motion for Frank's hearing.
On February 19th?
Yes.
Of 25.
25.
Because I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on that day. So
your dates don't align like mine, if I recall.
I know. So
let's see. Show me your screen.
Yeah, it's up there. Order on defendant's motion. I think we should go back right there. I found it right there. I think we should go back and completely review the document on the Franks hearing, in my opinion.
Okay, so on page 11, let's see, is it 11? It's really 10, page 10.
Page 10, okay. Top, middle, or bottom?
Well, I think it's middle.
Okay, where it says DM's accounts were consistent and accurately summarized in Exhibit A's?
Yeah,
that?
and it could be a long read because I think...
I don't mind. As long as you guys don't mind, I don't mind.
Well, let me try to get to the, as Harsh would say, the meat and potatoes.
The meat and potatoes, right?
Because I'll generalize what we're looking at here. Because remember, last night we were looking at the body cam, and I observed, I was counting, there's 4 times, I believe, that Dylan said that Kaylee went upstairs and then came screaming, running downstairs, announcing that someone is here, went into the bathroom, and then Dylan, called for her many times, several times, and Kaylee never answered back. We heard that about 4 times in the body cam.
Right.
Now, we don't have a transcript or a recording of all of Dylan's interviews, but so far we have just the body cam. And this order that we're looking at, there's an argument that the defense is making. They're citing that her statement has been changed over time. And the judge is fixing it. He's fixing it for the prosecution. It starts on the bottom of page 9, capital B, defendant has not met his Frank's burden on issues concerning the eyewitness statements. Let me speed read and try to get so we don't all get...
No worries, no worries.
Okay, so let's go to the top of page 10. The beginning of the top
All right.
of page.
There you go. You want me to read, or are you reading?
Let's see. I'm a bit delayed. Okay, so it's beginning the first paragraph. While defendant's challenge may be fodder for cross-examination, it is not the proper subject for Frank's motion. Defendant's own proffer establishes that DM's accounts were remarkably consistent throughout her multiple interviews with law enforcement, and further, the probable cause affidavits are very consistent with her accounts. Second, DM's interview statements that her memories were fuzzy and dreamlike and may have been affected by being tired or under the influence of alcohol do not call into question her reliability to the extent Franks would require disclosure. Finally, DM's failure to recognize the photo of defendant is of no consequence given that the intruder she saw was masked. So here we're reading that he's saying that her accounts were remarkably consistent, and who knows if it's true or not. He's saying that even the defendant's own proffer establishes that. We don't know if that's the case. It seems to be otherwise from what we've seen. Because we have the body cam now.
Right, exactly.
Okay, so reading down just a bit, DM stated that she was woken up approximately 4 a.m. by what she stated sounded like Gonsalves playing with her dog in one of the upstairs bedrooms. Well, that wasn't said in the body cam.
No, none of that was mentioned at all. that statement came after a sit-down interview, obviously, when they
Yeah.
could feed that to her.
Yeah. And that was a comma, by the way, one of the upstairs bedrooms, which was located on the 3rd floor. A short time later, DM said she heard who she thought was Gonzalez say something to the effect of, "There's someone here."
Uh-huh.
A review of forensic records associated with a download of Carnota's cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using TikTok at approximately 4:12. So prepare yourself. He's about to say, well, it could have been Xana, actually, that DM thought she heard.
Right.
But anyway, there is no doubt that if you read through this, you will realize that the judge is manipulating DM's statement.
Which he has no right nor reason to do at all.
He's making an opinion on it. Let's see. Top of page 12. Let me know when you're there, because I think there's a bit of a lag here.
I'm here.
Okay. Defendant also asserts that Exhibit A watered down DM statements about hearing Kaylee Gonzalez around the time of the homicides. According to the defendant, DM was unequivocal in her 3 interviews when she reported that at approximately 4 a.m. she heard Kaylee walk upstairs with her dog before running back down the stairs saying, "Someone's here." Okay. So right there, that seems to be what is the consistency throughout the interviews, is that portion of it right there. She went upstairs and she ran back downstairs saying, "Someone's here."
Right.
In a draft, Exhibit A, however, law enforcement represented that DM said she heard who she thought was Gonzalez saying something to the effect of, "There's someone here."
Yep.
Defendant argues the addition of the word "thought" is false, and further, defendant surmises it was intentionally false to cover up the fact that DM was wrong about what she heard. Defendant points out that Kaylee was killed in the upstairs bedroom where she was found the next morning. Thus, it could not have been her who DM heard running down the stairs at 4 a.m. Defendant contends that DM's misperception had it not been covered up by law enforcement, would have cast doubt on her reliability and therefore probable cause. Okay, that is confusing to me. I had to read that several times. But what's going on there, I can't tell if the defense really believes, like I do, that Kaylee was killed downstairs
on the second floor. Yeah.
I mean, because there's no way that in a trial they can bring their argument that way, but they can achieve the same means. They can eliminate the chance of that gaining any momentum and being useful, because that's kind of conspiracy theory. Because if there's photographs of the body in the 3rd floor, it would be a ridiculous thing, even though they may know that it is a fact that she was downstairs on the 2nd floor during the 911 call, possibly, who knows. At any rate, they're going about achieving the same goal by saying by attacking it this way. That's kind of what I feel here, because it's kind of confusing, because it feels like the defense believes that Kaylee was on the 3rd floor. But what they're doing is they're using the inconsistent misrepresentation of her gosh, now I'm kind of confused on how to even establish my.
Take your time. Slow down. If you got back up, take your time. It's all good. There's a lot to this.
Well, the answer lies within reading in the middle of that paragraph. Defendant argues that the addition of the word "thought" is false. And further, defendant surmises it was intentionally false to cover up the fact that DM was wrong about what she heard. Defendant points out that Kaylee was killed in the upstairs bedroom where she was found the next morning. Thus, it could not have been her who DM heard running down the stairs at 4 a.m. Defendant contends DM misperception, had it not been covered up by law enforcement, would have cast doubt on her reliability and therefore probable cause. Okay, so they're going after the reliability of Dylan's statement, I guess,
Right.
at this point.
That's how I took that. Yeah. Absolutely.
But if you read on,
trying to figure out exactly where you are at this point.
It's the bottom of page 12. They're a review of records obtained from forensic download of Kernodle's phone show that this could have been Kernodle, as her cellular phone indicated she was likely awake and using TikTok app at approximately 4:12 a.m. Payne, Exhibit A, Blaker, Exhibit A at Bates 5200. Through this explanation, Payne and Blaker are effectively conveying to the magistrate why they believe DM's statement of who she heard was questionable. Thus, the court cannot conclude there is anything false or misleading in this regard.
Let me stop you right there, though, so that everybody understands something in relation to this. Okay. Something has changed dramatically by like an hour and within that timeline. That 4:12 time no longer exists. It was rearranged to fall within it reclaimed at 3:16. I'm sorry. I'm not putting out the right words today for whatever. So that changed from 4:12 to 3:16. And I think that is absolutely important in my opinion. Whichever way you look at it, just remember that. Go ahead, Eddie. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I wanted to put that
You
out.
didn't at all. I'm scrolling down and it continues on all the way to the top of page 17. We don't have to go through it all and linger on the point, but
yeah, and then there's the list of the text messages and phone calls, right?
The point is that there is no doubt that there is an effort that Hitler is introducing his opinions.
Yeah, he's inserted his opinions as to these statements or whatever you want to call these things multiple times, folks. That's not his place as a judge. Okay, your opinion does not matter here. You are here to differentiate between truth and non-truth and to protect, believe it or not, the defendant and make sure things are going fair for him, not to offer your opinion on what you think these are. That's not his place. Why was that allowed? That's a problem. Hey, Paula, good to see you. That's a big problem, in my opinion. But he's done it more than a handful of times. Okay. And in turn, hence the reason why there were many prosecutors in that room that day, every day. But yeah, I'm glad you pointed that out, Eddie, because he's not allowed to do that, folks. That's not how this works. I don't understand how that has been accepted and why they didn't challenge that.
Really, there's a consistent theme throughout this entire thing. If you are keeping score, so to speak, you'll see that, the problem with a lie is that there's holes that can be poked in it. And as holes are poked in this long list of lies, it looks kind of like a game of whack-a-mole where once the state identifies the lie, then the story changes to fix that lie. The defense identifies it and pounces upon it, and they get defeated one way or another because the fix is on, and they make an argument, and then there's always, well, you're just quibbling over semantics, or, well, it could have been Dylan this or that, I mean, was she drunk or wasn't she drunk? Well, she was drunk to the point where it's an advantage for her to be drunk and can't remember anything when it works for the state. But once the defense wants to use that as part of their argument, well, no, she's remarkably consistent in her statement. So it's a lose proposition for the defense, because everybody is working against them.
Yeah. Right. And here's just another example, you guys, of, in my opinion, of course. And yes, Rach says, so interesting how Kevin Fixler exposed how Hitler was on the board and had a vote in who would be the judge for this case, and then acted so shocked that he got it. Good point. Thank you. But again, it's obvious that he was put here for a reason. It's obvious that he was biased. It's obvious that, like is being pointed out right here, that every time something was, like Eddie just said, he went one direction for one set of circumstances, and with the exact same circumstance, if the defense picks it up, then it's denied. Okay, per se. Just saying. He obviously, and this is one of the reasons I believe that the plea deal was taken. Seeing things like this, shit, what chance did she have? She knows that no matter what she puts out there, he's going to do what he's going to do no matter what. This was unjust and unfair, and absolutely, that, in my opinion, is just one more example of the judicial misconduct that rolls right with the prosecutorial misconduct as to why Brian deserves that appeal. Hold that thought, Eddie. I'll be right back.
Yeah, and Dave was right. It ties right in to the reason why he took the plea deal. There's no way for her to win at trial. The state had Brian Koberger convicted ahead of time. There was nothing Ann Taylor, or, if he had even hired, like people oftentimes will theorize, he should have had a better attorney, a private attorney that, would have done a better job. But no matter who, publicly appointed or a hired attorney, there's nothing either one of them could have done in this case, because Hitler took away any possibility of defense before and would have denied any possibility of defending himself during the trial.
Yep. And like I said, it doesn't matter. And I think that's when she threw her hands up and said, we're not going anywhere. This is going to go in a circle. He's not going to allow for this to happen or anything. But yeah, 100%. 100%. It's not going to happen, folks. They see it. What other choice do you have at that point? Bring forth trial or not, nothing's going to be allowed. He's not going to allow anything, guys. And I'm telling you, this is why. At worst case, she had to pull the death penalty off the table for him and give options for down the road, because God knows if the death penalty would have stuck, okay, and I know this sounds ridiculous. I know people have gone off about this, okay? It was stated that Brian was worried at some point somewhere, possibly. I can't verify it, but it has been stated. That's crazy, Twiz. That if death penalty would have stayed on the table, he would have been convicted, gotten the death penalty, appeal or not. It takes time to get that appeal into effect. That because we know that he looked into this stuff. We know that he wrote papers on this stuff. Remember that. He knew exactly how this works, what was going on. He's looked into other things with this. Obviously, the possibility of him worrying that they were going to try to fast track the death penalty, and then what happens? So that was the major, that had to be done now, period. And they tried it even when they were in Latah County to have the death penalty taken off the table. Nothing, they weren't moving on that, period. The only way they were going to do that is, as with plea deal Bill, to give him what he wants and say he did this. That is why he did that, folks. That is why he signed those things. That's why he admitted to those things. Hang on. Things again. Can you guys hear me? I hope.
Yeah, I can hear you still.
I don't know what just happened. My computer started flickering and my mouse stopped working for a minute. Hold on. God bless America. Things are going in and out. If I disappear, I'm sorry. I will be back. What the hell? Come on. God damn it. I hate when this. Okay. That makes. Can you guys hear me? This is ridiculous. I don't know.
I can hear you.
I'm not doing anything. It's doing something weird all of a sudden. It started moving things around and it said that my camera was unplugged and this happened and that happened. Can you guys hear me now? Clearly?
Yes.
Does it sound normal?
I think so.
Okay. I don't know what just went on. My apologies. Welcome, Bree Silva. Welcome to the sauce. I appreciate it. I can't turn my camera on either. This is ridiculous. Hold on a minute. God, I'm sick of this shit happening. Oh, because it switched to, why does it do that? It switched to an OBS camera. I don't even have OBS. Click on my camera to turn it on. It takes me off the panel and it mutes me. This is stupid. What is going on? I need you, Twiz. Everything got weird. Hold on a minute, you guys. Okay, that works. There we go. I don't know why this is doing this. My apologies. Can you hear me now? And can you see me?
I can hear you. Cannot see you.
I have my camera on, but you can't. This is crazy. Shut up, Angel. I don't understand it. That's weird as shit. Oh,
there you are.
That is so strange. Okay. Okay. I don't know what happened. I'm so sorry. Anyway, go ahead, Eddie, with what you
Okay.
said.
Let's see. Did you? Yeah, you still have the document. What page are you on? Because I think I might have found kind of the meat and potatoes.
The bottom of 15.
15. Okay. This is the bottom of 13. So scroll up 2 pages to the footnote number 20.
On 13?
On page 13, yeah.
Hold on. Let me see. It doesn't show up on 13. It's a footnote for me. Number 20. Footnote number 20. I don't have one. It goes to 15. It goes to 15 and stops. On the footnotes. But on the bottom of page 13, it just says dispatch, then instructs Dylan to find out if someone's passed out.
Which document are you on?
I'm still on that same one about the hold on, let me go back to the top of it. Unless we switch documents here. The text messages in 911 call.
Okay.
Are you on a different doc now?
I'm on the same document. This is really weird.
I don't have a footnote number 20. It goes up to the footnote 15 and then it stops. That's very strange.
Go to page 13.
Okay.
On the bottom.
Page 13 says, hold on. It starts, okay, on the bottom of 13. Yeah, that's the bottom of 13 right there. Statements regarding Xana.
Okay, let me see what I got.
No, not 153, Dandy. No.
Well, I'm not sure what happened.
All right, let me double check something to make sure.
Okay.
Order on state's motions in limine the text messages and 911 call.
Okay, I have I have order on defendant's motion for Frank's hearing. That's what happened.
What the hell? Did I slip? Oh, wait a minute. You know what? I have tabs up and I must have bumped a tab. My apologies. So, yep, there it is right there. I'm sorry, you guys. Right there.
Okay.
I'm not crazy, thank God. Okay. So
Yeah, I thought I was going crazy.
No, it was me. Do you want me to read that footnote then?
Yeah, let's read it.
Okay, based on the defendant's proffer, it is not a foregone fact that Dylan was mistaken. When she said she heard Ms. Gonsalves, Dylan Mortensen reported it was approximately 4 a.m. when she heard Ms. Gonsalves walk upstairs and then run back down the stairs saying someone's here. Ms. Kernodle received a DoorDash delivery at the residence at 4 a.m. And it says to see Payne Exhibit A at Bates 5160. It is entirely possible that Ms. Gonsalves ran downstairs when she heard the delivery person and then went to bed, after which she was killed.
That's ridiculous.
That makes no sense. That's dumb. That's dumb.
I think that was the part that I read earlier before your live stream that caught my attention.
That's
that
highly
we can tell that is absolute just malarkey.
That is ridiculous. I agree. When it's entirely possible Ms. Gonsalves ran downstairs when she heard the delivery person and then went to bed after. So she screamed after she went to bed. She screamed and ran down the stairs as fast as she could and said, someone's in the house. Someone's in the room. That has no relation to this and makes no sense.
Well, again, the state needs it to be a lone perpetrator. Everybody needs to be peacefully asleep in their bed when it happens.
And nobody was, right? Nobody was sleeping. We know that.
Yeah, we can all see what's going on.
This is insane. This statements like this, you guys. Welcome, Miss Charlene. Statements like this and many others that are just like this tell the story. They tell the corruption story. Okay, they change it so dramatically. And how many times is this? Let me put it this way: how many times has Dylan Mortensen's statement changed alone within this case? It's also possible that, I don't believe that a car had anything to do with anything, Twiz. I don't think there was a car. I've been saying that for 2 years now. Whoever did this was on foot, in my opinion, period. So I've been saying that for a long time. I never believed that there was a car, especially now knowing that the car that has been seen in the video flip-flopping in circles, or not flip-flopping, but driving in circles, it's a police car. It's not Brian. That's been proven. Oh, yeah, Papa Rogers said that the car was a red herring. I know. Anyway.
So now, let me ask you this, and it's on to a different subject.
Yeah, sure.
In regards to the first video that we watched of
the Casper West video.
Casper
right.
West, thank you. He covered many, I guess, points throughout that, but the most interesting one to me is that we learned for the first time today, at least I did, that there was a third Dave interview. So my question is, how come we haven't seen that before ever, and where can it be found?
Good point. Probably in the Wayback Machine, where Lucy found the one from yesterday, because I went looking for the actual interview itself that Olivia did, and I can't find it within her channel. So it's probably in the Wayback Machine thing. So we need to find that. for the entirety of the interview, because I think there might be more in that one than it was in the other two.
I would like to see that.
Yeah, I would too. And as I pulled that video today, I didn't have a time to go looking in that, but I think I'm going to. I'm going to go digging, and if I can figure out how to work that thing, I've never really done it. But within that whole Wayback Machine thing, if I can find this interview like Kim's interview was found, I'm absolutely going to. And yeah, of course, she's anything that even walks slightly away from Brian being guilty, she's completely taken it out because she has to now because of her relationship, in my opinion. And just Twiz says that I'm just saying Hitler always put his opinion in when it doesn't make sense. And just a possibility, it's also possible that BK wasn't even in Moscow. Oh, I don't think he was. And just like he did say, when they brought out the alternate perpetrator situation, and he makes a statement about, well, the car's not involved in that, so it doesn't make sense. So no, he should have never said that either. In my opinion, his statements, his actions absolutely have caused this case to be where it's at this point. And it should never have been that way as a judge. Yeah, I gotta find that, Eddie. Do you want me to take this down or leave this up?
Oh, you can take it down. Sure. Thank you.
Okay. If anybody has that video, Lucy, hint, I would love it. Hey, Heather Monster, good to see you, dear. Ellie admitted that they had no evidence that the Elantra was connected to the crime in an email they sent to WSU for the Bolo at the beginning of this case. Right. That's quite interesting, isn't it? Quite interesting.
Any other items of interest on your to-do list during this live stream today, Dago?
Other than just the open discussion side to it, that was it.
Okay. Do you have, because it's probably a rather brief video, do you have the Joe Veto?
Oh, yeah. We do have those. Hold on.
Do we want to cover that one today?
Yeah, I want to, actually. I was going to do that. Donna didn't come in today either, damn it.
Because I want to see if I'm right, if my notes hold true. If I recall, he said that he went to the police station on the 16th. At least he said it somewhere. I don't know what the source was,
Sure.
Meaning where I heard him say that with his own words, but I have it written down.
Oh, no, absolutely.
And because we didn't have that video, I was supposing it was in that video, but we're going to find out.
Yep. Now I got to go find where it is. Tomboy dropped it to me. I don't know if she dropped it in the chat when we were in Discord or if she dropped it in the... Where did you drop those, Tomboy? I'm looking for him now. By the way, I don't know if you guys knew that there's somebody redid the 11-12 video and put color in it now. Interestingly enough, I'm looking. It's probably up here. 1 minute.
And the point of interest in that is if he's saying, this is like around November 18th or whatever, he put out that TikTok video. So he's saying like only less than a handful of days after he went into the police station that he was interviewed on the 16th, if that's true, parentheses.
Like they were trying to...
Right.
Then that's inconsistent with these ISP records that we're reading, stating that the interview was on the 17th.
Yep, absolutely. Now there's two parts to this. There's part one of two. This is what this is. Via TikTok is where it was found. Make sure that you guys can hear it loud. And here we go. Trigger warning, like I said, it's a little weird, but
so that's sus. And it also seemed like he was pissed that they ditched him, which is also sus. And he was standing in line with me, who was waiting for food, But he, after watching the video, homeboy never ordered food. He never even went up to the counter. Also sus. So I could understand why people think it's him, but we don't know anything. Yeah, I remember she said that because, she turned around because I think he said like, "Oh my God," because she was like really drunk and was doing like it was kind of funny. She was like trying to grab food and stuff, and I think she turned around and said, "Hey, like fuck you," like she was like saying it to him like don't laugh at me kind of thing.
In all reality, folks, not that it matters, but it's pretty well known at this point. He was a dick to her all night, even at the bar. I think everybody believes that he was saying that she was saying that to him. Okay, just so everybody understands that. Not Showalter, but to Joe Vito, because he was bitching and complaining at her and how she was bumping into him and this and that the whole night at the bar, at the grub truck, all of it. So my opinion of that, I agree, is that she was saying that to him because he was just being a douchebag. Joe Vito is the heavyset dude that had the hat on at the grub truck, for anybody that doesn't know, that was standing there talking to Jack Showalter, and then he inserted himself in this so that he could be somewhat important somehow, and he still isn't. So on we go.
I've been craving that ever since I heard about it and Googled the menu, but I'm in Australia. Well, oh, Jade, there was a guy on here from Australia, and I was showing him my Bloodstones. I was like, God bless you guys for making Bloodstones. I love those shoes. Those are like, I wear them like all the time. And Bloodstones. Did they even speak to him? Yeah, they talked several times. Yes, and you see Maddie taking a picture above her head of him. She wasn't. She wasn't. So I don't know why people keep saying that. That wasn't what was happening. She was so Maddie was reaching into, people were saying she never climbed in the grub bus. That's actually, maybe climbing is not the right word, but she was like reaching around inside the grub bus trying to grab food. And her friend Kaylee, who was the shorter one, was the one I think you're talking about. She had the camera held up high because she was trying to videotape Maddie reaching around inside the grub bus, which was part of the reason why the grub bus guy just gave them food. Like, hey, don't be reaching in here, And meanwhile, there's a driver that had pulled up for them that was waiting for them, and he came out and was like, hey, what's going on? Let's go. So I don't know what. That's another rumor that's just spreading around. People are like, she was taking pictures of him. She wasn't taking pictures. She was I think it was Snapchat, if I remember correctly. She was like snapping somebody, or she was snapping Maddie being silly because Maddie was very drunk. Oh, thanks for the clarification, because people are really running with that comment. Yeah, I know.
All right, let me pull up part 2. Sorry, 1 second.
She was like snapping somebody, or she was snapping Maddie being silly because Maddie was very drunk. Oh, thanks for the clarification, because people are really running with that comment. Yeah, I know. What kind of food do they sell? It looks so popular. Definitely.
Exactly, SRB.
Okay, Cloudy, when you come up here, hit me up. I'll take you guys, and I promise. I'll promise it'll be good. It'll be a good time. Have you been questioned? I bet everyone in town has been. I don't know if questioned is even the right word. I went in on my own because they didn't return my call. And so I just physically went when I knew that I had seen those girls there at the grub bus and they didn't call me back. I was like, yo, I'm not going to work today. I'm going to go to the police station and I will be here as long as they want me to be here to answer any questions they have and give them as much information as I can remember from that night.
Yeah, he just wanted to get out of work that day and try to get 5 minutes of fame is all this was about. The dude's a loser.
And that's what I did. They spent most of my time there. They spent it trying to build, I think, they asked me questions about Homeboy in the Hood. And they didn't have that many questions, which I thought was weird. I was like, no, please ask me more questions. Because at the time I was like, it had to be this guy. But then I didn't realize how much, details were going around and stuff and how you've been cleared and all that. But they were mostly interested in establishing a timeline for the girls because they had no timeline yet. And that was that Wednesday for their first press conference. That was that morning. So during the press conference, they had announced the timeline. So I was like, wait, you guys had no timeline until this morning? The information I gave you guys? And that was like, ooh, I'm a little disappointed in that, but I'm sure they had some kind of timeline, but I think my information helped a lot. I hope it did. So.
Okay.
So that would be Wednesday the 16th is what that was, the date.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. There's your answer. Sorry we had to go through all that other nonsense with him to get to that point, but he was at the corner club. He was being an asshole to her at the corner club and at the grub truck. I don't like him at all because of that. And the way he inserted himself and tried to make himself important, and he wasn't. He's a creep. I agree with you wholeheartedly.
But let's focus for a minute on the purpose of this video.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Because we were going through those documents of ISPs.
Yes.
Yeah, those reports.
Absolutely.
And what date did they write? Did they say that they interviewed him?
You know what? I wrote it down, but I don't have it here now. Damn it. And I don't remember which document that was in. A report. Shit. Do you have that in your notes by chance?
I don't think so.
I don't either. I thought.
Let's ask the class if
anybody you guys remember which report, possibly when it was towards the end, wasn't it? Because that's how we got onto that, I think. Let me look at something here. Let me get into these reports that I have saved here. I swear it was. Let me see here.
It never would have dawned on me that this is the part that we're going to forget. The ISP report date.
Yeah, I know.
But here we are.
Typical. I
thought the struggle was just to find this video.
The video. I mean, it was, but we got that. Thank you, Tomboy, and everybody else that looked for it. But
you see how big of a struggle we have.
Yeah, I know. I ended on number 207, and I swear it was not too far before the end because that's why we were still on this, because we had talked about it fairly recently, I thought.
No matter what, I remember enough about the conversation to know that the conversation was, wait, I have in my notes that Joe saying he was interviewed on the 16th. And look at the report that we're going over. It's saying that, I mean, that was the controversy because we knew it was a different date. Regardless of what the date is, it's just...
Exactly, yes.
That's the purpose of why we went exploring this.
Yep. So it's not going to make a difference, right? The point is that they, once again, there was misinformation put out. It's going to drive me nuts, though.
Yeah, me too.
Damn it. Like I said, I swear it was fairly close to the end. And that's how we figured out who that was. When he started complaining about how she was acting at the bar. Right, nothing I've asked. That's why I pulled up the Grub Truck video to prove that he was full of shit. That they weren't acting anything like he said. He over exaggerated and damn it. It's in here.
Okay. I'm getting there.
Okay.
Let me blow this up, see if I can read here. 86, maybe? Looks like 86.
Oh, okay. So it's further back than I thought. Hold on.
Because he's 33 years old.
Yep. I'll be damned. It is further back than I thought. Okay, hold on. Not too far off here then. There it is, right there.
Oh, Bomb Toy says 86.
Yep, there it is right there. And that was on November 15th.
15th, okay. That's what it was.
Yeah, Detective Hugh Powell and I conducted an interview with Joe Vito at the Moscow PD, located whatever. He left his apartment at approximately 8 p.m. on November 12th with a female friend. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. And it says that the 15th is when they gave the interview. The document's dated on January 6th, of course, and it says here on the 15th as well. So one day off.
And when are they writing this report?
This was written and printed in, well, it says up here, reported date was January 6th of 23 and printed on July 8th. There's like 4 dates on this, you guys. Insane.
Me personally, I believe Joe.
Do you believe Joe? Okay.
Yeah, because there's 2 different dates. I mean, we got to go with one. So the question becomes is who do you believe, right?
Right. No, I don't think it was Brian. To answer your question, Stevie, I don't. Thank you, Wellington and Tomboy both. So, okay, let's say that again. You believe Joe is in the date? Yeah, I do too.
Mm-hmm.
I do.
The simple reasoning being is there's been a consistent theme of deceit and lies, hidden evidence, destroyed evidence, falsifying evidence.
Yes, sir. I want to go back since we're in here again and read something. Just to clarify, I'm pretty sure.
While you're thinking, I'll just add to that thought. The question becomes, so do you think it's like because they did the interview, but then what was it, a month or at least a month later that they wrote up the report on it finally?
Yeah. More than.
Do you think because of the passage of time that they lost that detail?
It could
and
be.
It's just a small oversight and it doesn't matter? Or do you think it's intentional and there's a reason behind it? I guess that's where we're left to try to wonder.
And don't get me wrong. With some things, quite a few things, I do believe there were intentionally changed or left out or whatever, destroyed. With some things, I think I'll give that simple mistakes can happen. One day's time, that's a little different. But everything else, or not everything else, but a lot of the other stuff that is like really crazy different, I got a call that was done on purpose, in my opinion. There's a few things in here that can be simply mistaken because of the time that has lapsed and so on and so forth. You can make that mistake. You shouldn't, because it's all documented. It should be documented. Whether it was recorded, whether it was written down, it should all be documented, the exact date, and you shouldn't make that mistake. But it is what it is. But I think most of the stuff that we've seen has been purposely misdirected. I want to go through this one more time, okay? And for those of you that don't know it, this was Dylan's statement, okay? And I still have yet to find. Did we read through a statement in here that we were able to label as Bethany's statement? Do you remember that, Eddie?
Good question.
I don't think we did find one directly that was
No,
labeled,
I don't think so.
which is interesting to me. There should have been. I don't remember if we did or if we didn't in Moscow's documents either. Yes, Wellington. Jake was documented twice, but
Oh, Dago, I just realized my phone starting to get really hot. I should probably bounce out of the StreamYard here.
All right. Well, I'm gonna read through this document before we get out of here.
I'll be in chat.
And you can, thank you for joining me again. If you want to jump back up here to discuss anything I read through, feel free to pop up here.
Okay. We'll
I'll
see
leave
you
that
soon.
up. All right, buddy. Thanks again. Always
Dago.
appreciated. So this was Dylan's statement to ISP. Now that we know the body cam footage and the other statements that we've heard, and this one was on the 17th of November. 4 days. Yeah, always appreciated, bud. I love your input, your thoughts, and you help in so many ways with this, Eddie, to be able to understand. So, unless, of course, you guys don't want me to read this again. If you don't want me to read this again, I'll just shut it. I'll stop there and we can discuss some things and then get out of here. If you want me to read this one more time and go through this, put a 1 in the chat. If you don't, put a 2, please. And I will understand if you don't. But I've been thinking about this statement after seeing what we saw today, yesterday, what we saw and heard, and also watching that other body cam video since I read this. I believe there was Cat Lady, but I can't find it to be able to lock it down as to who it is for sure. I got a lot of 1s. So yes. Okay, good. Like I said, after what we saw today, yesterday, saw and heard, I should say, and after watching the body cam video, I want to read through this statement again. This is like one of the first ones I read, and it's been a minute now. So give me a minute here. Let me move that so I can actually see this. On November 17th, at approximately 12, and this is again 4 days after this happened, at approximately 12:05 p.m., myself, Idaho State Police Detective Victoria Gooch, and Moscow Police Department Sergeant Dustin Blaker, which is interesting to me. Myself would be Vicky Gooch, Blaker, and somebody else is in here too. Who the hell is this? And she had her stepmother with her there, her attorney. Or unless they got a different attorney, but I thought it was her stepmother. But anyway, okay. Blaker and Gooch, and there's somebody else here, and I don't know who this is. I'm sorry. Because it's labeled Vicky Gooch. Either way, Maravilla. That's a good question too, Cat Lady, like I said. But I don't know because I can't lock one down because of all the blankety blank. Good. I want to, Kent. I was trying to figure out how to get those documents, and I can't. Miss Jenna's in the house. Oh, my goodness. It's good to see you. I've missed seeing you, Jenna. I hope you're doing well. Again, guys, Justice for Crystal McCrory Jones. Please put Jenna's link in here, guys, so that we can get as many more people to support Jenna's cause and getting justice for her sister, Crystal, in that horrible situation as well. It's wonderful to see you, Jenna. Always happy to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. It's always happy to see you here. Please put her link in, guys. In my opinion, when one may be pushed by a higher authority to close this case up and get the spotlight out of town, that caused a heck of a scramble, I'm sorry, and things would have seemed parts as we've seen D1. Oh, good point. Good point. Cool. That's awesome, Ken. You have no idea how much I appreciate that. I've been trying to find ways to get those, but because they're out of the country in in Canada, it's very hard to get stuff from out of the country. It's crazy, but I appreciate that so much. And we will definitely spend some time reading through those because those are important. Again, Jana, there's Jana's link right there, you guys. Where'd it go? Right there. Please go check out Jana's channel. Subscribe if you haven't. Hit the notification bell, and please like it up. She's had one hell of a struggle that she's finally getting some justice for. Her sister's case we covered here a while back, about a year ago now, close to at least. And it's absurd. Absolutely absurd. It's almost as bad as, it's just as bad as this is, guys. It's crazy how this went down. So please go support her if you can. And yes, Jenna, we love you. And I hope things are getting better for you. I know that you were getting some options handed to you that you weren't getting before. And I'm grateful to see that. On November 17th at approximately 12:05, myself, Idaho State Police Detective Gooch, and MPD Sergeant Dustin Blaker interviewed Dylan Mortensen at her residence, blank blank in Boise, Ada County, Idaho, blah, blah, blah. The interview occurred with Dylan's attorney present via computer, audio, video, blank, an attorney in Moscow, Latah County, Idaho, with the law firm Sullivan Lawful. I think that is her stepmother. The interview was also audio recorded by me, Sergeant Blaker. The thumb drive of the interview was assigned tag number there. And I did write that, but I want to rewrite that. So if one day it's possible, I want to hear that and watch that, folks. If there's a video as well, but I want to definitely hear the audio in this because there's no emotion in what we're reading, but I want to hear the emotion in the audio. And it's in the Tiburon case management system on November 20th. It was filed, and the audio file of the interview had been downloaded, thumb drive, blah, blah, blah. Dylan stated the following. She is a sophomore at the University of Idaho studying pre-physical therapy. She has been a University of Idaho student for both years. I thought she was a freshman, you guys. See? That's why I'm rereading this. Since when is she a sophomore? I thought she was always listed as a freshman. I'm confused. That is awesome, Jana. God bless. The only active attorney is Cudahy. Inactive attorney is state public defender case type new. Okay, thank you. She wasn't she a freshman, you guys? I swear to God, she was a freshman. No, because they did this 4 days after, so she'd still be a freshman, I think. That's crazy. Okay, whatever. We'll figure that out too. She's been residing at the residence where this incident occurred since August of 22. Her friend Bethany, and she moved into the residence, and the other female roommates she knew through their sorority. Kaylee, Maddie, and Xana prior to this year, and had also met Kaylee before, but Kaylee belonged to another sorority. She explained Kaylee was a senior in school. All right, now stop. Freeze. How did I miss this the last time we read this? Wasn't the reason that she went to go get Kaylee to go to the whatever that was, the whatever that thing she needed her for, wasn't because they were in the same sorority, I thought? Or am I wrong about that too? I could have swore to God that's why she went to go get Kaylee to be her +1, is because they were in the same sorority. Okay. The formal, thank you. Last 24, I appreciate that. Yeah, whatever it was. Well, there was 2 different names. The formal +1, and I thought she went to go get Kaylee because they were in the same sorority, and okay, that's 2 points now. She also described 2 additional friends, blank and blank, but they were not residents in the house. Maybe Emily and Josie. Blank explained that blank introduced her to Xana last year. That would be Emily. Both Emily and Josie reside in the white apartments, an apartment complex on campus that houses sorority members. This is a guess, folks. I might be wrong with that. She described the layout of their residence and where each of the roommates resided, paraphrased based on Dylan's description of their residence. When you walk in, there is a door. There is downstairs with a bathroom and one bedroom. When you walk into the door, there is a hallway with her bedroom and Bethany's bedroom. When you walk into the door, there is a hallway with her bedroom and the kitchen. Nope. Dylan's bedroom. I'm sorry. And the sliding door. And upstairs is Kaylee's room and a bathroom and Maddie's room. Xana is on the same floor as her bedroom. Initially, she was asked to describe what the girls did on the 12th of November, but she described that there was a ball on Friday night. That's it right there. November 11th of 2022, a Pi Phi sorority ball, which she briefly attended. She explained she started drinking at 4:30 p.m. on the 11th. Okay, so there's the drinking thing, 4:30 p.m. on the 11th. So Pi Phi. Kaylee was not a Pi Phi. Not to mention, Kaylee was not even in her sorority anymore. So that whole story does not match anymore. Okay. That bothers me now. And I don't, when I read this before, I was kind of dead reading. Just reading straight through it. Which they ended up punking the sorority with that +1. Yeah, that's the story that I heard, was that they didn't end up going. They had a party that Friday night anyway. Willard,
What's up,
the Willer. What's up, bro?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing. I'm rereading.
Reading away.
I'm just rereading Dylan's statement from ISP. We went through the rest of the show already,
Mhm.
and I'm trying to pull out after what we watched today and yesterday, because I pulled up Kim's interview with Olivia, and I pulled up pieces of Dave's interview. Casper West did two videos on it. They were really interesting.
Yeah.
So there's some things in here that we all believed at some point that are absolutely not true. I thought Dylan was a freshman.
Was she not? Or is she a sophomore?
It says she's a sophomore here.
I thought one or the other, I guess.
And that was a big thing, I thought, because everybody was questioning why she lived off campus and not in the sorority house as a freshman. So whatever. Okay. And now it's claiming that her and Kaylee are in two separate sororities, or they were, and that we all believed that the reason why she went to get Kaylee to go to this ball with her was because they were in the same sorority and she needed her to be the +1. That's what I thought. So obviously not.
Yeah, it was just weird. We watched back the body cam and shit. It was just so weird how, like, first she spells in his first name with a Z, then she has to correct herself, then she doesn't know her last name, how to spell her last name at all, and that right there shows me, like, they weren't all these best friends.
They weren't
you know what I mean?
Yeah. I told you that before, though, dude. Remember we talked about how they were.
I know. I'm just saying, the majority of people think that they were all close and yada yada.
They were in completely separate circles as far as their friends go.
Mhm.
And truly, Kaylee and Maddie wouldn't be friends with the people that Dylan was friends with. They're in separate types of groups too. That's the weird thing. So whatever.
Yeah. Well, like I said, the only thing that I can really, because after today, like, today's the final day for his sentencing appeal, and I understand that, he has 2 years for this other appeal, yada yada yada. But, like, I don't know, man. After today, like, I don't like what I can't understand. I don't understand why his attorneys haven't came out and spoke on his behalf yet. Like, they just completely shut out.
Well, from what I'm gathering, based on the statement she made, is that she left one statement there. She said that they would not be coming forward to speak on anything, that they would be dedicating all their time to
what?
to continuing to aid their client in his situation per se.
My God.
So they haven't put any paperwork forward or they haven't put anything out there that they're no longer his defense team. That hasn't happened. So they're still working for him. My only guess is that they're doing something in the background, hopefully.
I just hope Brian didn't tell, like, I seriously hope Brian didn't tell, like, his parents don't talk to anybody, because you know, really the only other thing I could offer this, you know, case is, you know, hearing from his dad, which is what my site is on right now. And I just spoke to the person that sees his dad, and, you know, she basically works every day, dude. Like when you work for CVS and you're a pharmacist or whatever, dude, they work you to the fucking bone. Like,
oh yeah,
that's why, like, you know, they try to get Leah every weekend, you know, to you know, so they could see her. But, like, I swear to God, dude, every weekend they, like, make her work. So if anybody's going to see him, it's going to be her. And, you know, she's just as kind of pissed off as we are. And she has, like, everything set to give him all my information, to let him know about all of us out here that are, you know, basically support, you know, his opinion.
Yeah.
You know, because, like I said, dude, he's telling people in fucking bumfuck Effort, Pennsylvania, and CBS don't even know his son, you know, pleading with them that his son's innocent. So, you know, and I'm just trying to give him a platform to kind of.
Well, it's funny because that's the same place that he ran into Jeremy's mother in the Patterson book. And that's the statement. Remember when
Whose mother?
Jeremy's mother.
Saba.
Yeah. Jeremy Saba's mother.
I love her, man.
Yeah. I heard she's an amazing person.
She is.
And that whole statement, that whole conversation they had that came out of the Patterson book, where he stated that, you know, Brian didn't do this. And she said, Mrs. Saba, I'll call her, said that the Brian that I know wouldn't do this. And then he said, you know, that knife sheath was not there when they say it was there. It came out later on, blah, blah, blah. He said all of those things were stated in that conversation. So that's
what I mean, dude. Like, you know, he wasn't this evil fucking psychotic person that, like, you know, all these other people that commit acts like this, you know, have some tendencies at some point in time. You know what I mean?
Yeah, thank you. Is it Tom? Is that Casey's dad's name, Tom?
Tom is Casey's brother's name.
But his dad too would be
maybe. I don't know. I just know her brother's name's Tom. He has big ears.
Yeah. He did an interview 2 years ago, and I found it the other day. I was watching it.
Her dad or her brother?
Her dad. Her dad did it.
Oh, okay.
And she did one. We know that. A couple other people did interviews that I went and watched them all, like, over the past few days.
He does nothing.
They said that hell. In fact, on top of that, the girl that what's her name? Trashley interviewed her.
Well, I'm assuming Casey's brother was friends with Brian too, because Casey's brother was younger.
Well, that's what they said, that his name was Thomas or whatever.
Yeah.
They were saying that Brian, after he lost all his weight, that he became different in some ways. He was, like, putting Thomas in headlocks and just showing, like, a power, maybe because he felt better about himself. Or whatever.
But Tom, dude, Tom was fucking, like, 6'5" ever since, like, 7th or 8th grade. I swear to God. Like, Casey's brother was always so tall because he was like a hick. You know what I mean? Like he was straight hick, dude.
Right. No, I understand. Did you see the Banfield issue episode where she interviewed the girl from that area? As a woman, I can't think. Her name's Mandy something.
Amanda, what? Do you know?
Never gave her last name, but she knew Brian's sister. They went to school together, and said, she said that nobody would have ever known this could ever have happened with what they knew of Brian. Brian wasn't this guy. Brian didn't act like this. There were no signs, and I told you guys before. when somebody does this, okay, Dahmer, all these other people, there were signs when they were younger that this could be coming.
Yeah, something.
Brian didn't show none of that stuff ever.
No,
Ever.
we didn't even talk about
it. Thank you so much for that. Jana, for the super chat, says Autopsy of a Crime has a link to an article written today on Crystal's case. If we can put the link, guys, in chat for that, I would appreciate that. I want to go see that.
Start advocating on YouTube. Jana.
Yes, Jana, I appreciate that so very much. Congrats on that. That's amazing. And
I knew Ashley Flugel really well.
Ashton Flugel?
Ashley Flugel.
Ashley Flugel, sorry.
Yeah, she's another one that she passed away from an overdose, but her name came up a few times for some reason. I can't remember what, but yeah, I knew her. She came over to my house a bunch of times because she was friends with my sister, but she wound up passing away too. I'm telling you, dude, it's crazy how many people died.
It's weird because when they pull up photographs and video of the town, okay, it looks like the town I live in. It's a very country, rural area, and you're like, this does not look like a high drug area that you would think that kind of stuff would go on, but I'll be damned if it's not a big deal out that way, and it was at least for a while. I looked at statistics and stuff. There was a lot of opioid overdoses. Crazy stuff out there, dude.
That's crazy, dude. Like, you know, his two best friends, Saba wound up dying, which, again, dude, I mean, I would probably make a debate that I was closer to Saba than fucking Brian was to Saba, just because of, like, you know, how many times I've been to Saba's house and, like, you know, been in his house with just his mom or just his dad home, you know, without even Saba there and shit like that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I hung out with Saba so many times, and never in a million years would I've ever thought he would ever try heroin. And then here, you know, I'm here and he's literally years and years just up in that area, walking around doing so much dope. It was like, he'd walk into CVS and get bags of needles and stuff. It was just so sad to hear, man.
It is.
And now he's gone. And Joey Decker, who's Brian's other best friend, who
I remember that name too. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, I hung out with him a million times. Like, you know, I love Joey, but he got into this shit and now he's in prison. So it's like what the fuck, man? Everybody.
It does it, yeah.
And Brian was strong enough to get clean, turn his life around, move out, and then, you know, kind of start a life out west. No, you don't need a prescription for needles up
no.
CVS. They give them to you.
Your diabetics and stuff use them so much that they,
Trust me, I know. I know the person that works there.
Even per the last interview with the chick that went to school with BK and his sister, BK, that's who I was talking about, that Amanda woman. BK's actions in this were way shocking to her. And they were trying to force her to say negative things about him. And she really wouldn't. She was just...
Well, that's why that's why I sent you the screenshot. Casey told me, she's like, listen, she's like, I really would love to, but, you know, I just started a new job. And last time I did, you know, she got a whole bunch of shit. So I kind of understood where she was coming from, you know.
Absolutely.
But again, dude, I'm at the point where I don't, you know, I used to give a fuck about, you know, hey, I don't want to do this because somebody might take it out of context and use it for that. I don't care. If his dad wants, you know, has something to say, his dad can come say it.
I think it would be helpful.
I don't care anymore.
I'd love to hear from either one of his parents, his sisters, which I doubt we'll hear from his sisters, but
it's probably going to be his dad because, you know, like I say her name, but she tells me like she sees his dad all the time, and it's more like his dad's the one going out and his mom's kind of like in the house because, you know, it's basically, think about it, man. It's basically like your child died.
It is,
right?
It truly is. Yes. It truly is. Jesus, that's what Ashley asked that girl, like, which I couldn't believe she said that. She goes, "Don't you think it would be better if he would have just died?" And it would.
Oh my god.
Oh my dude, yeah. Banfield's turned into some trash, way bad. But and then you would have to deal with all this stuff, and she was like, "Yeah, I guess," you know, like that. I'm like,
what the hell?
What the fuck did you just say? Yeah, she's trash, dude, bad. But this girl, her name is God damn it, Amanda something, and she worked with Ashley in the studio or somewhere like that, somewhere, and she's from that area.
Mm-hmm.
Went to school with, I think it was Amanda, Brian's sister Amanda. They looked to be about the same age, possibly. Real skinny girl, kind of a bigger nose, not bad, but
Mm-hmm.
dark hair. But anyway, her name, they called her Mandy. She called her Mandy. So people were wondering if you might know who she was. If I could probably show
She
you.
older? Was she older or younger?
I'll just show you, dude. It'll be easier to show
All right.
you.
All right.
Hold on a minute here. I didn't even think about that. I could just show you.
Tom Orange must have been in Brian's grade, because no way he was in my sister's grade, because my sister was three years younger than me. So that's why, like, all the younger people and stuff like that, the ones that knew Brian that I know, the only reason I know him is because, like, a lot of them are friends with my sister. My sister would bring people over and shit, and then I would meet them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Damn it, Dago. Hold on a minute. The fuck.
She was the same age as Brian's sister. Okay, so she was older. Okay, depending on which one, I might not know her, because if she was too old, then I would have I would know more like younger than older.
There she is.
She doesn't really look familiar to me.
Okay. Says she was a classmate of Brian's sister.
And what, like, does she talk on, like, their relationships and stuff, or what?
To an extent, she didn't really have a whole lot of info other than here. Once again, I'll let you hear it real quick.
No, I mean, like I said, I mean, what's his name? Literally worked with Brian's sisters and shit like that, and we're cool with them. So I just didn't know if she gave any kind of more insight than that.
No, what she goes into mostly is how, well, I'll just let you hear it. It's easier to explain.
All right.
Just hold on right here. 1 second.
There's no volume, just so you know.
Hang on. I always do this.
It's all good.
I forgot to click that. That's why. All right. Hold on, you guys. I'm sorry. There we go.
Serial killers. Well, I guess you could call him a spree killer, but of all time, what it was like to find out about this, what your thoughts were, what your friends' thoughts were, how you guys all reconnected over this. Not only that, but comparing the person that you've been hearing about now.
Nobody reconnected, like,
back in high school. So let's just start.
What'd you say?
I said nobody reconnected from this. I don't know what the hell she's talking about, bro. Like,
he's insane.
People posted a couple, like, when it first happened, people posted, obviously every single person that knew him posted on Facebook about it and shit, and we're like, oh my god, and then that was it. So I don't know what the hell she's talking about, bringing people together. She has no idea what she's talking about, so half the time.
No, she doesn't at all, and she tells more stupid shit. That's why I'm just showing this part. I'm not going to show anything she says, but it'll be quick here.
With the pictures themselves and go over these pictures and what they kind of invoke for you. Because I think this is kind of the first time that you're really seeing them, like all within the last couple of minutes. So let's pop the first picture up in the series of shots.
There it is, back in the day.
I mean, when I looked at this, it gave me the chills because I only know the Kohberger of recent, and I can't get over those eyes. But what does this photo speak to you?
What?
And those eyes are the same eyes that
I told you, he's always had them, bro.
He looks like his sister look like they could be twins. Okay, the eyes are very predominant.
Bro, his sister is him with a wig on.
Basically, yes. So once again, more bullshit that she's spewing because that's all she can do.
Those eyes.
It means nothing. Nothing at all.
She's so cringe.
That one kind of seems like he's sad.
Is that the person you knew? Did you ever get the feeling in high school that quiet kid was a sad kid?
it was always, again, he was younger than me, so it was more so I spent more time with his sister. And he was always just so quiet. We never
Why didn't you speak on the smiling one, Ashley?
Yeah, exactly.
That's what they do. It's crazy.
Wonder what year those pictures are, because that's, like I said, that I remember him. I remember him being bigger, and then he lost.
Yeah,
he lost weight. But again, he didn't lose the weight from the heroin yet, because that wasn't in the picture. So he was running, doing something.
They said that he lost like 100 pounds because he wanted to become an Army Ranger or something like that initially.
Mhm.
And once he lost the weight, after that,
Because here's the thing, right? When I graduated in 2011, right, he would have been in 10th grade. So that means in 11th grade, I was gone. And then I don't know when the H train kind of, when he jumped on that train and then got off.
Exactly.
But so that's 2 whole years in high school. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I wish we could find out what his like grades were and stuff. His like 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. See if they like changed or not.
It changed. It might explain. But I mean, if he went to college and was accepted and he did so well in college, I mean,
Yeah, but he went to Northampton Community College.
right.
So
Financially, I bet that probably fit. But no, I get what you're saying.
yeah, but then he went to the sales, which isn't too bad, and then going out west.
Yeah.
It's a good school.
Absolutely. All right, hold on here.
the sense that there was something wrong. Sometimes when things like this happen and people come out and they say, "Oh, he was quiet, but yeah, that kind of makes sense because he did this, this, and this." We didn't have that. Like we grew up in a community where everybody knew everybody. And when this came out, it was very shocking to a lot of us. It was very like, wait, what? It wasn't a, oh, that kind of makes sense for us.
Did you immediately, upon hearing the name Brian Kohberger is the one arrested for the horrendous quadruple murder in Idaho, everybody in Idaho in the community there was saying, who?
My reaction was, dude, just like this. You ready? What? Just like that, dude.
That's funny you said that. When we were watching the Dave interview earlier, he does the same thing. And Lucy was like, "Oh my God, that sounds like Willie." Because you've done that before. You've done that before and you sounded the same way. It's kind of funny. They changed his voice, but yeah.
I swear to God, dude.
Absolutely. But that's basically what she says through the whole thing. I don't have to play this whole thing because I can't stand looking at her Skeletor face.
Yeah, she's wild.
But yeah, that's all she says through this whole thing. And and she'll try to say something negative to get a reaction from her. And she's like, well, yeah, I understand. She's never said anything.
And that's why I'm kind of like, chopping up the, well, one, because of how much profanity there was, but two, just to kind of like chop it up in the bits. But, Rich talked about how he basically said flat out, like, all Brian wanted, was friends, man.
Yep.
And
that's truly, I know exactly what that's about. And that relates back, in my opinion, to the Asperger's or the autism, whatever.
Yeah.
My son is the same way and was his whole life. He just wanted people to like him. He just wanted people to be his friend. And people, just like these idiots did with Brian at the college, okay, that he worked at. The people he worked with were ignorant assholes to him.
Knock it off.
Because he was outgoing and he was awkward and didn't know how to approach people. That made him weird, and they labeled him and they bullied him It's ignorant.
Exactly.
I mean, disgusting.
And look, I mean, even the media will take a picture of him from that's probably like what, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, and they're like, look at him, evil eyes. What the?
Nothing at all. The kid was a kid. He was a 13, 14-year-old kid that just wanted friends, like you said. It's disgusting what they've done to him. And like I said, when I look at his eyes, I don't see that. I don't know why everybody sees that. I do not see what everybody's saying they see.
Me neither.
He just
Well, I guess it's because of, just because I'm so used to because I remember seeing him so much. It was just, he had that like stare, but it wasn't like a, I want to beat the shit out of you stare, or like, I want to kill you stare. It was just like a kind of like awkward, like, I don't know. I'm not explaining it, but.
Because he doesn't know how to approach people comfortably. That's part of it. I get it.
But they twist it and they're like, look at those murderous eyes. Like, shut up.
Nobody, that's what I said. Well, if he's a murderer because of his eyes, then Amanda is too, because she looks just like him.
Yeah, exactly. And Melissa and
right.
I don't know if you have a picture of Melissa or not, but
yeah, I've seen both of them. They both look, they're all three. They look like triplets, just male and female versions.
mm-hmm. And then Rich goes into the relationship with Brian and his sisters, even though fucking Brian stole a phone or some stupid shit. They still had a good relationship. So the whole thing of like, oh, she called in on her brother and stuff like that. Get the fuck out of here, man.
Yeah, I never even thought about it. I should have played your interview that you guys did and let people hear that did.
No, that's all good. It's just you learn a lot from people that actually knew and hung out with them, and
nobody's ever
spent time with his dad and was friends with his sisters, worked with his sisters at the Chestnut Hill Diner, which existed where the CVS is now. So before the CVS existed, dude, there was a diner there.
Right.
You understand?
Mm-hmm.
Back,
and that's where his sisters worked at.
Yeah, exactly. That's how long fucking, Rich has been up there, and fucking, I grew up there my whole life, dude. So, we used to go to that diner all the time, and then that closed down, and then they built that CVS, and then they built a whole bunch of other stuff up there, and then, yes, he worked with his sisters, and, those are the people I trust, not fucking, Ashley trying to dig up people. She's like, oh, well, he was younger, and he was quiet. I don't remember. Fuck that.
And that's what I was gonna say. There's no stories. Nobody's ever come out with any stories. All the negative shit that's been said about Brian, there's a lot, but nobody has ever came out and said, oh yeah, he used to torture animals and cut up animals and do this and talk about that. And he did this and he did that, and he was mean to this person and mean to that person. He did blah blah blah. That's never been stated, folks. And I'm not saying that that's a prerequisite to become a serial killer or a mass killer.
I'm not talking bad about her, Rach. I'm talking bad about Ashley Banfield because of how, she asked questions instead of just letting people tell the truth.
Oh,
just like what Fox did.
Yeah, absolutely. Congrats, Allison White. Happy anniversary. Thank you for 7 months. I appreciate that so very much. It says
Allison.
And we appreciate that too, Allison. I appreciate you very, very much.
Shut to Willie too. Thank you so much, Allison.
There's no stories like that were ever put out there about this kid. Dahmer had stories about how he used to torture animals and do this and do that, and all these other guys. Brian's not that person, guys, from what I have gathered, from what I know about it. Granted, he's different.
But they want him to be so bad, dude. That's the crazy thing.
That's the only way it makes sense, Willie.
I know.
Only way it makes sense that Brian Kohberger did this, because he's got to be this monster, and he's not. He's not.
I know. Trust me. And if he was, that's the thing. That if he was, he was. I don't. It is what it is. But
he's not.
That's not the truth.
Right. And it's just crazy. And at this point, he has to be guilty. I agree with that. He has to be guilty, because if he's not, by even just a little bit, it completely throws their shit out the water, out in the water. It's done. That's why they've been pushing this still, in my opinion, so hard and trying to nail this coffin closed.
That's what I mean, dude. Could you imagine all this information coming out at a trial? No.
he would have gotten off. You know that, and I know that. He would have gotten off. But
So
they didn't trust in it. And I don't blame them, because we just went over how many times that Hitler inserted his own opinion and changed the narrative with his opinion based on things that he should have never said.
I know
there's quite a few of them. Okay,
dude, Hitler wrote out his whole like narrative on like how this happened and shit. You kidding me? Remember?
Yeah, no, agreed. And the things that were in the documents that we went through, where Dylan would say something, well, he would defend it and run it his way. It's like, no, that's not your job at all.
It's insane.
And that's the point to is that's what my thought is. It would be hard to get a fair jury with Hitler. I agree with you. That's why I think this happened.
That's why, but then but that's my thing, right? Like if she knew that Boise was kind of like on the top of the chart of where they would move the trial to, you have to then do your homework on who would probably who's most likely to preside over the case, and it's going to be fucking Hitler.
He had a vote on that too, believe that or not, and then he acted like he didn't want nothing to do with this. I think Ann believed in the system until she got to Ada County. I'm just giving you a thought, not fact.
Yeah.
But I think she may have believed in her case and had confidence in the case and in the system until they moved to this place and they went through 2-3 hearings, and then you started noticing a change.
I'll just never forget. I mean, this is an attorney we're talking about, right? A well-known,
yeah, she was very good
attorney, and this attorney said out of her mouth that Brian was chosen for this. Don't ever forget that, dude.
Bingo. Thank you.
Don't ever forget that shit, man, because that was said, and you can't take that back now. That Brian was chosen for this long before. It was so weird, man, the way she worded it.
And I agree with her. I do absolutely agree with her. And I think when she finally saw that and realized there was no help here, they weren't getting anything. They had to do something to save his life first and foremost.
And this is back with Judge when she said, Your Honor, Brian is innocent.
Yep. Absolutely. And yeah, she did not. From my understanding, she was not paid by the state at all in that period of time. It's insane.
It's the whole thing's dude. This whole case is disgusting, and we should be ashamed as a society that what we allowed them to get away with. These are humans doing this to other humans. And the way it was done is just pathetic. Like, oh yeah, we got this guy's name. Cool, we're done. Fuck the evidence.
Exactly.
Screw this blood sample. Screw that blood sample. No big deal.
Well, I guess the Gonzalez did a new interview.
Thank God, finally. I wanted him to talk. But you better not be happy.
Well, as much as I hate to do this, I'm going to show it to you guys real quick. This is going to suck. I'm so pissed at her right now. It's not even funny, but
which one?
Nancy Grace. That's who did the interview with him.
Of course.
Oh, dude, the shit she said earlier today, Lana, it wasn't earlier, it was from an interview show she did with somebody else. And they said some really fucking crazy shit, dude.
Oh yeah, she don't stop, bro.
Her guest even said that pro-burgers, basically people that want truth, they're all jealous because they couldn't do what Brian did.
What
We're all minions.
We couldn't do what Brian did? What does that even mean?
We couldn't kill people.
Oh, okay. Let's see what they had to say. Unbelievable.
Here we go. Sorry about this, you guys.
She's weird, man.
Beyond weird.
Very outspoken throughout this entire my husband for almost 30 years, given me grace.
You two seem even stronger. You seem even closer.
Yeah.
How is that happening, Christy?
I honestly, it has brought us closer just because the pain and the anxiety that we have had, or especially me, Steve has just been so amazing. He's been so gentle with me. He's given me grace. He's given me time to heal. You know, what do you need? Can I help you? And, you know, I try to be that person for him as well. You know, sometimes I just need a hug. When he gets home, I'm like, I just need a big hug. And he just wraps his arms around me, gives me this big old hug, and I just feel better. And I mean, he's been my husband for almost 30 years and, you know, 5 kids. And he's the epitome of an amazing man, an amazing father, amazing husband, all wrapped up in one. I was blessed.
You know what's interesting? So many things about you two are interesting. And so many millions of people have been watching you at a distance. And I'm just so honored that I get to actually talk to you, not just watch you in a courtroom or on a camera. Mr. Gonsalves, you have been very outspoken throughout this entire nightmare. And a lot of people have attacked you. I don't get it. Do you even care what they say? I hope not.
No, it just rolls right off my shoulders. I played sports my whole life. I'm used to like constructive criticism, so that I'll take to heart. And you know, sometimes I will misspeak or I'll say something that you know I'll take back because I got my facts wrong. But I'm defending my children and my daughter and my wife, so I don't really take to heart them. I know that there's going to be some people who side with, you know, the other side, and I just keep it at that. I think they have more in harmony with evil than they do good, and their actions reflect that. So I don't waste my time on them.
Well, Mr. Gonsalves, our family, the Grace family, has a very old saying: "Screw them and the horse they rode in on." So, advice to you. I want to circle back to your daughter, who was absolutely amazing. And you know what? That doesn't just happen. She's amazing because you raised her to be amazing. She didn't just come out that way. She has had years of you as her example. What am I talking about? Listen.
You thought you were exceptional, all because of a grade on a paper.
God.
You thought you were elite because your online IQ test from 2010 told you so. All of that effort just to seem important. It's desperate. There is a name for your condition, though. Your inflated ego just didn't allow you to see it. Wannabe. You act like no one could ever understand your mind, but the truth is you're basic. You're a textbook case of insecurity disguised as control. Your patterns are predictable. Your motives are shallow. You are not profound. You're pathetic. You aren't special or deep, not mysterious or exceptional. Don't ever get it twisted again. No one is scared of you today. No one is intimidated by you. No one is impressed by you. No one thinks that you are important. You orchestrated this like you thought you were God. Now look at you, begging a courtroom for scraps. You spent months preparing, and still all it took was my sister in a sheath. You worked so hard to seem dangerous, but really
Orchestrate what?
have to prove itself.
I love her. Did you have any idea what she was going to say, Christy?
No, we didn't share our speeches with each other because we didn't want to influence them. And we were writing them up to the minute, literally like editing and adding and taking away. So no, she got up there and she flipped the table. I mean, she flipped it all upside down. We were like, oh my goodness, you know, and she did great. people love her, and we love her. She's our oldest girl, our oldest child, and she's been through a lot with us, being the oldest. So she's very resilient. She's very brave. She's the best big sister to all the kids. And she's incredibly smart, incredibly smart. She blows my mind all the time. All the time.
I just want to play one more time. I've got so many questions for you, but I just got to play one more tiny snippet of your daughter.
The truth is, the scariest part about you
This is so gay, bro.
You turned out to be. The truth is, you're as dumb as they come. Stupid, clumsy, slow, sloppy, weak, dirty. Let me be very clear.
3 minutes?
Don't ever try to convince yourself you mattered just because someone finally said your name out loud. I see through you. You want the truth? Here's the one you'll hate the most.
Look at Voldemort sitting down here staring at it, like the look on his face. That's what I call him, by the way, is Voldemort. Sorry.
He's a weirdo.
You hadn't attacked them in their sleep, in the middle of the night, like a pedophile. Kaylee would have kicked your ass.
What?
Thank you.
You never heard that before?
Yeah, but like, she got 2 things wrong there in one sentence.
Uh-huh.
They weren't sleeping, and they're not underage.
No, there was no SA to this at all. So once again,
I know.
She was sparking for a reaction out of him. What she was
But
trying to
it
do.
was just weird. She's like, you planned this for my. Bro, he didn't even know the fucking people.
Right. They
were playing what?
They were trying to get him to react somehow, and he didn't give it to him. Thank God. They weren't sleeping. None of that shit happened. So she's all based that up of all the lies that have been allowed to repeatedly be stated and are still doing it. Truly. And when this all flip-flops, these people are going to look so bad. And it's sad because they're a family of the victim, but it's going to look so bad.
That's what I mean, dude. I thought Steve wanted the actual truth, and like now with all this shit coming out, they should paint him a pic. It's painting obviously us a picture that use our heads, but it seems like he's refusing to take it into account.
Well, we'll see if he even touches on this now, but I doubt that he's going to.
Dude, the clapping was the cringiest thing
All
ever.
over the world, people joined in that applause. She's amazing. Steve, did you have any idea what she was going to say before she said it?
I did know a little bit of details. We talked about topics, and she said she wanted to use his questions against him, and we all had that same idea. We thought about that, but she earned it. She needed that, and I was glad to give that to her, and that was her talking point. So that was the kind of collaboration we did. But I think when you see her, you have a glimpse of who Kaylee was as well. And when you hear my son, he was speaking as well. When you see the 2 kids, you see who Kaylee was. And that was our best way of showing the world what had been stolen from us. He was very average, but his victims were exceptional. And that's what we wanted to convey. That's what we were missing. And we wanted the world to know about that, like what we're missing and what kind of a person she was.
He needs to fire his barber, bro.
Hi.
What'd you say?
I don't know. I said I don't know who it is or what entity it is, but he needs to fire his barber. Seriously, I don't know what that stuff is in the back, dude, but it's wild to me.
It's the mullet. It's
It's not necessary.
Yeah, I can agree. The question I have is the motive is have watched this from the beginning about what would make him or anyone do this. No way it's random. Oh, there's quite a few motives. None of them relate to Brian, though. That's the issue.
BK, Brian Kohberger, what he's going through, what his complaints are, where he's housed. I'm so overhearing about Brian effing Kohberger. I want to talk about
what?
Victims all over the world are watching you and getting strength from you. I remember the moment that I turned into a crime victim.
I have never seen a reporter kiss somebody's ass so much in my life.
I was gonna say this is gay.
Yeah, she needs to shut up so they can talk. Jesus.
Yeah, right. Like, it's gonna turn into a. Oh man.
Hopefully it's soon. Jesus.
Victim. The moment I knew my fiance had been murdered.
Oh no.
Standing at a payphone, and I could talk, but I couldn't dial the numbers.
In the football game, it was Sunday, November 13th. We were all here watching the football game, and my niece called me, and she told me that something terrible had happened to Kaylee. Her cousin or her husband's cousin went to U of I, and something was going on, and she believed that Kaylee was dead. And I threw my phone across the room, and I started calling Kaylee, and her phone was going straight to voicemail. So I started calling Maddie, and nothing. So I called Olivia and got Olivia on the phone and told her what was going on. But we were still trying to stay calm, saying, it's going to be okay. It's going to be, something just is wrong. Well, as the hours went by and we called police stations and hospitals, and we got nothing, no information. But we see her house on TV, and it's cordoned off with yellow tape. I knew in my heart that something terrible had happened. But for sure, when the sheriff showed up around 5 and came to the door and told us there was 4 homicides.
Mrs. Gonzalez, what do you mean? Because I knew Keith was dead before they said he's dead. I knew. When you said you knew in your heart, how did you know in your heart? And what was that feeling? How did you know? And I've heard many, many other violent crime victims say the same thing. They knew before they were told.
Well, I knew just because of my niece calling me. She's a very responsible adult. She's a mother. She's a nurse. I knew that Sabrina would not have made that call to me had she not had facts. So I knew, even though we didn't have confirmation, but
wait, but she said that she knew. She said she knew Kaylee was dead when she got the call. Is that what she just said?
Before they were told.
Well, I knew just because of my niece calling me. She's a very responsible adult. She's a mother. She's a nurse. I knew that Sabrina would not have made that call to me had she not had facts.
That's what she said.
But yeah, I know.
Because of her niece calling her, she said she knew that it was true because her niece wouldn't have called her without having facts on it.
Yeah, but you heard Nancy say that other people say that before somebody calls them that they know. I don't know. It's just weird. I don't know.
Okay, it's okay.
You got two other people. You got 2 people that survived in the house. How do you just know?
I think Nancy's referring to a mental or an emotional connection, knowing something. Maybe I don't know.
I guess, but
by the way, that football game was that.
Fuck that, dude. I'm not believing nobody that's telling me this over a phone or anything. I'm driving. I gotta see this. You know what I mean?
I agree. For everybody that doesn't realize, we figured out that game was the game that year that was played in Munich, Germany. So the game was played over here. It was 6:30 in the damn morning, I think. So
that's why he was up so early.
Right. I guess. So.
So I knew, even though we didn't have confirmation, but I kept telling Olivia and the kids, she's gone, guys. We don't know what happened, but and we're running around the house frantic. I'm crying. Everybody's crying. We're trying to get in touch with somebody to get answers. And I kept saying, the sheriff will come. If it's true, the sheriff will come. And it was that evening, and I looked out my front window and I saw the sheriff pull up, and I said, the sheriff's here. And I took off to my bedroom. I ran to my bedroom, and everybody answered the door. And I came back out about a minute later and stood here at the front door and asked him what happened, you know, and he said it was a homicide. And I said, they were murdered? And I asked if one of them was Maddie, because at that time things started clicking. That could possibly be Maddie, because she hadn't answered me all day long. And they said yes. And we said, how? And they said, we don't know. Here's a card. Call this person in the morning. And we were like, should we go down there? I said, no. And I said, what are we supposed to do? What do we do? And he said, just call in the morning.
How do you not go down there?
Who doesn't go down there if this is your child? Okay. I would have left.
I'm not even asking the question, can I go down there?
I would have left when the niece called. I'd have been gone. I don't care, drinking, not
Right.
drinking, whatever was going on. I'd have been gone right there on the phone all the way down, however long it is for them to go from there to there.
I'm out.
I 100%. I never understood that part of it, but whatever, you know, I give it a call in the morning. That's just weird to me, but you know, grieving is different for different people. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I'd have been gone.
Yeah,
right
because you heard the question, like, oh, Maddie too? Like, what?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. Something's odd right there. And I'm not accusing anybody of shit. I'm just saying, just me as a father, what I would, you know.
Every bit of this is odd, bro. Every single piece of this, there's something strange connected to it. Weird. I'm not saying that anybody did anything wrong either. It's just every bit of this has got strangeness all over it. That's all I can say. I thought the niece was a sorority girl too. I thought so too. But now we're hearing that she's a nurse with kids. How'd she find? Thank you. That's not the only one I caught that, Rach. Good.
I don't know nothing anymore, dude.
That's what I'm saying. We were told before. My understanding is that the niece was in a sorority. That's how she had heard it. Blah blah blah. Now that comes out. She's a grown woman with, you know, kids, and she's a nurse. And what the hell?
Because if my daughter has a friend and sheriffs pull up to my house and tell me my daughter was murdered, what? I'm not even asking a question about like a friend that she might have been with.
Exactly.
What the fuck?
Well, listen, once again, it's also strange. You remember they were estranged. Like Kaylee wasn't getting along or talking to them right there at that point for a while.
I get it, but it's just weird.
He hadn't been talking with Maddie either. And they were forcing, in my opinion, this is my opinion, they were kind of like forcing the relationship with Maddie and with Jack to some extent. And I think maybe that's why there was maybe an estrangement there. It's sad. It's very sad because that's not the way this should end. But, and I feel like my heart goes out to them deeply for what they've been through. But this whole thing has been so strange. And the things that have been said and talked about and put out there, I just don't understand most of it. I guess I'm not supposed to, but I really want to. So that
but like you said, I know everybody grieves differently. It's just, I don't know, man. I would have asked who did it and shit like that before I went into like, you know, who else was killed. I don't know.
I would be in the car all the way there. We'd have been there before the sheriff ever even thought about coming there. Sorry, but
you know what I mean?
Yep.
I'm trying to, I feel like I'm seeing it all play out right in front of me right now. I remember I was holding this big stack of school books. I had just come out of a statistic exam. And I remember just dropping everything.
Jesus Christ, Nancy, this is not about you. Like you've made.
Yeah, why she keep talking about herself like my marriage, my divorce?
He's made this more about her than them.
Shut up.
Look at his face. Like, Jesus, I'm sure he's sick of it too, but damn.
And it was so unreal. You said you ran out into the yard. Do you remember that moment? Where did you think you were going? What were you going to do?
Well, I actually ran to my bedroom, and I just, as soon as I saw that sheriff pull up, I don't know what it was. I didn't want to hear it. I was running away. I ran back to that room, and I was crying, and it just all hit me like, this is not a weird situation. This isn't, and Kaylee's gone. Even though I knew all day, but I didn't know. It was just hard to explain, but in my heart, I felt it. And it was just the finality. Like, this officer is here, and he's here for a reason.
What is that, dude? Kaylee, in your heart, you knew Kaylee was gone all day. What is that?
Your body hurts. Like, everything just aches. Like, your fingertips,
Like I said, I feel like it's an emotional connection people have with their kids or something like that, because she was told that. She was.
But then why aren't you calling your kid to make sure like they're okay? Like, why?
Well, she did try to call, but she said nobody answered. But like I said, that's where I would have just been in the car immediately and been gone. It wouldn't have mattered. So
Yeah. Because how far are they from like where they were?
I think Tomboy, how far is this between these two places from where they're in I always forget where they're at.
Is it like I heard an hour, but I didn't. Maybe it might be a little more than that.
Hour or two, maybe.
Anyways, that's not bad. It's still, you get in the car, you're there.
Right. Yeah. I mean, you just drive straight. You go. Rathdrum. That's it. They're in Rathdrum.
So
she was in Moscow. So I think it's
so
2 hours.
So like you're telling me, they're up so early, right? If they would have took that drive, they would have been there 4 or 5 hours before cops would have been. Wow.
Depending on the time, yeah. When she got the, they probably got there right when police got there. If they would have went when they got the call, based on when they got the call.
I'm talking about like them being up at 8. They drive down. They're there at 10. They're there 2 hours before law enforcement would arrive.
If they knew about it at that time, yeah. I think
I'm just saying, if she's saying she has this feeling and she's trying to call her daughter that's not answering, and like you said, if you hop in the car, you could get there quick. But he was in the emergency room for something, or I don't know what the hell they were doing.
There was also talk that he had been drinking too much, but that's morning. Like, really?
Exactly.
Which one is it? That was confusing to me. It truly still is, but
your toes, your knees, you get shaky. Like, that really happens, like the shaking in the knees, and it's real. And I think at that point, I went into shock. And I think that shock lasted for quite a while for me. I don't remember a whole lot after that. I have pretty big gaps in my memory.
Steve, do you remember her running to the bedroom and hiding when the LA law enforcement came up the driveway?
Yeah, I remember her running that way. Aubrey went up the steps and she went on her computer and she started. At first we thought it was just like a rumor, some drama, some fake thing. I mean, it's a college town, parties happen, kids do pranks. We thought there was something else going on. At least I did. That's why we were like, if the cop shows up, then that's not a prank. This is something serious. And even then, I still couldn't fully understand what, you don't know what death is unless you've been familiar with it, and we weren't. This family hadn't been struck like that. So, yeah, we missed that door right there behind us and opened that up, and there's a sheriff there I've never seen before in my life, and Kootenai County car, and thankfully he gave us a little bit more information than we had at that point, and he cleared up the fact that it was a homicide, and Maddie was involved as well, and we knew Maddie's mom was on the way down there, so we were like, do we call her? Do we let her know that and they weren't gonna? They already told us we couldn't go down there and see them. We couldn't go down there and pick her up or anything like that. So it's an ongoing investigation. So we just sat in the house and just thought of ways to get a hold of people that had been around the children in the last 20, 48 hours and figure out what's going on. Was this some random act of violence? Was this, what was this?
Was it a shooting from a party? Was it the night? Yeah, I just,
Yeah.
We just didn't know.
People were saying it was fentanyl and, all the type of rumors that would go around. So, and, they wouldn't even tell us any details. I mean, it was months before we actually even knew how they were killed. So it was very frustrating. We got the vandal alert that told us that there was 4 homicides before we even knew what was going on. So they knew before we knew.
Just trying to imagine everything that you're saying. And the officer gives you a card when you go, well, what do we do? He goes, well, just call in the morning. It's almost like a bank with banker's hours. You can get back to them in the morning. So what do you do all night long when you have this knowledge and you can't go there? There's nothing you can do there.
What do you mean you can't go there?
What did you do that night?
Because they didn't know anything yet. They told them that they couldn't be there because of the investigation, I guess.
Bullshit, dude. I don't care what somebody tells me. Like, I'm going there and seeing from. I mean, as much as Steve has been on the media and everywhere else, he couldn't drive there and see for his own eyes what was going on with his daughter. He's just sitting there waiting. No way. No fucking way.
Right. I agree.
Something, yeah, like you said, something's off. I don't know what's off, but something's off.
I did not sleep at all that night because after what we were, going through, I also called Olivia, and she lives down in LA, and she threw her kids in the car, and her husband jumped in the car, and they drove up here. So they drove through the night. That was about 5, 6 o'clock at night when they left LA. It's a 20-hour drive. So, I was worried about them driving all night, as well. And I just couldn't sleep. And my mind it went crazy. I went crazy.
Yeah, we knew that Kaylee had mentioned being stalked even right up until the weeks that this had came up to that. So I felt like I kind of wanted my family to be focused on something other than just the devastation. So I was like, you're finding out information, get a hold of a neighbor. And the more information that we found, it just felt like that was at least something to grab, that's something we could control, go away from just being victims to being investigators of what happened to our child. And we did find out a bunch of things that those 48 hours from people that were just reaching out and saying, hey, this is what I know. I was right across the street. This is what's going on. And we just went from there.
I remember what you said, Steve. Listen.
Within hours, we had your white car on camera. We knew from the very beginning we had you.
Maiden.
Okay. How they allow him to believe that is what bothers me. And I'm not judging them. Like I said, my heart deeply goes out to them for what they've gone through. I hope nobody ever has to experience that kind of a thing. That's got to be the most horrific thing in the world, period. Okay. And I'm not talking down about them. I'm questioning the things that they're saying as to why certain things happen is all I'm doing. But what I'm questioning now is part of his statement where they're talking about the car. Law enforcement and prosecution both know that car was not his. So why are they still allowing this man to believe they've lied to him so much?
Yeah.
I mean, every bit of this is false. It's not fair to them as the family members to not know absolute truth on this.
That's what I mean. And then they get up and, they're like, oh, they were sleeping, oh, this, all that. And it's all false information.
Right.
But again, I mean, they made him plead to the PCA. So, I mean, I'm not really surprised.
It's wrong, guys. It's beyond wrong that this man and his family and all the rest of these families they're believing these things that were put out, law enforcement and prosecution, and they know the truth. And they're still allowing them to believe these things whether Brian was guilty or not about that. That's the thing. You're still lying to the families of the victims and telling them untruths about what happened. And that is beyond wrong to me. That is so wrong to me, which is what they based a lot of their statements on. Okay. And he's sitting right there looking at him as he says it, knowing the truth.
And then Bill goes on, you know, MSM and lies and says that, you know, they took into account the family's, you know, thoughts about the, you know, the plea and stuff like that. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. All you did was send an email.
Yes, that's right.
But dude, you know, they lie, man. They lie, and then it goes away. That's it. And then the next person in a month or two from now or whenever is going to be in the same position Brian's in. It's just a recurring cycle. Look at Richard Allen. Look at Brian. Look at, you know, it's just sick, man.
The whole thing is disgusting. I mean, he knows the truth about that statement that Steve just made, and he's watching him make that statement. And the other one sitting right there behind Hurwitz knows the truth, and the one next to him knows the truth. Nobody spoke up and said a fucking word the entire investigation, and they allow these family members to believe that that's what happened, and it's not.
Well, remember, yes, I mean, Steve, you know, this whole time, Steve didn't even know how his daughter was actually,
right.
You know, what actually happened this whole time.
That's what I mean. They've never told them the truth. And on top of that, as we all know, it's one of the most disgusting things I've ever seen done. They used him, in my opinion, because he was the voice of through this whole thing. They used him and his family to run the narrative that they needed to ensure that this man was found guilty. And never, and he realized it at the end when he didn't get what he was promised multiple times. And then they just shuffled him off like it was nothing and said, well, we're sorry that you feel that way. We're going to move on now. Good luck. What?
Exactly.
No, that is not how any of this works.
That's exactly what happened now.
It's unbelievable.
Police officers tell us within minutes.
And here he is. And then here he is on Nancy fucking Grace.
This is probably the worst interview that they've ever. It's not their fault either. It's her fault.
Yeah.
The worst interview that's ever been put out. And I feel for them that
bar none too.
Yeah.
Like a calling card. You were that careless, that foolish, that stupid. Master degree. You're a joke. Complete joke.
So at the
that's true. That's what I'm saying, Ranger. They only know what they were told, no matter what it was. They and now, granted, Steve has stated that he was involved in some things that they shouldn't probably have been involved in, spreading certain things that were not true. He admitted to that. Leaking things, he admitted to that. But I feel like as a parent that I would have done whatever I had to do to find out actual truth as well. Okay. Because they knew they weren't getting it. So they were going in every direction they could, in my opinion, to find truth. And they still weren't getting it. Okay. That's one of the worst things I've seen within this case. That they used the family members of the victims to get and achieve what they wanted with this. It's disgusting to me. I've never seen that before. So that's a good statement. You know, they only were told what they knew, and they weren't even telling them the truth about that.
Exactly. Steve told us that.
Yeah, the things that they thought they knew were not true. They're still not. And they still have yet to come forth and tell them the truth. It's disgusting. That's why I would love to know what they think now after reading, if they have read these things. If they have read the statements that have been put out, the reports that we've been going through, and seen what has actually been said in these reports, I would love to know what they think after reading those, truly.
very beginning, Steve and Christy, you were already focusing or trying to focus off the pain and focus on what happened and finding the truth.
Yes, because Jack actually wound up coming here because he left Moscow and he came here, and obviously he was there at the scene and stuff. So he had heard what Dylan was saying. So once he told us that, because like I said, the officer said that it was a homicide, they were murdered. But then Dylan was saying there was a masked man in our house, and you know, there was somebody in the tree and all this stuff. And it quickly was clear that this sounded like a stranger murder, you know, not like somebody they knew or whatnot. So it really changed things. It felt like a huge, I mean, just a huge violation. And we just were like, we've got a murder that, and at that time before, I just kind of thought they were going to get him. They, you know, it was some kid, he went and he shot up the house or something, and they got him. You know, he's walking down the street, and I just kept waiting for the news to say they've arrested somebody. And when Jack told us that, I was kind of like, oh, you know, this sounds a little different than what we're thinking type of murder.
Well, I mean, you're right, because we were all led to believe, Steve and Christy, that, oh, they died in their sleep. That is not what happened at all, Steve.
Hey, finally.
You don't expect the prosecutor to lie to you, and we were lied to, all the parents.
Here we go. This is what I've been wanting to hear. Okay.
Parents were lied to. We weren't given the details. They're asking us to make a decision on life or death, and they're not even giving us the details of our own children, let alone the whole circumstance of what happened to them. I know for a fact that when one of the mothers heard what happened to Kaylee, she said this would have changed everything. So it was disgusting, you know, and they kept saying stuff like crime of passion and house or a party house. And we're like, what's going on here? I'm literally watching the surveillance of this road, and this car keeps flying around this house over and over again. They were clearly stopped.
And that was a police car. That's what I'm saying. That car he's talking about was a police car. That's what doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
Unreal.
I don't care what the prosecutor. Maybe he can't prove it because he's just not that good. But they were clearly stalked. He was there multiple times. The officers were distracted with giving minors in possessions when they're literally filming the house that these kids get murdered in. I mean, that town has to clear up some priorities and realize that, you know, noise complaints and alcohol is only a part of their job, and they need to make sure that they're protecting these kids if they want to keep doing business.
I was stunned when I heard there was going to be a plea. I remember the moment. I'm like, what? A plea? I want to circle back to something you said. Okay. Kelly and
I agree with that too. Texas Ranger says neither does Bethany or Dylan, for that matter. The fact that Bill Thompson is a spineless worm, if y'all want to blame someone, 100%, that's what I'm saying. He is, and it's been clearly stated that Bill Thompson was the absolute number one person in charge of all of this, that nothing would go by it. Nobody would say anything, do anything, or anything.
Yeah, remember when dude cried? He was like, up there shedding tears, bro.
It had to go through him first. Everything had to go through him first. So, just saying. They shouldn't be having this interview. I agree with Lucy on that one. They should be going off right now about what is in those reports and those documents. And I don't understand that part of it. I don't. Truly.
we heard dribbles about this at the beginning, had stated that she was being stalked.
I'm going to let this play. I'm grabbing coffee, so I'll be close. Don't go nowhere.
I might have to pop down a little bit, bro. It's almost 9 o'clock. Gotta get Leah to bed for school tomorrow.
It's fine. I appreciate you joining me if you do. But I'll be right back.
No problem, dude.
No problem. Thanks, bud.
Yeah.
The Constitution says there was no stalking. We have no evidence of stalking. I mean, how many times can we place that Elantra stalking the King Road address? And Kelly knew she was being stalked. So
with that license plate, 0.
You stated the DA lied to you.
Biatch.
None. 0, none.
Exactly. What is she talking about?
You can't stalk a residence or people going 40 miles an hour, folks. The car never stopped.
Motherfucker does a K-turn in the middle of the street.
that was the police car. Again, the unmarked Ford Fusion. That's the car that did that. That's not his car. His car is not in any of those videos. It's insane.
But they're saying that's a car. But they're saying that's a car that sped away, dude.
No, not even close.
I believe that because there is no way all the parents would have acted like they were going along with this plea if they had known what we're learning now with all these videos and body cam and crime scene photos coming out. That is not what everybody was told happened.
Breach. Finally.
13 incidents in WSU before this individual was let go or defunded, whatever spin these universities want to put on it. This guy was a nightmare, throwing up red flags everywhere. And those are the type of details that we gotta force our courtrooms to be more honest, and we shouldn't be sealing things up in a case like this. I mean, it's not national security. It's getting abused. They're abusing these rules that they say, oh, we got to protect. They didn't have anyone to protect. They didn't even have the guy until almost 7 weeks, and they were still hiding everything. So it's just a lie. And when you call them,
what were they hiding?
Just telling us our child was stabbed
brutally.
How many times?
How many times? We just learned the day before the sentencing, how many times Kaylee had been stabbed.
Wait a minute. I am stunned because she was stabbed so many times. They could not identify her. And you just learned about that when the plea was set to go down?
We learned about it after the plea, the day before the sentencing, because they lifted the gag order. So the detectives said that they would talk to us. So we talked to them briefly, and we had questions about Kaylee. How many times was she stabbed? I mean, that's not on her death certificate. The coroner never told us. She just said around 20 is what she said. So we really didn't know, and we didn't know where. So we asked them that, and they told us 38 times. And then we were like, okay. And they said Kaylee had really bad damage to her mouth. And I asked them if her teeth were intact, and they told me no. And then the day of the sentencing, the docs were dropped, the Moscow docs were dropped. And the next day we were driving home, and I was reading some of them, and I read that Kaylee was, unrecognizable. And that was, that word will forever traumatize me. I didn't expect that. And then to read another report that said the same thing, unrecognizable. And then to read a third report that said he wasn't sure what he was really looking at because the facial structure had been so badly damaged.
So that's why we're disgusted with this prosecution team. I mean,
we did not know any of that for 2 years and 9 months. We did not know that because of the gag order.
And they're telling us, are you okay with us giving them life in prison? We're like, no, we're not. And the people who are, they don't know what we know, and we don't know what they know. I don't know what happened to their child. They don't know what happened to mine. It was a protect the business over the victims, over justice. We're still fighting with it. I mean, we're still fighting with it to this day because we're hearing details that he was following girls out to their car, and one of the professors said this guy's going to be a problem if he gets his PhD. He's going to harass students. He's going to freaking abuse his power. All the things that
What?
None of those things came out until after he was arrested, though. See, that's all the statements that were taken about Brian from people that went to school with him and worked with him. If you look at the dates,
it's all after.
It's crazy. Yeah, and everybody that made those statements, like I said before, you gotta wonder what statements would have been made if Brian would have never been picked about this. What would have been done? How would they have spoken on about
He would have never lost his job, nothing.
None of that would have ever happened. I'm just saying, now because of who he was, all that comes out of the woodwork, and I don't believe 90% of it. I just don't. I'm sorry.
Man, because it's false.
Agreed. Firefly said, what'd you say? I wonder if Kaylee had any tattoos, or I don't know. I don't know truly.
we suspected that were going on. We find this out afterwards. Why are they going on a media tour? They only told us so they could go do a media tour
and tell all you guys. So they're like, well, we have to tell them before we tell the world. So basically 12 hours earlier, they tell us, and then they grab a microphone and tell the world. That's what happened.
Yeah.
I'm just so stunned.
What do you mean you're stunned? You know what happened, Nancy. You're just fucking blind.
And there's something.
I'm stunned. I'm so stunned. Dude, these MSM people act like,
She's got to make it dramatic for her.
I know, but they act like the truth hasn't been in front of them this whole time, and they're just now learning this information. Like, shut up.
Yeah, well, and that's what I'm saying. Like, this is her getting her views because of the drama shit, and they're still not giving what the Gonsalveses are saying is still they don't know.
Yeah,
they don't know. They were not given truthful information, and they still don't know, you guys. And we're 3 years into this. Brian's in prison. What the hell?
Right?
Tell these people the damn truth. They deserve, if nothing else, that.
Exactly.
Period.
I can't believe this.
Then get provolone. Hold on a minute, you guys. I'm sorry. My son was talking to me.
About the victim's face, because I know I'm projecting. Keith was shot 5 times in the neck, the face, the back. And I try not to think about it because it throws me into a horrible depression. Because I think about the bullets tearing.
Who was shot?
He had these beautiful blue eyes. And I wonder, were they shot? What happened? Did he feel it? What?
Oh my God. I'm going to throw up.
Times she had been stabbed in the face.
Nobody said that, dude.
Were you full of tears? What went through your mind when you learned the truth? Too late.
So we actually learned all the truth from her autopsy report, and we were given her autopsy report on a.
What did you say?
Nobody said she was stabbed in the face. They said that she was unrecognizable, which means that somebody could have, beaten her and punched her. Dude, Nancy is so fucking, she has absolutely no empathy at all. All her empathy is straight, it's straight, what's it called?
Melodramatic. Very
It's
melodramatic.
a facade. It's a facade, dude.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
And then she's talking about her own, whoever the hell she's talking about being shot, going back to her.
It's her husband or fiance, whatever.
Unbelievable. Dude, she's she has no idea how to speak to victims. She's lucky that these, that this is Steve and, and they're like, media, they've been through this and shit. But if this was like a family that was just for the first time coming out and speaking, and this is how she was speaking to them, oh my God, dude, she's pathetic.
Once again, let's wonder why she's not a prosecutor anymore. Just saying.
I don't even know how she has a show, dude.
100%, dude. Listen, it right there. What Tonka just said. She's absolutely 100% getting paid to run this narrative the exact way that they want her to do it, with all her drama and her bullshit. You can tell that they don't even care what she's doing. They don't need to hear this nor want to hear that. Okay.
I know.
Talk to them about it. Talk to them about it. Stop over dramatizing.
So you didn't know that your daughter was stabbed in the face, bro? Nobody said that.
It's never been stated. Never.
That's just crazy to come out.
Doesn't mean she was stabbed.
I understand, but like the victim's parents didn't even just tell you that, and you're coming out and saying,
right?
Oh, like, ugh.
Exactly.
You have no heart, man.
Yeah, it's disgusting, dude. I agree.
Thumb drive during the sentencing. The investigator walked into the courtroom that day and said, and we had arranged that, and he said, here's the autopsy report. So in reading that autopsy report, we found out that Kaylee had been stabbed 24 times to her face and head. She had 11 to her chest, neck, and like torso area, and 3 to her upper extremities. So I thought about her eyes too. I was like, was her eyes stabbed? But somehow or another, Kaylee's eyes had not been stabbed.
Okay, so they're saying it now, but that is new. That is absolutely new. We have never heard that before.
Yeah.
Nancy shouldn't have said that like she did, though. I mean, it was just disgusting the way she said it. I'm sorry.
Right.
Kaylee did have really bad facial damage. Some of her teeth were missing. Several were broken. And she had 2 subdural hematomas to her head. So
somebody punched her.
Her nose was broken.
I want to know what they hit her with. That's insane to do all that damage. I mean, and I'm sorry, but that's not one person. That is not one person. There's no way in hell one person.
Oh, dude, and they're doing all that while the other person in the room is doing what?
I think they were both doing that, all because her whole body, front and back, from my understanding, had cuts and lacerations and blunt force trauma on her. I mean, Jesus Christ! I want to grow up for these people. This is so insane.
I just can't believe how they're talking about it with a straight face.
Well, dude, they've been through hell, like and back.
I couldn't.
You know that already. I mean,
I couldn't talk about this for decades, dude.
Oh, I get it. Not like I said, everybody's different, and she wasn't able to talk for a long time. If you remember, he had to do all the talking, so she went through a thing for a long time. I remember that, and I don't blame her. You know, I don't understand how anybody could ever talk about. I could never talk about it. I don't think I would just not.
Especially to Nancy Grace. Oh my God,
she'd be the last person that I would. No. She's horrible.
So that for me, it was outrage because my daughter was fighting up to her very last breath. Over and over, she kept trying to get out of that bed, and he was just drilling her. Yeah. And she's fighting for her last breath. And I got this old Santa Claus who's just throwing out a white towel, just saying, "Oh, let's just make it all go away." And
Santa Claus
killings to stop. And you don't do that with weak prosecution.
And that's something else, you guys. Like that amount of damage, and somebody that's like blind rage, in my opinion. Whoever did it had, in my opinion, it sounds to me almost like a personal issue with her herself. Okay?
Exactly.
Not just her fighting back. Because in the beginning, I thought maybe it was just from her defending herself, but that's a lot. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
And that's Jesus criminy. That's so much. And Maddie had barely anything compared to Kaylee. So that says to me, there's a personal issue with Kaylee for whatever reason.
Yeah, but then Xander's stabbed 50 times. So who's really the target?
Well, and that maybe it was both of them. I don't know, but you know, Xana did fight back. That's for sure. And as I knew that Kaylee did too, but Xana's defensive wounds are her hands and her fingers and her arms and stuff, which explains, you know, this. But she also had the same type wounds, you know, the lungs and the things like that they were taken out, which this still, I feel like that person knew what they were doing that did it. Yeah. It's horrible. It's horrible. And I don't think she was in the bed either. That's another thing I was going to say. I don't think Kaylee was in the bed until the very end. Okay. And I could even go as far as saying that maybe they put her there. After dancing, you know, struggling in that room with that room's the size of a closet, folks, a small closet. There's not a lot of room to move around in there for that many people. So I don't know, but that's a lot. That is a personal thing to me. Especially with the knife and whatever else the other weapon was. They beat her and stabbed her until she was gone. That's horrible. Yeah, exactly. Firefly. You could see it in one photograph. It looked like she had been wrapped in that like kind of burrito, we call it for my grandkids, into that blanket there. Who did that and why? You know, it's very, very weird. Welcome, D Smith. Good to see you. Unbelievably insane. It's just crazy.
Prosecutors, and this man is extremely.
Listen, bro, I gotta pop down, brother. It's been a pleasure.
All right, dude. Have a good night. Thanks for joining us.
I'll see you. Talk to you tomorrow sometime.
Okay. Take care.
All right, bud. Later. Bye. Later, chat. Have a good night, everybody.
And just yesterday, we asked AI, what are the safest countries in the world? And out of the top 10, every single one of them have the death penalty. Well, 8 of them have the capital So for somebody to think that capital murder doesn't work, well, the safest countries in the world use it, and they don't use it like how we are in America.
Yeah.
As just a bargaining chip.
Yeah, Idaho has it, but our guys have been there for a long time, and
Since
we
the
knew
80s.
this wasn't going to happen fast.
Yeah, we
but
were
he
fine
was
with
going to
that.
be on death row. It's the principle. He deserves to ultimately die. Now, maybe he's going to die of natural causes or just because he gets old in there. But we were hoping, because they just brought back the firing squad, that here in Idaho things were going to pick back up and they were going to start, executing these murderers and these criminals that are on death row. But we knew it wasn't going to be anytime soon. We didn't think they're just going to take him out back and shoot him. I mean, that would be great. But even if it was exactly how they told us, they were just sleeping in their beds, they probably never even woke up, and they were just stabbed to death, little package of bow on it, we still would have wanted the death penalty. We still would. We wanted it from the very beginning. As soon as we found out that they were.
Is that what you were led to believe, Christy? Because that's what I was led to believe, that they were attacked in their sleep and they were basically dead before they could even wake up.
Yes.
And then they went to those parents and said, this is what it is. Do you want to make a deal? I mean, that's what it is. No, they didn't know. No, she was punched, her face was crushed in, her teeth are knocked out. They didn't give those details because they knew it would be enraging, and then they would have a problem. So the truth was a problem. Truth was a problem for the prosecutor, and I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
You stated that you are still fighting about it. Number one, God bless you and give you strength, because you're going to need it for the rest of your life. You are going to be scrutinized. You are going to be followed. You're going to be photographed. Everything you say is going to be parsed and analyzed and attacked. But you said you're still fighting. How?
We're still trying to get them to release documentation. They told us that as soon as we were out of court, they were going to give us all of the discovery. Just 2 days ago, they sent us an email and said, no, that we have to go through it as the Freedom of Information Act. And we were in a meeting with.
You are kidding me.
So they lied to him again, because I remember that statement. They had told them that once everything went through, that they would go ahead and sit him down, tell them everything, give them everything, and now they have to FOIA it themselves. This is sickening, folks. Absolutely sickening.
They're making you file a FOIA request for the documents?
Yeah, these people don't
2
do a
days
good
ago,
job.
because we kept saying, because they told us they would give it to us. They said they will give you all a discovery. And Shannon said, they're not going to have to go dig for it and get in line with everybody else. And they said, no, we'll give it to them. And we keep on asking. And then 2 days ago, we got an email and said, here's the links. You need to get on here and you need to file these forms and these requests. And there you go.
Which I did. And then it came back and said, we can't find any records on Kaylee. And I was like, all right, guys, tell me what department.
What? Are you kidding me? Wow, they are so corrupt and ignorant in this town, folks. This is insane.
The FBI has, like, let's just say over 10, and it's probably closer to 20. And I didn't know what department. I went for criminology justice, I believe, is where I did the FOIA. And they said, this is the wrong department. So I went back to them and said, can you at least tell me what department I'm getting a Freedom of Information Act on? And they're like, we don't have anyone to even talk to know. So they don't even know.
I am absolutely at the point now where I truly, fully 99.9999% believe this is so bad that they're hiding it from the families as well, folks. Truly, absolutely, 100%. This is nuts.
And I'm like, you guys are clowns. You guys are clowns. You should be embarrassed to be this bad at your job. And I'll hold you accountable. And I think every family, when you lose your child, you have to expect the most. When you're talking about life and death, you have to take charge of the situation. There's going to be a time for you to struggle and be a victim, but if you can rally up and then go into that system and say and demand justice, and demand that your child is treated as fair as possible, and you'll feel better when it's all said and done. It's never going to bring them back. And I literally had a judge scream at me, we're not going to bring her back. And I was like, that's not what this is about. This is about you guys doing everything by the book. This is
Wait, the
rifled out.
judge told you you're not going to
This came out 2 hours ago, by the way.
bring her back?
Yeah, yelling at me, telling me he didn't want me to talk to the media anymore. And I said, well, that's not going to happen. I'm going to talk to the media every single time I want. He basically said, well, then we'll never have a trial.
Yeah, he in a closed hearing.
I can't believe a judge told you.
The judge said that if he talks to the media, they'll never have a trial. Okay. Huh.
You how you're supposed to behave, and you can't bring her back. That is not appropriate for a judge to tell a grieving parent, you can't bring her back. Let's just let it go. It's not going to bring her back. It's not about bringing her back. It is about justice.
Yeah, he actually said, he was talking, we all were in the courtroom or on Zoom, all the families, and he actually said, and the Gonzalez family, especially the dad, needs to shut his mouth.
And I said, that ain't gonna happen.
And he said, I don't agree with that. And he said, I don't care if you don't agree with that. And Steve said, well, I mean, you know, me, I'm fighting for justice for my daughter. And he says, do you think that that you're going to bring her back? Doing this all is talking to the media is going to bring her back? And Steve goes, no, I mean, I know that that's not going to bring her back, but you know, I still have. That's
we
what
got to hold people
we have
accountable.
a voice, you know.
We have to hold people accountable.
How in the hell does he get off saying it's not going to bring her back to you, who have lost your precious pearl, and he is telling you to speak or not speak? I mean,
I still had a son at that college. There was another victim's sister that went to WSU. We had lives still on the line, making sure that that place was protected. And when we're sitting there saying, hey, we need to know the facts, we need to know where they stock, what's going on. We have kids still going to school here. And they're just like, no, you don't have the right to know anything. And it was, yeah.
Yeah. No,
do you think the other parents were duped? You think the other parents were duped, that they didn't understand the facts when they agreed to that plea?
So the plea, they set up a meeting with us via Zoom, our whole family, on a Friday afternoon. It was like an hour and a half long, and we talked about logistics of trial, because it was coming up. Security, where we're going to park, how we were going to have to phone in every day and tell them who's coming, and yada 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 yada.
Our car had already been vandalized in their parking lot.
From
a
the
previous
Ada,
year.
Ada County.
So we're like, how do we make sure this doesn't happen anymore, guys?
And ironically, that day that we went to court, there was a bunch of pro burgers on the other side sitting behind Brian doing this and on the camera, and the car was vandalized. We're like, so
speaking
it was all about
of the pro burgers, you know what I have in my hand? All of Co-Burger's complaints. I know it's kind of irrelevant. All that matters is Kelly is gone and her friends are gone, and he murdered them, and we're paying for his 3 hots and a cot. That's what matters. And is there any way under God's sun that it can be fixed? But I find it ironic that he is filing complaints that he is being threatened sex harassment through the air vent. Like he was the one looking up online, attacking and raping women in their sleep, when they were drugged, when they were passed out, when they were comatose. That's his fantasy. That's why he broke in that night, when he assumed the girls would be asleep. He's whining that, Mommy, they're threatening me through the air vent. And he's actually, I love this one, that he's complaining about the food on his tray and the nutritional value of his food.
He didn't get his banana.
And he refers to bringing the food like a butler. The service just hasn't been that good.
It's going to get a lot worse. He's the property of Idaho now, and it's going to get worse. I guarantee you that.
I like you said, I think it's very ironic. I'm like, you know, For him to get there and so quickly start complaining and even throwing out other inmates' names and CO names, it's like, you were in prison. I mean, like, this is not his forte. I mean, his forte is to kill, but not to be killed. You know, his forte is to, you know, possibly, I mean, he didn't rape any of our kids, but possibly, but not get, I mean, you know, what's good for the goose is not good for the gander here, you know? And I think it's just so ironic that he is complaining with written complaints and saying, this inmate so is doing this to me and saying this to me and this, and he expects them to come and save him.
Why does nobody understand the autism side to this person at all? Truly, nobody does. Nobody gets the understanding of why he believes and thinks and sees things the way he does. Very literally. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Well, they've been babying him, and we baby our prisoners. And when you become the property of a state, you should lose your constitutional rights. You shouldn't have all these rights as if you were a tax-paying citizen doing your best job, going to work every single day. We gotta fix some of these things, and we have been talking to legislators. You're asking us things that we've done. We're not going to take this lightly. We're going to do everything from a victim's perspective. We've become advocates and witnesses for our kids, and we're trying to change it. And I think you guys can see that. That went all the way down to, you know, my daughter in the courtroom going after him and letting him know that we're not just going to be victims that you can keep down and keep trying to hurt. You know.
I do also think that they really upped the ante taking him to prison, which what we were hopeful for, because I think that Latah County Jail was a cakewalk. And then Ada maybe got a little
it was
tighter.
total Mayberry. It was total Mayberry.
People don't get it that prison is easier than jail, county jail, in a lot of senses. So
I couldn't believe it. This guy's going to have a tablet. He can watch movies. He can communicate with the outside world. I guarantee you, just give it a minute until people think this has died down. He is going to Zoom at some symposium. He's going to have this weird cult following, like you mentioned, the Pro Burgers. He can write a book. There's no Son of Sam laws in Idaho, I don't believe. He can even get married. I mean, it's so wrong. I feel like running out in the street and screaming.
I think I just read somewhere the other day, which I know I did that. Does one of the Menendez brothers have a child?
Yes, he has a daughter.
He had children.
And even Jorn Vandersloot. You know Jorn Vandersloot that murdered two young girls? He murdered Natalie Holloway and Stephanie Tassiana Flores under similar circumstances. His judge daddy protected him. He's had not one but two babies behind bars. He drinks, he does drugs, he smokes, he gambles. It's like insane. But again, screw them and the horse they rode in on. I want to talk about what, if anything, can be done now. Starting with, do you believe the other families were duped? If they had known the truth, would they have gone along with the plea?
I can't say 100%. But the thing is, I don't want to speak on behalf of them by any means, but I don't think that the other families necessarily wanted the truth. They didn't want to be lied to, but they didn't want details. Yeah. And we did. We weren't just like, okay, she was stabbed to death around 20. We're like, how many? You know, where? And because I do talk to Maddie's mom, and Maddie's mom is like, please, please, please. Like, I don't, you know, so I don't say anything to her when I speak to her about, you know, what happened. She's like, I don't read that stuff. I don't watch it. Our thing is, we have kids, you know, we have two that are older, we have two that are younger, and you can't tell them to stay off social media for the rest of their lives. And I don't want one of them opened up TikTok and seeing crime scene photos of their sister or body cam. So we're like, we're trying to stay one ahead. And as a mother, even if I didn't have children, I would still, as much as it has traumatized me, I would still want to know what happened. I want to know what happened from top to bottom.
Christy, isn't it true? You basically got an email saying, hey, we got a deal.
Yes, on a Sunday afternoon. They sent it at 4:53 p.m. Steve happened to be checking his email a little later, around 6 or so, and he said, "What?" And we lost our minds. We immediately emailed them and said, "We need to talk, like now, like what, has this been sent yet? Have you offered it yet? What is going on?" They sent us an email the next morning and said, "We can meet at 3 today." And we said, "You didn't answer. Has this been sent already?" And they said, "Yes, it was sent yesterday evening to the defense." And so we met with them at 3 that day on Monday, and the plea had already been accepted. And we lost our minds. We were in that meeting. I mean, we were screaming, we were cussing, we were yelling, we were saying, "Why did you do this? How did you do this? You know, what happened? You just talked to us on Friday and told us that, you know, you had every anticipation of taking."
They didn't even wait to get a response from them. They were going to do this no matter what. Okay. They didn't care what they thought, no matter what they say. It's obvious that they never cared a bit about these families and their feelings and thoughts. They had to do this way to make this go the way it was going to have to go for it all to work out the way they wanted it to, folks. This is sad.
Taking this all the way. We talked about court. I mean, we talked about a plea deal for like a second, and he just said, "Oh, I think that they might be wanting one, but we have no reason to give them one. You know, why would we?" And we're like, "Yeah, right. Why would we?" And he said, "Well, how do you guys feel about a plea deal?" And we're like, no, absolutely not. No. Boom, moved on.
Yeah, he accepted the plea deal within the same hour that he got it. This man never wanted to fight for our children. Literally, I mean it. They fought for their lives, for their very last breath, and this man had no fighting. They fought hard all the way to the end, and he gave up within an hour of being given an opportunity to quit on these kids. And that's the kind of prosecutor that you got to get. You got to get him out. You got to get real prosecutors in Idaho. We got some jobs to do. We got some work to do there.
Yeah,
exactly.
You have to have a prosecutor that, if you're in a death penalty state, believes in capital punishment.
That is your answer right there. If this would have went to trial, Brian would be walking free right now, in my opinion. I'm telling you right now. And they would have very possibly seen the truth for what it was. What are you talking about, Twiz? No, I didn't call you an F word. What the hell are you talking about, bro? That right there, that statement there tells me that we know, they know, everybody knows the prosecution did not know, or the prosecution knew that they had no case, period. And they knew that if that's why they jumped on the plea deal so fast, period. Okay. End of story. There's other things that go along with it, Willie. I get it. I understand. I know. I don't think that Brian or the defense trusted the jury. Truly. You couldn't trust the rest of it. But if it would have went the way it was supposed to go, you know what I'm saying? I think it would have been that he'd have been walking free. All the other bullshit aside.
Yeah, it's not your will. It's the victim's will. If they don't want it, then fine. But we had 4 people.
And Bill Thompson has never talked to us since that Zoom meeting that we had. And we were just like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe that you did that. You've done that."
There you go. There it is. Because he's a weak pussy. That's why. And he knew he was pathetic. He knew they had no case. He knew that he failed in every aspect. End of story. I don't understand this.
Wait a minute. He's never talked to you since? He's been all over the media, but he hasn't talked to you?
Nope. When we did get a briefing, it was from the investigator, the 2 investigators.
And Ashley Jennings, so the deputy. But Bill Thompson, because I mean, we were going after him. I mean, our whole family was in different windows, and we were all just coming at him. We were just like, "Bill, like, how could you do this to us?"
So this guy did not have the balls to talk to you after the deal because he knew he had done the wrong thing.
Yeah.
I said, did you at least get some details? Did you at least find out about the kill kit, the knife, anything? He goes, "Steve, we'll never get those details. You're never going to get those details. It's not important. He's just going to lie to us." And I said, "You are absolute idiot."
Do you hear the excuses that he made? If that's true, what Steve just said, Steve, you're never going to get those. You don't need those. It doesn't matter. He's just going to lie. That's him covering his own ass because he doesn't have those things. He knows that those things aren't going to come out. Bill Thompson knows that Brian Koberger did not fucking do this. Period.
You have no idea who this person is. He is going to write a book, and I'm going to learn about the sickest details through his prophet book, through its sister, or through some professor, whatever way he does it. I'm going to hear about him, and you're an idiot for not even knowing who you're dealing with.
You know, I think maybe I can get a straight answer from you guys. What do you believe Koberger's motive was? Not that the state needs to prove it. I don't know why they kept talking about we can't prove motive. It doesn't matter. You don't have to prove motive in a murder case. But what do you believe was his motive?
I think that he had been watching either Kaylee or Maddie, and I don't think the others were involved. And that's why he went straight up to that room. That house is so confusing. It's just they're just a build on from hell. They just built on and built on and built on and throughout the years. So it is a very confusing floor plan. And we know that he went in there very quickly. He wasn't, you know, he went in and he went out. And he may have tried to walk into Kaylee's room first. We don't know. And Kaylee's bed was empty. So he's like, I'm going into Xana's or Maddie's. And maybe he went into Maddie's and then got mad because Kaylee woke up and was like, oh, there's two in here. But I think it was some sort of an obsession, some sick, twisted, you know, stalking.
This is where I have to disagree with them because, and I do it with respect, because they don't know. They don't see these things. And if they do, they're not looking at them the way they should be. There's nobody directing them in the direction that they need to go to see the truth here. Okay. And I feel so bad for them because I almost feel like that they have accepted Brian as the killer because there is nobody else. And that takes the closure, the little tiny bit of absolute closure out of this that they would have with him being there. Okay. That's what I think part of the problem is with this. They got to know that this is not him seeing all this other stuff. God damn it.
Maybe he hated one of them. Maybe it was both. I think
he didn't know any of them, though. It's not possible for that to happen. He didn't know them at all.
It was hate.
There was no blood on Kaylee's door, so that would lead us to believe he went there first, opened the door, seen the dog or seen something, and then said, okay, there's nobody here. Then I'm thinking he went to Maddie's room. And you don't see blood on that door, but the other door downstairs, they do see blood on it. So I think we're just going through this, reverse engineering it. We've talked to detectives and things like that now.
You can say whatever you want.
I believe that explains who he was going for. And he definitely stalked them. He stalked multiple girls on that hillside. He's a copycat killer, and he just was really poor at it. And I mean, you can look at his handwriting. He might be a PhD student in Pennsylvania, but he would have had a way harder time out here. I mean, he looked like a little kid, like a little fifth grader writing that paper. So I can't believe that's.
Guys, why do you think everybody is attacking Dylan and Bethany, acting like?
Because they're guilty, stupid.
They did something wrong or even part of the murders. It's insane.
I hate it. We absolutely hate it. And it just, I fear, and these girls are so young, and for them to have to deal with this for forever. And I mean, I'm not going to say that the events that occurred that night were strange. Do we think they were involved in any way? No. Could they have saved the kids if they were to call 911 right then and there? No. But I mean, but you know, when you go into fear, you go into that flight or fight mode, and maybe that was they flew, you know, and they cuddled up together. It is very clear.
You know what's interesting about what you said when you were talking about you saw LA law enforcement come up in your drive.
Okay, so Christy admits that the events from that night with the girls are definitely strange, but you don't elaborate and take that any further. Come on now. I'm not saying that they physically did anything. I don't think they did. They couldn't, in my opinion. Well, they could, but I don't think they did. But they know so much more than they have proclaimed, folks. That is enough, and it should be enough, and it should be seen for what it is.
Where you ran to the bedroom?
Mm-hmm.
That, I mean, it's hard to explain in the heat of the moment, the fog of war, why anybody does anything that they do.
Yeah.
Why did I throw all my books down? I don't know why I did that. Why did you run to the bedroom? I don't know. Why does anybody do anything? And attacking those girls is just like more victimization. Another thing, I know you've got to go. I find it really interesting that Washington State had this long history of his anti-woman, misogynist, stalking behavior and did nothing.
You're an idiot. Shut up and sit down.
That's really interesting. If he had been thrown out, he wouldn't have even been there.
Exactly.
Yep. He should have been thrown out before he ever killed these kids. That's the truth. If they should have set a standard and said, look, we don't put up with this in our university. You cross the line, you're done. It's not even our decision. It's just your behavior. We're holding you accountable. You should behave like this. That's the expectations in Washington State University. And you either do it or you don't.
I mean, he had 13 in the first semester. The first one came in August. That's the first month that you come to school. And then 12 after. And November had a huge, Thanksgiving break. And then he didn't even go the whole month of December. He took off like December 9th or 10th. And there's 13 formal complaints. What were they doing?
What was he doing? Following them, stalking them?
Just being
He was trying to have relationships with people, trying to make friends, to be social, and didn't know how to do it. Jesus H. Christ.
Would kind of act aggressive and stand in doorways from what we've read, and the girls would have to like walk past him and like
Yeah. Guy should have been punched in the face. He was a creep, man. He's a disgusting creep. The kind of guy, we even heard about it from the Seven Sirens bar, where those girls put a little note, said, hey, if you get this credit card, watch out for this guy. I mean, he's been doing this his whole life, and we didn't stand up to him. And we need to start standing up to these type of bullies, and hopefully Idaho will get it right.
Brian Koberger's a bully. The kid that was bullied his whole life is a bully.
Hopefully those prisoners in there, they'll do the real justice. They'll act like real men in there, and they'll handle it the way that it should be handled in the first place.
Yeah.
Is there any way in your mind that this plea can be reversed, or any way that the feds may seek the federal death penalty?
We've heard that, and
Nope. Dumbass, no. Once the death penalty is taken off the table, it's done.
we've seen that, and a lot of people have reached out to us and said that this can happen, but we don't understand why it wasn't federal in the first place.
Yeah.
I mean, he crossed the.
Because you tried to go federal and they told you no. Don't you remember that, Steve? That he did an interview where he said that he was going to try to take this and we're going to request it be federal or something stupid like that, okay? And they told him, don't worry about it. We got it covered on a federal and a local level. You don't have to worry about any of that kind of stuff. That's what he said they told him.
Lines to kill. He drove from Washington to Idaho. We never understood why it wasn't a federal case in the first place. But I think they're just like, it's done.
I've got another question, because a lot of crime victims are watching you right now. Do you ever feel Kelly's presence with you?
I do. I do. Not as much as I would like, but once in a great while I do. And it's funny because, like you're outside and a little ladybug will, a ladybug will land on you and you're like, oh, it's bug. And then you're like, oh, ladybug, you know, so ladybugs really get me because it's not that common that a ladybug will land on you. But Kaylee was bug. She was our bug.
She
That's what we
bugged
call her,
everybody.
K-bug. And we all just recently got ladybug tattoos. But ladybugs are very special. And I feel like, you know. And then here's another thing is Kaylee was, she loved Stitch when she was when she was born. Stitch just came out, the cartoon Stitch, the Disney. And so we bought her everything Stitch. And it's very ironic that since Kaylee passed away, Stitch has been kind of brought back. They've done a new movie with Stitch. So there's Stitch stuff everywhere. So we'll be in the store, this and that, and we'll be like, and you'll see the most ironic little Stitch figure or Stitch stuffed animal in this whole mess of other stuffed animals or something, in this little Stitch face. And we'll be like, oh my gosh, it's Kaylee, you know, just in the strangest places, you'll find a Stitch, small or big one or something. And it's just like, Kaylee. So Stitch and ladybugs.
Guys, how do you speak with a straight face? How do you keep being so strong? I'm looking at Steve Gonsalves and his face is like granite. How do you stay so strong?
Because it's so important. And I love our country. I love the state of Idaho. I want things to get better. I don't want these kind of sickos to prosper. And for us to win, we need real leaders. We need real men and real strong women who can stand up to these people. I'm making them. I'm raising them. I got some of the strongest girls in the freaking world. And he killed one of them. Hold them accountable. I feel like we got a job to do. And I think if parents get a little more proactive and be a little bit more vocal towards that prosecution, they can force the media to help hold them accountable. And I really believe that the government works for us. I believe that government is servitude. You go in to serve. You don't go in there for your own opinion. You might not believe in the death penalty. We don't care.
Not in Idaho. They sure don't in Idaho.
It's the victims and their families. That's what you should be negotiating for. You're their vote. You're proxying their will through into the courtroom. And I think the court's lost that. And we're going to try to bring that back. I mean, there's a reason why we took our daughter to Texas. She had a full scholarship. We said, you're going to Texas because they honor their victims. They do everything in their power. Florida's another one.
Not that we're going to have another victim.
No.
Not happening. But
I don't know if you know this.
You don't show
and these are
like,
not just empty words. But I want you to know from the beginning, the very beginning, you are the focus of so many prayers for you, for your children, for Kelly, not just for what you have.
Okay, shut up. I'm done with Nancy. They're not going to say anything else. I'm over that. That was. Oh my God. I'm torn with the Gonsalves. Okay, I can't stand. That was right. That was the icing and the cake topper. With as far as Nancy Grace goes, she can fall off the edge of the earth for all I care at this point. She's gross. That's disgusting. I'm done. And that was one of the most disgusting performances I've ever seen her put out. It just gross, absolutely gross, folks. And I'm sorry that we had to listen to her, see her, any of that. I just wanted to hear where they were at with this at this point. I'm glad I heard some of that. It's hard to hear in some aspects because I feel like they're still being lied to. And it's so sad. It is so sad that they haven't been told any truth. And they deserve that, if nothing else, at the point here. No matter what they have done as victims, family members, it is what it is, okay? They came out and admitted to things that he did. I don't care at this point, okay? I know it messed things up. I know it caused problems. But again, they lost a child. That's horrible. So I get it. Wanting to find the truth. I understand it, okay? If they'd have been treated the right way, been told truth in the beginning, maybe it wouldn't never happen, folks, but they weren't. They're still not. To tell these people they have to FOIA the documents. Are you kidding me? Wow. Don't move to Idaho. That's all I'm gonna tell anybody. That's all I can say. If you do live there, get out. That's disgusting. Every bit of that is disgusting. And there is proof now, in my opinion. They all know, okay? The prosecution, the law enforcement, the judge, everybody knows that Brian Kohberger did not do this, in my absolute opinion. Who did it? You need to stop protecting who did it. You need to set that man free. You need to give these people the truth. You need to prosecute the real people that did this. I don't give a fuck what it does for the city, the state, the town, the whatever. Do the right fucking thing. And bring true justice to these fucking families that are dealing with. This is unreal to me, you guys. My God, I don't understand how this can happen. I don't understand how this can be this way. I just don't get, I don't get this. What and who the hell are they protecting? Excuse my language, but truly who and what and why? It's really worth this much? And it's really worth what has happened here to protect people or what? Good God. I am so bent over with this. And why did you pick Brian? Of all people. Why him? I want to know that. What did he know? What did he know that you did? Or that you were involved in? What did he know about that you picked him? Why don't you tell that part of it too? These people are disgusting. Good God Almighty. All right, guys. I'm sorry. I'm so fucking sick and tired of the incessant lying and bullshit and ignorance. And that man that sits there that is in the head of all this, that has allowed all of this to happen, that has involved everybody that he has and has kept everybody undercover. And there's the multiple threats, I'm sure, that even Brian and his family were getting. Basically, I'm envisioning you either cop to this or your families are gone too. That's how I expect this. That's why I think Brian took the plea, truly. That's going to do it, guys. And again, my apologies for blowing up. I'm just beyond fed up with all of this. All of this. It's very simple just to say, you know what? If you did something or you know of something that happened, open your mind and your eyes up to the fact that, you know what? This ain't right. They don't deserve this. The world doesn't deserve this. Okay? People deserve truth. Period. Figure out what it is and give it to the world, because that's exactly what is needed at this point. I'm fucking over this. All right, y'all. Again, I'm done for the day. I'm done blowing up. And I thank you all. It's a long show. I'm sorry. I didn't expect that to come out, or we would not have had that. So thank you, Jesse, Eddie, or not Jesse, I'm sorry, Willie and Eddie, and all of you for being here. I will be here in the morning. I pray to God it all works out that I'll be here in the morning. It's late, way longer than I wanted to be here. I'm so sorry. Moderators and everybody else, my apologies. I appreciate everybody being here and supporting this and what we just saw and understanding why I'm so upset about this, as many other people are, I know. Like I said, no matter what they did, as far as families go, I don't care at this point. They don't deserve that. They were used, lied to, made a fool, and they're still doing it to them. Unreal. So I hope you guys have an amazing rest of your night. I hope you guys get some sleep and enjoy the rest of your evenings. I appreciate each and every single one of you guys so very much. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here. I promise you that. Anybody that may have donated or supported the channel in that way, God bless. Thank God. We never expect it, but definitely appreciate it. I want to thank my mods again for being the amazing people they are and for sticking with me for these long ass shows that end up turning, because I can't ever shut my mouth. I'm sorry. And I will see you all tomorrow. Don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. And don't change the thing. You guys are absolutely the beautiful people. And I'll see you very soon. Good night. God bless. Nothing but love, folks. Bye-bye.
Blood on the counter, splattered like rain. Coffee stains tell stories of pain. Spoons clinking, whispers in the night. Shadows dance beneath the neon light. Who drank the poison? Who lit the flame? Everyone's guilty, no one takes the blame. True crime cafe where secrets bleed.